I write down basically almost every scenario I go through.
No, it's good. You should. So you know when you circle back.
It's not, it's good. I mean, besides the recording, but I write it down just because that's how I'm able to like reference back and forth, like create the stories.
Yep.
I know there's beasts out there. I know that I can do it without it now, but I just like to be professional and make sure that there's times where it's easy for you to forget important points as the conversations move forward, you know?
Well, I mean, you talk to so many different people that everything gets kind of jumbled up, right?
Yeah. Let me see.
Yo, what up, fellas?
What up, G?
Yo, what up, man?
It's Gucci.
I'm just gonna call a salad real quick for Stan. Here we go. I'm gonna send her a text because I forgot we texted each other. Might be buying a fucking 7-plex or 7-unit. Ben,
Yeah.
I might be buying a 7-unit multifamily.
She. How much? How much down?
50 grand. It's $480,000 purchase price. It's anywhere from 50 to a little bit more, depending because it's not all the entry fees, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine because it's in my criteria as far as like the money down is cool with anywhere from 10 to 20% if it's all in on everything. 6-year balloon, 0% interest. The payment isn't completed just yet. It's bringing in $4,200 as is. It's underperforming. 6 of the units are rented out. One of them is vacant. So there's a lot of room for value add. And I like the numbers right off the bat. It's the same guy that I bought a deal from in Georgia that I'm closing on tomorrow. He's a sub-2 student. He actually knows how to get deals, lock them up with like 0% financing or a good enough term, low enough interest. Like he does a pretty good job at it. And I'm looking to buy all the deals from that guy.
Hey, so how do I get in on this deal?
Yeah, Nick Menden is a good guy to reach out to on his team because they got fucking deals they lock up. What up, Josh?
Well, just working.
Hey, so you want to call this guy Ja?
Yeah, put all the info in here.
Give me a sec here.
Hey, Josh, I read your text message. I'm 100% down. And then Penny just texted me saying, I'm driving. I'll call you later. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Also,
Yeah,
Stan, Penny texted me saying she'll get back to me a little bit later. She's driving. And then Josh, I was saying that, yeah, I'm totally down for one of the flyers like Ben.
cool. Yeah, I want to get everybody looking fucking legit and standing out from everybody else. You guys kind of made me realize that I need to be utilizing that skill too. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you're making money on that skill, bro.
You need
yeah,
to.
I know. I need to put it out there. But you know, I'll make you guys some shit, and then people will see it, and then I got some shit to show people.
I know, but what are we taxing them?
Yeah. What should we tax for you?
What?
What do you think's fair for you to get paid on one? How long does it take you to make what you made for Ben?
I really don't take. I don't know. Maybe It depends on how, if they want like an edit, you know, like I can give them one edit with it or something to where they can come back and be like, okay, I want this changed. And it may be like, I don't know, 20 bucks.
No, I'm saying, how long did it take you?
Maybe an hour.
Maybe like 30 bucks or 40 bucks.
I mean, altogether with like messing around, this and that, changing this, you know, a few things, I think adding up time, probably an hour. But it doesn't always, it's not always gonna be that long either, though. It could be quicker.
Yeah, I think 20, 25 bucks is probably real fair for a fire.
Yeah, I'll have to make a flyer for that.
Yeah, flyer for the flyers.
Yeah,
Just copy all of the ones that you've done and put them into one thing. Kind of like a little, like, I don't know
Yeah.
if you've seen the little multi-gallery thing, like
yeah,
a
yeah.
multi-picture, and then
Yeah.
just put something on the bottom.
It's a good idea. That's
That'll be
what I'll do.
dope.
Yeah, I can't wait
Did
to
you-
do that 203K fucking video, bro, because they want to promote it and bring a lot of people into the group.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be sick. Hey,
Yeah,
did you get that number, Carlos?
Yeah, so what's the address for Jaw?
It's that 117 Bloomfield Avenue in Connecticut, Windsor, Connecticut.
Okay, catch me up to speed one more time, I'm sorry. Fucking work
So
on it.
just real quick, this guy's the wholesaler.
Jaw's the
he's
wholesaler?
What is it? Yeah, he's been trying to help this lady out for like over a month. This is the one that has her family already in South Carolina, and
Oh, yeah.
she needs that down payment to go to basically to finish the process for the closing costs of the house she's buying out there. She was trying to get 276. She already had an end buyer that was supposed to be closing and ends up pulling out last minute. So
This
now
is-
she's open to obviously for us taking the property over subject to. Her balance is 185.
Okay,
The PITI is 1345.
okay,
And she was, last time we spoke, I left off with telling her that's too much down payment, that
what did she
what's the-
want? What did she want
She-
down?
she needed she is asking 30. I got her down to 25, but I think she can do less because I think she said her closing cost was like about 7,000 or 8,000, and then the debt that she needed to pay off was 11,000, so it should be right around 20 grand.
Okay,
So I think we can shave off another 5,000 if she's desperate to getting this done. And then obviously we just gotta figure out a small fee for this wholesaler. Needs to get, hey, either you take a small fee and just move on, or you're gonna lose the deal, you know?
have they closed it?
What is that?
They haven't closed it though, right?
No, they haven't closed it.
So then if I close it, then I'll just pay him a smaller fee, what it's worth, because he didn't actually close it. Now, if somebody brings me a deal and closes it and then names their price, like 10 grand, and it's worth it, then that's okay. You can ask what you want, you know? because-
Yeah.
But if we're helping you out, you're gonna learn with us, but you're also gonna get something smaller, right?
Exactly.
$2,500 or some shit.
Exactly.
The
So
home run deal that I got up north, the sub 2 student, I asked him what he was looking for since I closed it. He said, I don't know, 1,500 to 2,000 bucks is what he asked for. So if I gave him 2,000 for it. In reality, he could have charged like 20 grand for a home run if he knew it was a home run, but we didn't do that. So I'll call this wholesaler, see what's up. We'll talk to him real quick. And let me just, is this the right house right here? Can you see it on my screen? This one, 117 Bloomfield Ave. Is it in Windsor?
yeah, remember I messaged you on Messenger with all the photos? On Facebook, I send it to you on Messenger. That's the house right there. It's the one that they turned from a 3-2 to a 5-2.
But there wasn't much comps or no?
No, there is, there was comps. We both looked at them. I think there was one for like 260, one sold for like 3 something. It's just more of them. They're just bouncing from there to South Carolina. I don't know if you can tell on that picture there. Remember I told you they had a pod in the front or whatever those things are.
Yeah, to move.
I think it's still on one of those pictures. I kind of caught a glance of a small little piece of it. She's literally like ready to go. She's just waiting for this house to sell. And I also think I think I told when I left off with her last time, because she 3-wayed us and I talked to her.
Uh-huh. This would be a good wrap. There's only 12,000 people here, so then we can.
I told her if she was flexible on the 276 too.
What, that's her asking price, 276?
Yeah, 276. So I told her,
Oh, fuck this thing. All right, yeah, we're gonna work that deal.
yeah. And then also remember I left off with if she would give us 2 years before we made any payments towards our equity, and she agreed to that. So I think we can maybe extend that out even more.
So this is where this is, 224. So this is the most solid comp within 10-year built is 240. What's this 260? Where's this? Oh, right here on the same side. Boom. This is it. 260 is a good comp right here.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I saw that was probably the closest to that.
The fuck is this? House is unique. That could work because these homes are 100 years old, over 100 years old.
Yeah.
284, I guess. Where's that at? That can kind of work. Let me see.
Yeah, and there's actually 2 houses for sale on the same street right now. And they're listed for a lot higher. Hopefully they close any day.
Oh, they're listed right now? Let's see. Yeah, but not the same. They're not the same within 10 years though. I just put for sale right now. Like watch if I do this and clear the filters and put for sale.
Yeah.
250 right here.
Yeah, and I didn't apply that filter. I just wanted to see what was selling.
So you just hit it up, boom. This is the way that Abraham Gray and Eddie Charger does it.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's 1906, so 1896 is 10 years before, and then 1916 is 10 years after. You click that, boom, and this is where you are. Most solid comps. So she's asking for full price and asking for a lot of money down. And what can this thing rent for?
I think I saw about $1,700 to $1,800 a month.
And why do we need it? I mean, she needs help, but what's the reason why she's not? Oh yeah, never mind. I remember now. Okay, let's call this motherfucker.
Yeah, he sent me a message. I think when I text you to call him.
All right,
So
does he know I'm calling?
What is that?
Does he know I'm calling?
Nah, he doesn't. But just let him know that
All right.
You're working with me and we're trying to get this. See if we can make this happen.
All right. Hey, what's up, Joe? This is Carlos. You're working with my buddy Ben. Hey, Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good, man. This is Carlos. You're working with one of my partners, Ben Martinez, on a property in Connecticut. Yeah, Benjamin. Benjamin Button. Mhm. Yeah, well, yeah, he's one of my good buddies. We used to work in the car business together. We live locally, or we're sub-2 students as well. And he let me know, caught me up to speed that you have this seller that has a house off in Windsor, Connecticut. She's looking, I think, for like 260, 270. She wants like $30,000 down. Her remaining balance is 185 and her payment's 1345. All that sounds about right? Okay, cool. And one of her main reasons of selling was because they were moving somewhere else, right? And her family moved and they expected this to be sold, but the buyer backed out last minute, right?
She needs to move by September, about the weekend. She needs to be out of Connecticut.
Okay, so just come right around the
As soon
corner.
as possible, pretty much.
Yeah. So she only got like a month left to go. So is there, I guess, so I buy properties like this on terms, right? I don't mind giving money down and taking over mortgages and making payments as long as I can cash flow. Here's how I kind of see it is she's asking closer to market price or above market price for a comped her property within other properties that were built 10 years before and 10 years after, within 250 square feet of the size of the house. And I found 3 comps. One was like 225, one was 260, and one was 284. So they look like the whole house is basically renovated. I've seen the photos of this house. The floors are renovated and a couple other things, but there's some parts of the house that still needs renovation. So in a scenario where when she's asking so much for her house, I usually want it to be ready to go as far as what other homes look like if they're market price. Or if it's not like that as well, then I also try not to put a large amount of money down because I'm already paying a premium for the home. And the reason why I don't want to do that is if I go and borrow 30 grand plus closing fees, plus your assignment fee, plus anything else, any little renovation costs, I'm gonna have to make a payment to a lender on top of the 1345, and I still haven't made a payment to the equity of the homeowner. So maybe there could be a way that we can kind of sweeten up this deal and see if we can get the purchase price a little down and a little bit less than what she's asking, and maybe instead of 30 grand, we can work it down to 20.
Well, she refused to do that. 'Cause right now, I have a deal in place and she's refusing to. She said she getting better offers, and they give her more down. She need pocket money. She need at least $4,000 pocket money just to travel with, to put in her other investment that she's traveling to. So 20,000 less is, I don't think she's gonna do that.
No, $20,000 total instead of 30.
20,000.
Yeah, instead of 30 grand, not 20 less, but just 20 grand instead of 30 grand.
No, she looking more at 30 to 40.
Yeah, it won't really be a good deal for us for the fact that it's a lot of money down, plus there's going to be a little bit of work to be done to it. How long is she willing to?
It's not. To be honest, it's not too much work needs to be done to the property. There's about $35,000 into the property over the past few months. So it's not necessarily that much work needs to be done to the property.
I agree with you. It's not a lot of work, but it's still gonna. What I'm getting to is I'm giving 30, 40 grand down, and then still, let's say we spend another 10, 15 grand to do some paint, to do some of the other stuff, like some of the other restrooms that look older, even though a lot of the floor looks nice in the kitchen and other rooms. You can still tell that some of the rooms they weren't renovated. Maybe she renovated the new additions, but some of the rooms you can still tell need just a slight amount of work. I'm not gonna put a lot of money into it on top of what I'm giving down. But where I'm getting to is, let's say in a scenario, if I'm paying $1345 and we can only rent this thing out for $1,800, if I have to borrow, because most likely I'm going to be borrowing somebody's money to then fund the whole deal, I'm going to make a payment to them, and it won't I won't be able to cash flow so much. It's kind of like the goal here. That's the only reason, like, if now, let's say that I was able to make $2,500 a month, then I can pay a little bit more because I have to factor in everybody's monthly fee. Even if I get a private money lender to let me borrow their money and not make a payment to them for like 6 months and then I just pay them back, I just need to have a way where I'm going to make enough money either on the front end or in the middle of the deal with like passive income. Otherwise, it's just hard for me to perform on it. How long is she willing to finance the house for?
I think she said 10, 2 mortgage in place, you know?
2 mortgages in place.
Yeah, it's 2 mortgage in place.
What's the first one?
One for 76 that she just took out, and I think the first one was 187. But she had a new one for 77,000.
So 180 something plus 70 something.
I'm sorry?
So the first mortgage is like 180 grand.
Yes, and then she had another mortgage for the Corona mortgage, but she was going to do hardship for 70 something. So we're just trying to figure that whole situation out first so she can get out of the state.
So she has 2 loans.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, she have 2 loans on it.
Got you. So yeah, this is definitely not a deal if we're doing it at, because she's at 261,000 with those 2 loans, and if I have to give her 30-40 grand down, that money, that's gonna be on top. So that's gonna, because I know that she's not gonna take 30-40 grand and pay off any of her mortgages with it. So now I'm actually paying 300 for the home, and I'm not cash flowing. So actually, I won't be able to help you out on this one. But on maybe some future deals though, I can. I just personally won't be able to do this one at all.
That's not a problem. So you do other deals in Connecticut?
Nationwide. So I buy properties nationwide. I've been known to pay up to $300,000. Like let's say a home is worth 270. I've paid up to $300,000 on homes like that. But the amount of money down and the amount of cash flow was a lot different than on this deal. And so and I've paid 12 or 20 grand assignment fees to wholesalers, but it all has to work on my numbers. So if you have other deals, the way that it works, if I have to pay closer to the market price, I just want it to be closer to, I want the property to be basically market ready, like what 2022 looks like.
Cash deal or no?
No, I don't buy cash, but I can dispo cash.
You can just book cash. How does that work?
Dispo is like JV with you, and I have buyers in place.
Oh, yeah,
That's
but
what dispo is. Yeah.
cash deal right now that I'm working on a few of them actually. But I have one. You want to take a look at it?
What is it? Or where is it at?
So it's a Florida deal.
Okay. I love Florida. It's one of my main markets.
Nice. It's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And the 2-bedroom can turn to a 3-bedroom. The average sale price for this property is 335,600. 335,600K.
What city?
It's in. Hold on, let me see. I just had it up. Let me see. It's in Charlotte.
Oh, okay. It's in Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte. How is that area? Is that area fine?
No, that's a great market. No, North Carolina?
Yeah.
No, it's a
No,
great
no,
market.
it's Florida. Florida.
Oh, I never heard of Charlotte,
It's
Florida.
Florida. Oh, hold on. Let me try to so I can find the correct city.
There is a Charlotte though, Florida. I'm looking at it. It's Charlotte County.
Actually, I have the lady right here. She can give you a better explanation on the phone. I was just talking to her a few minutes ago. Do you mind? You want to jump on 3-way?
Oh, let's rock and roll. Let's do this.
All right. Hello,
Yeah,
Alexander? Hello?
I'm here, Carlos, but I don't know if there's somebody else on the
Hold on one
line.
second. Lady, hold on. Alexander, other our partner here, Carlos. Hey, Carlos,
Hey, what's up?
this is Alexander. She's the
Yeah,
Hey, Alexandra, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you kind of catch me up to speed? I was talking to John a little bit about a couple of properties earlier. You started calling in and he was catching me up to speed, but now we're here on a three-way. Can you catch me up a little bit to speed on this property that you have in Florida that you're looking to sell?
Okay, so this property is vacant. It is a 2-bed, 1-bath, but there's a den that can be converted into a 3rd bedroom if it's needed.
Okay.
What the seller thinks is that because the market is kind of pulling back, because a lot of people cannot qualify for loans right now.
Correct.
Some people, because the Fed changed the interest rate, and every time they do that, then the person needs to have more income to qualify, and so they keep getting refused, you know. So you were thinking that this was a rental, and the person has moved out, that's why it's vacant, and the owner is out of the country. He was out of the country. His friend lives nearby, and his friend is handling the sale. So they're thinking in this market, it would be a good idea to just fix it up enough as a rental and put it out there with a tenant in it. So so that's what that is. So for the fix up rehab for a rental, it shouldn't be more than 12,000 maybe. And but if you want to completely fix it up, that would depend on you if you want to do that. It has good comps for that, but we don't know if people will qualify for loans right now. I'm finding people are having a hard time, but people who cannot qualify for loans, in my estimation, they still need somewhere to live, and they can afford to pay rent. So that might be the best option for this house at this moment in time. But what did you have any questions? Because I'm just kind of telling you what I think is something you might want to hear.
Yeah, I do. I have a few questions for you. When it was rented, do you know how much the tenants were paying?
So apparently the guy who lived in there, he was not well, and he was a friend of the owner, and so they had a private agreement, and we don't know what that was.
Okay. Do you know what market rent is around there?
Yes. The market rate, as it is now, is 1,900. But if you fix it up a little, you could go to 2,000, even 2,100.
Okay, 2,100. Is this free and clear? Is there a mortgage still in place?
It's free and clear.
Okay. Now, I'm right here. I just got to my laptop. I'm going to bring up the address. What is the address?
2411
Okay.
Melbourne.
Okay, Melbourne.
Drive.
Melbourne Drive.
Yeah, in Port Charlotte.
Port Charlotte. Okay. Let me put that in.
And it's near the Port Charlotte Harbor. So even live there, they're able to take a walk over there in the harbor. There's a fishing pier, or they might want to just take the dog or whatever. But it's a nice place to be. I mean, it's the kind of place where the person would like to live. Imagine. Oh, and the neighbors are quiet. It's not a noisy place.
Is it Melbourne? Is M for Mary, ELBOURNE?
Yes,
Melbourne Drive, right? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know. It's Melbourne Street. Sorry.
Okay, Melbourne Street.
It has a sunroom with French doors. It's got a secluded backyard. So whoever likes being outdoors and it's Florida, you know, they'd like it out in the back.
Okay, let me see. Reason I can't bring it up, I'm putting the address in a few different websites.
So I got it open on the Redfin.
On Redfin.
Yeah, I opened it up on Redfin, so I'm looking at it there.
Okay, let me try it on Redfin. I did see it at 4511 Shady Lane, Port Charlotte, but let me see, 45 Malvern Street, Port.
No, it's 4411. 4411.
Oh, there we go. That's definitely probably why it didn't work.
Yeah.
Here it is, I found.
And you can look at the guy listed it here for a while, but the reason I'm looking here at it is because yeah, there are photos there.
Okay, so Malvern Street, 2-bedroom. one bath. So you guys been trying to sell this for some time now, a little over a month?
I've been trying to sell it myself for about a week.
Okay, I'd
The
seen it.
guy, he's too busy to sell it, and his friend decided he decided to have me sell it. So
Oh, okay. Let me see. Is this on the like the water or no?
it's near the water, but it's not on.
Okay.
I think you have to walk a little bit from here around the corner.
Okay. 2-bedroom, 1 bath could be a 3-bedroom, 1 bath, 1,500 square feet. Sound
Yeah.
about right?
Yeah, I mean, you might want to convert the den as a den. And some people like the den, they have a living room and they have a den. And some people might be in the den, hang out. Other people might hang out in the living room. But the reason why I say you can turn the den into a bedroom is sometimes somebody needs that room to be repurposed as a bedroom. If they have extra people who need to sleep in another room. And the other thing is they could also turn it into an office.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, usually people turn a den into an office, or they can put a little closet in there, close it up.
Yeah, because a lot of people are working from home now, you know.
I work from home.
Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely agree with you. So the asking price right now is $215, correct?
Well, that's what he got.
Mhm. So how I look at it when I buy properties, I buy a couple ways, and John and I work on deals that we like to look at that need a little bit of work, so we can put money into it, so then we can fix and flip them when we buy them cash. That's what we like doing. But there are times where we can't buy them cash. It's just unfortunate, but we can't buy everything that we look at, though we want to. So in a scenario where we can't pay cash for it because we want to put money into it and sell it for the market price, but I think you guys are closer to that price, it wouldn't be such a great deal for us on cash. Now there's a way that we can get closer to paying the market price or the number you're asking for. And it's basically buying on terms. Would you know if the seller is open to seller finance?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Is there any certain reasons why, or you guys already had that conversation?
Yeah, we had that conversation. He's gone a lot, and he's so busy that he asked if there's going to sell it for him. So I've been talking to his best friend all the time, and because he's not around, so that's why he doesn't have the time to manage the place. and he doesn't want to spend any more time. Now he had a friend in there.
Mhm. Well, when he does seller finance, he doesn't have to take care of the home anymore. He's the lender, so I actually
Yeah.
will own the home, and he doesn't have to do anything. No tenant headaches or no property improvements. He just gets a monthly check, so it'll be my house. It's kind of like when you finance a car, maybe
Yeah.
Wells Fargo will pay for the car for you, and you make payments to Wells Fargo, but you
I
put
know,
your name on
I know.
title. Same thing like this.
I know. I've gone through the whole these options training, owner finance stuff too. I know that how that works. That's why I talked about it up front, because the more options you give buyers, the better it is. But he doesn't want to do that. So
Okay.
he didn't share why. His reason is that he doesn't he doesn't want it anymore. He wants to sell it. I guess he wanted to sell it before, but he had somebody living in it.
Mhm.
But when they moved out, he decided, okay, here's my chance. So I think he just didn't want the responsibility. Maybe he has other responsibilities besides his job, but he just feels like he wants to free up stuff like that. So
Got you.
I mean, I'm sure he's not telling me the whole story, and I can't push him for that information. But all I do know is that he wants to sell now that it's vacant.
Got you. Yeah, we won't be able to buy it cash. I'd only be willing to look at it on seller finance. When he does, if he can't sell it cash with you guys and can't get the number, just think of Jaw and I. We can do it on seller finance, and let him know too. When we do it on seller finance, he's no longer liable to the home, so he doesn't have to deal with anything else besides just getting the check from us every month.
Right. No,
Okay.
okay, I'll tell him again.
Yeah, no rush either. You know, we're more of a last resort. I'd like to see if you guys can sell it cash for the number you're looking for, or even a little discount. But if you guys can't, call us back and we can work with you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Goodbye. The other deal was a crap deal with the 2 mortgages.
Yeah, what's up with that? They didn't think it was important to tell me that on the first time I talked to them.
Right?
It's like, dude, I even talked to the lady, not once did that even come up.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That would have been freaking, I would have been like, oh, okay, thank you, bye. You know, that would have been done with that since then.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on I'm gonna make a call real quick. Let's see.
Yo, what up, Josh?
Shit, just in meetings for General Motors, trying to pay attention.
So what do you
Stuff.
got on with your triplex? Straight
Just waiting.
out?
I'm just waiting for that Matt guy to kind of show me through the ropes of what I need to do to take it down that way. So I'm excited. I'm gonna go today after work. I'm gonna go take like a video, like a walkthrough, like a walk around the place and everything. Just like a little kind of, I'm gonna put it on like online or whatever, a little promo thing for like, you know, like, hey, I'm about to be taking this property down this way and and
Dope.
so I'm excited though.
Hell yeah.
I don't
That
know.
is-
It's gonna be, I think it's a pretty sweet like way to get into like investing
Yeah.
too. So, and like
Especially
anybody,
new spot to like live in. It
what's
makes,
up?
especially if you're gonna get a new spot to live in, that makes total sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
awesome.
makes perfect sense. That's like, yeah, I think you have to live in there for a year So I think you can only do one at a time. But I think once I have this one, after a year, this one will be completely cash flowing too, and then I could use that money. I think I can use that towards my like debt to income ratio. So then it's gonna look like I'm pulling in that much more a
Well,
year.
being rent free is a huge help for you.
That's solving two problems right there. I'm gonna cash flow and I'm not gonna have to pay rent.
Yep.
Like,
That's solid, dude. Hell
Yeah.
yeah. I'm excited for you, man.
and that's gonna free up my time as well. Because now I'm not working as much to pay rent.
I'm gonna take down a badass Gator deal pretty soon. They just hit me up right now.
Mhm.
Oh, they need 15 grand EMD. And they're giving me back 22.5, so 37. So was it 37, 37.5 that I'm gonna get total return
Nice.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, dude. Just for hitting send.
It's
Well,
crazy.
it's more than that. You got to analyze it, make sure it's all good, and so everything
Well,
looks good on it.
It's real simple. If the end buyer doesn't deposit the EMD by the 25th, I pull out.
Okay, so you're just the soft EMD, and then they have to
Yeah.
put in the hard.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So if the end buyer doesn't deposit by the 25th, then I pull out. But it's supposed to close on the 5th. So
Nice.
as long as the end buyer deposits, the EMD, then we're good to go.
Yeah. So by the 5th, you'll know for sure. Then it's just wait
Well,
2 weeks.
25th, I'll know if it's gonna happen or not. Because if they deposit by the 25th, then I'm good to go. If the end buyer pulls out, then they lose their EMD, and we still get paid.
Damn, dude, that's so sick.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm excited because that'll be probably the best return I've gotten so far.
Yeah.
Because it's more than 100% return.
You should try to get like a testimonial from the people that you lend it to too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just be like, hey, how did this, maybe they, obviously they wouldn't have been able to even get the deal if you wouldn't have been there.
Yeah. It's actually another sub-2 student that brought it to me. I'm gonna Gator wrestle with him.
Okay, to wrestle.
Yeah, that's what Pace calls it. So that's what I'm calling
Yeah, that's what he wants everybody saying. That's
it.
all right, I gotta tune in here for a second. So I gotta
Cool.
tune out.
Yo, what up, Stan?
What up?
What are you working on, brother?
I have a luxury client that's in town. So I was trying to call a few agents, schedule some bookings for today. Got a small window. I was just about to call this other agent for this 9 unit here in Vegas that I've been trying to get a hold of the last 24 hours, but she hasn't responded to my calls or texts.
I have a question for you, bro.
Yeah.
When people start sending, like brokers start sending like multi-family like deals, do you deal with brokers very
Yeah.
much, or do you? Okay. Because they've been sending me like all the specs, like the T12 and everything.
Mhm.
So obviously I haven't gone through them to like really like analyze them or know how to analyze them. So
Yeah.
if anything, I'll just hit you up and see if we can look at some of them.
Yeah. We can do that for sure.
Yeah, because I do have a couple people that I've been hitting up that are, some of them are direct to seller, and then there's a couple that are with with a broker. So I'm trying to stay direct to seller just because it makes it so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's sometimes even easier to talk with a broker or listing agent, just because you're dealing with someone that's already knows most of their terms. So they're
Yeah.
literally just a messenger. right? You're not having to negotiate much. It's just more back and forth and then kind of just seeing what the terms that the seller is open to. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more of nurturing when it comes to direct to seller, and then you also can get a better deal.
Yeah,
But then at the end of the day, it just all depends on, you know, the size of the property. And if everything is organized, and it just obviously makes it a lot easier and cleaner to deal with.
yeah,
But if they don't provide a lot of information, that's the part where it kind of gets challenging because you're gonna have to do a bit more due diligence, research, and then having that conversation.
for sure. Yeah, I had one guy that was like sending me quite a bit, and I'm like, hey, dude, like, I know you're sending me a bunch of spreadsheets, but you're not sending me addresses. I don't have anything other than numbers. I was like,
Yeah, most of the time, they try to disclose, they don't disclose the address because they don't want people going around behind them
yeah,
until you have proof of funds or some type of letter of intent that you're serious. So that's another thing that's a little bit challenging, right? If it comes from a wholesaler, then probably you might be able to get away with it, but yeah, it just all depends.
yeah. So you deal with the same thing basically then?
It's very similar. Yeah, you just gotta, once you start navigating through it, it's kind of like the same questions, same thing like what we're listening to when we talk to Carlos. It's just more of a process, sequence of service and the sequence of what to ask, what to know, and it's just like anything else.
For sure. Cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to get myself a little more familiar, so I know when I'm bringing a deal that I'm not missing things that will stop us from, putting a deal together or analyzing a deal, because then it just wastes everybody's time.
Mhm. For sure. I was gonna call this lady. This broker. I was gonna keep the line open if you want to listen to it.
Cool.
If she even calls me back or answers my call, she just tried calling her yesterday, but she didn't answer. Let's see.
Definitely, it's a very.
Hi, Marcy. My name is Stan with First Mutual Realty. I called yesterday and I left you a text. I'm not sure if you got it. In regards to your listing.
This is the first call I've gotten, but glad to get your call. How can I help you?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm just calling in regards to that property on 903 D Street. Is that property?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that property still available?
It just fell out of escrow, so you're in luck.
Oh, okay, good. Well, my client had a few questions in regards to it. Maybe you are able to answer it. I think the main ones, in regards to one of the units with the manager that's living there. Is that manager in contract, or are they just month to month, or?
No, they're just kind of like overseeing the, it's not like anything official. Nobody's in any kind of contract. Everybody's just, paying their month to month. They've been there forever.
Okay, good. And then I know you didn't, there wasn't any rent rolls in there. Are you able to provide any by chance, or there's just,
Yeah, there is. It's on all the different commercial websites. CoStar, Currency.
oh, it's on there, okay,
And it's available as an attachment on page 2. You'll see like the flyer, page 1, and then you see the rent roll, page 2. So
Oh, okay, I
it's
must have
essentially
overlooked
rent
it.
roll. Yeah, they're all month to month. They're really low. Because they haven't been raised in like 20 years or something.
Oh, wow,
I know the owners owned it for a long time and just never raised them. So you can go in and you can start raising them right away. The manager's unit, you can ask him if he wants to stay and pay rent or move out, and so you'll have a cash cow in a short time.
right,
And then there's a vacant unit that needs to be rehabbed
yes.
on that level.
All right,
Yeah.
you read my mind, because I was about to ask about that. Is it gutted out like completely, or just boarded up?
Yeah, it started out because everything was old in it, according to the seller. Like it had, old. The plumbing was old, the electrical was old. Like everything was old. So he just went and gutted everything. And actually, every single unit had been gutted just like that, and then remodeled with granite counters and new plumbing and stuff like that. And so this was the final one that never.
They never
he
got-
just kind of some other stuff, came up, and his family's in New York, and so he's just ready to move on at this point.
Okay, I'm just taking notes. And for that 9-unit or the 9th unit that's
Right.
empty, is the sewer and the power hookups, or is there any sewer connections or any power hookups available, or not yet?
I mean, everything is fully functioning. So there are people living here. It's city sewer and water, and everybody's got electricity. So yeah, everything's
Okay, so everything's connected, but I was just curious with the gutted one, that if it needs to be rebuilt, or if it already has power utilities that's already waiting to be, yeah,
I mean, you have to put new electrical in because it was all old.
got it.
So it was, from, I think it was built in the 50s and stuff like that. And whatever they had, this is before, like people have, everything, the internet and all there's so much stuff people have today that they didn't have. So you need more power and stuff. So she just ripped it out and everything. So it's ready to be remodeled on that level.
Perfect, and
And
then,
it's freestanding too, which is really
oh, okay, that's good to know, freestanding, okay. Perfect, and then, also the condition of the roof and AC, you happen to know? For that,
There, I think, in pretty good shape. This age of our building, there's gonna be some deferred maintenance and stuff like that, but I think it's in pretty good shape. We do have an inspection report we can send, so forth. I gotta find it. But it's in better shape than most of the rental properties, especially in that area.
okay. And then, let's see, is there any major issues that we need to be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, other than, the one unit could cut it and stuff like that. That's the only thing
Okay, and then just,
we know of.
awesome, and then just last 2 questions, sewer connection, you already answered that, they're pretty much all pretty much ready to go, and then, he was asking if there's any septic tank.
No.
No septic.
These two were
City,
city,
sorry.
everything's, city. It's not that far from it's like right next to downtown. It's not that far out.
Yeah,
So there's no, this septic is way out in Red Rock Canyon or something like that, not here.
okay, that's one of the questions you wanted to ask. All right, and then, I mean, he sounds like he's really interested.
Client live here?
Yes, he lives
Or they
here.
out of town?
No, he lives here. He's experienced in flipping these type of homes, multifamily units. He just completed a project in that Charleston, Maryland area for like 20 units. So this is like half of what he's done. So he's definitely interested in taking a look at this. We can do a drive-by But yeah, I'm gonna send him the history on that rent rolls because I didn't locate it. But are you able to send me the inspection report by chance that you mentioned?
Let me see if I can find it, and then I'll go ahead and go ahead and send it to you. I think, the seller wants an LOI before releasing a whole bunch of information, or like, do we want, once there's an LOI, you can go see the vacant unit and stuff like that, but it's just like, we want to limit traffic.
Absolutely.
If it's an occupied building, we don't want to freak out the tenants and stuff like that. So we'll
Okay.
just wait until, there's an LOI in place, and then,
Okay.
definitely let you in. At the very least, we'll kind of walk around the property and see the vacant unit and stuff like that.
Perfect. Okay. Well, Marcy, I appreciate your information that you're giving me today. Let me get back to you. I'm gonna hop on this real quick. I'll just send him the information and then I'll give you a call back. Is this number a good number for me to text you, or is this not a textable number?
It's better if you call than text.
Okay.
Go ahead and leave a voicemail. If I'm not there.
Okay.
I know. Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Marcy. Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Ben, did you hear that?
Yeah, that's solid, dude. It just fell out of escrow too.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sometimes you get lucky like that. That's pretty good. I didn't even know that it fell out of escrow. So I got to call my client back and see if.
Hell yeah.
What is this? That 156. Oh. Jerry, what are you doing?
Good morning, Berkshire Hathaway DI Insurance Group. This is Rosalie speaking. How can I help you?
Hi, Rosalie. This is Stan. I'm just returning your voicemail. I'm great. How about yourself?
Good. Thank you for the call back. Yeah. So, if there's anything else you need my help with.
Oh, no. It's all good. I did send you a confirmation that 4 o'clock will work for us.
Oh, okay. That works out perfectly on our side. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Do I need anything in regards to providing something for the gate guard?
Buyer or your client are going to be in the car with you.
Yeah, he'll be with me. Okay, perfect.
And then, actually, I think Nick, he's one of our showing agents. He's going to be meeting you there. I'll give you access to the
Oh, perfect.
tour, and we'll be there to help answer any questions you guys have while you're there.
Okay,
I will text you from our showing line. That's going to be the best way you can reach Nick. You can call or text him at that number as well.
okay, cool.
And we should be good to go.
Yeah, I don't want to sound rushed, but we have like 6 showings today, and then obviously you guys are the first one. The next one following is I have an appointment at 4:30, which is kind of like 10 minutes away. So we only have like a small window to do the tour, but just want to give you guys a heads up on that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, whatever you need, and I totally get it, but I will let Nick know that you guys are probably going to be in and out.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That sounds good. Thank you, Rosalie. I will. All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Dope.
So that
Yeah.
was for,
They send me from Atlanta.
say that again?
I have one that they sent me, the T12 rent roll and all the specs on the NOR cap rate and everything for one in Atlanta, Georgia. It's a 34.
Yeah, send it to, do you have my email?
Yeah, I should. Let's see here.
Yeah, just send it to my email and then we can review it. I gotta call this client real quick just to make sure that, just to let him know 350. You can listen to the conversation. The answers.
It's the Stan.Lopez, right?
StanLopez.lv.
LV@gmail.
Yeah. Hey, Rodney,
Hey, Stan.
how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good news, man. So I called the listing agent for this property that we were talking about yesterday. The contract just fell out of escrow, today. So I asked the questions that you were inquiring about. I'm just gonna go down the list based on how I asked it. So the manager that's living there, there's no contract. They're just overseeing the property. They don't pay rent or any, I don't think they pays rent. The rent rolls, there is a rent roll history. I have to find it, but apparently they attached it and I just couldn't find where it was. So I have to go find that rent roll. And then in regards to the 9th unit, it is gutted out. There is new electrical that needs to be done, but it's also a freestanding building. So that's like a separate unit from the inline ones.
Yeah. So the question is, does that have like sewer in place and stuff like that? Like there is a power panel, like it used to be functioning.
Yeah, it used to be functioning, but I think it just needs new electrical to be wired through.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it should have sewer hookups on that already.
Oh, okay.
And then
All right. So it was like a working, functioning.
yeah, they just never.
Mini house, so to speak, and then it got gutted. Somebody
Yeah.
broke in, stole the wire. So,
Probably. It just needs to be needs to be redone. Like they renovated all the other ones.
easier for me, I think,
Mhm.
because looking at it, I drove by that yesterday,
Oh, good.
and looking at it from the outside, it's like it almost seems like it just like dropped there on top, on top of the dirt. But that's why I was asking, like, man, I wonder if it's if it has sewer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the plumbing, like it has a water supply and that, and it just needs like to be put back together. That's something my guys can do
Yeah.
for sure in house.
And then there is some deferred maintenance that needs to be done. She said that she can send the inspection report once we have something written out on an LOI. But as far as like the roof and the AC, they're in better shape than most of the other surrounding multifamily units in the area.
I saw that. You can see the sheet that has shingles,
Yeah.
and they're matching between the other functioning units.
Mhm.
They're all matching. And then on the row side, you can see that the ductwork and the well, not ductwork, but there's like a little, like a half a duct that it's kind of like a roof AC with no ductwork.
Yeah.
It's just like one central AC on top, rooftop AC.
Yeah.
And then it just has which is actually very efficient because there's no duct loss. Heat loss to the ducting and whatnot.
Yeah, on the far end.
But anyway, but just by looking at the metal and the condition of it, first of all, they're all matching, and it looks like they're not original. They have been replaced at some point.
Yeah. So that's what she had mentioned. Let's see, units, and there is all the sewer and the water is all city. There's no septic.
Okay. Okay, cool. The good thing about this is that when the broker is like, we have an inspection report, and then there's some deferred maintenance, but and they're being very transparent with us.
Mhm.
I think that's a good sign. So we're not, second guessing
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. So she said that the seller is based out of New York. They had this property for over 50 something years. They just haven't done a lot to it since. So that's why the market the rents are like way undervalued, like by half.
Yeah.
So obviously they're all month to month, which is good. So you can basically evict them if you need to, or remove
Yeah.
them.
Be very delicate with that situation because you don't want them to like strip the property or
Right.
go back and sabotage.
Right, you gotta do it slowly. And so what was the other thing? So I'm gonna find what was it I'm supposed to find for you? Oh, the rent rolls. I gotta find it somewhere. And then once I find it, I can send that email over to you. So if you can send me your email on text, and I can look for it. But she did mention that the seller does want an LOI before we can tour the property. That way it's not, before they can release anything else.
So I'll shoot you over my email right now, so you have it.
Okay.
I have my DocuSign, so we'll take a look at where the rent rolls are at. But I think like for guys like you and me, we kind of just look at it and we say, we know what we're looking at. The rent rolls are not going to make it easy to sell for the seller, but that's what makes us so interested in the property, right?
Yeah.
If they had really solid rent rolls and the whole thing was all rented, then we wouldn't be getting it for the same price.
Right.
So
Yeah, I
I
haven't.
did drive around the area. It kind of came out of that whole 2009, 2010 era. It's a little bit reminiscent of Naked City,
Mhm.
where things got really, really bad, and then now it's kind of like, yeah, you got your streetwalkers. I saw some drug dealers. there was this black girl that came up. There was this drug dealer that pulled like a black on black Mercedes S-Class came and parked next to the building, went into the building next door. He was like probably doing a drop off or something,
Oh,
and the windows
Sure.
were like limo tint. So she was like knocking on the window, and he wasn't in there. And then she like cupped her hands, and then after she saw that nobody was in there, she turns around and she sees me sitting up in my Jeep. So she turns around and sticks her ass out and pulls down her skirt. It's like to show me her ass. I'm like, okay.
D Street, bro.
Yeah. But it's, if you look around, particularly this property, it's across the street from a park, which, the park is gated and like, I'm not sure I would feel safe like playing with my kids in there, but at least it's across the street from some greenery.
Right. And it's a public area too.
And
So
yeah, and it's a little bit more of a busy street, which in this type of neighborhood is better than, being hidden away and emboldening criminals.
right.
And then in combination with the way I do my lighting and cameras and stuff, it might actually work out.
Yeah. Okay. So let me try to
Yeah, I'll
locate.
shoot you over my email, and then you kind of like, you could feel her out and see what you think would fly as far as like an offer price.
Okay.
And then, I would still like to run it through my bank, but I will have cash as a backup.
Okay.
So initially for the LOI, what we can do is, you can talk to her too a little bit, feel her out.
Mhm.
Normally I would do like a due diligence period of like, 7 to 14 days, depending on what makes sense to you guys. And then, like maybe, 30 to 40 day escrow after that, if we're gonna go the bank route.
Okay.
But once you send me the rent rolls, I'll be able to tell you if it's even worth it or not. Because like if the rent rolls, like my bank requires a 1.30 DSCR. So if we calculate on 1.30, well, you're only gonna get like 280 or something. We might as well just make them a strong cash offer, and that might even give us a little bit more capability of just bouncing it.
Okay. So let me get that rent rolls for you because for some reason I can't find it. I'm looking through the Crexy website and it's not available. So they have it somewhere. She said that, but it's not there. Okay. All right. Let me work on that and then I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay, sounds good. So
All
I'll
right.
shoot you over my email. I just pulled up to Monterey for the car show, so
Oh, nice.
if I don't answer, just text me and I'll text you right back.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks, Rodney.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
What up, guys? Sorry, I was on a couple of like meeting calls for some leads that I do for other people.
No worries. I've been just making phone calls with the broker and the investor for this that 9 unit I posted on my Instagram the other day. I actually got a hit. So
Which deal is that one?
you remember the other day you reposted it for me, that 9 unit in Las Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
the one that's 800,000. So I had one of my realtor buddies sent it to his investor, and then he's like, "Ooh, I got some interest on it. I just got to find him the rent rolls, which I can't locate."
Can't look at it anymore.
I'm starving.
Come on. That's so dope, Josh. I just read that. Yeah, I hope it all works out and qualifies.
Yo, what's good, brother?
What's up, G? Sorry, I was on a live call. What's cracking?
Sure, I'm sure. What's it called? Bro, do you know anybody closing on market deals, seller finance and stuff too? Like, are you doing that right now?
Have I closed anything seller finance on market just yet? No, but I work a shitload of them.
Dude, because that is such a fucking open avenue right now, man. And it's like I'm already pitching it, but the people that I have, like Jet, like she's good and all, but she's like super busy. I'm like, fucking, I get it, but there's opportunity there. Someone there can match with the back end of it.
Yeah, I'm super slammed too. It was hard for me to work with agents because I'm already over slammed. Like it's hard for me to go and make submit offers when I'm already having several deals that I'm calling working and looking at. But yeah, my team, like Ben and Josh and Lauren and Leo, I know they do a lot of the Elephant Challenge, the agent outreach and stuff. And so they're open to pitching the seller financing. And we have a couple of agents that we have in Atlanta and in Florida that already know how we work, how as investors, and they already ask all their clients for like if they're open to terms and stuff like that. But it's definitely a great avenue because what happens is a lot of wholesalers are the ones that do the agent outreach, not a lot of creative finance students.
Right. That's one of the reasons I started that California group specifically was to connect the actual students with the sub-2 students because it's like there's so much connection there, right? But
Let me know if you can kind of pitch it and stuff like that, and you need help. Just call me when you have like a deal that like somebody's open to action terms,
Yeah, no, I've already been pitching that too here and I basically pitched seller finance to come up in price, and the pitching is the easy part. The thing is the logistics behind it. Like I don't know any of that.
That's fine. I could do that. So it's like what I like to do is I like to always try to see if the seller is open to try to give us the terms first, so we can always counter. Most likely it's because we also have to know like a couple things, like if there's a mortgage, what's that amount, how much are they paying to that, what's the market rent, so then you can start doing your numbers, because you're gonna think if they owe a monthly payment, there's that, and then there's most likely going to be equity on top, so then there's going to be equity payment, or if we're going to have to keep them in a position where we don't make any payments to the equity depending on how much money we're giving them down, and then we got to see what we can max out the rents for, or we're going to do a wrap and see how much we can charge on top of the market rent. So then that's kind of why, like, those are just some of the simple questions. Do you already get those ones or no? Like, do you already get all that information? Huh?
You would be the perfect guy here.
Oh yeah, anything you need, bro. Fucking, I feel like I'm the perfect guy on the phone for anybody's deal. As I get better, as I get stronger, man, and I work a lot of deals, but I don't know everything just yet. And I'm not the best underwriter. That's what's going to stop me back from being one of the best, is just underwriting. So over the next few months, as we underwrite, I'll be up there with the best anyways. I'm not too worried about it.
Okay, let me see. You're in the valley, right?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. Let me see how I can best strategize, because I'm definitely pitching seller finance to agents now. But in order to clue in, what's the point of you can't close them basically kind of thing.
Yeah, just call me. Just hit me with like a 911 text. I'm pretty slammed, so when I see 911, I'll do my best to stop doing what I'm doing and get to you.
For sure.
Yeah, but I got you, bro. Just do your best.
All right.
Do your best, and what's gonna help you out too, man, is those fucking live calls with me. I know that you're not in sub 2 to hear their live calls, so those live calls that I do are gonna get you the best information, because we get a lot of live calls, and the leads aren't like VA leads. They're not cold leads. Everybody's leads a hot lead, so I get into action-packed phone calls on a day-to-day basis now.
Yeah, no facts, man. I'm trying to hop in there, but I got this TV shit going on
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, or YouTube. It's all recorded on YouTube. You just fast forward through some of the videos and like just try to hear the main calls. I guess we worked 2 Morby method deals, right? I don't know, one was for like 600 grand, and one was for like 1.9 million. And and they both became open to it. I explained exactly what the Morby method was, how I'm supposed to come up with all the money, how I'm gonna have to put them in silent positions and not make payments to their equity because I'm gonna be giving them more money down than they're asking, all this type of shit. But that's what you need to get on so you can hear it. It's easier for you to start pitching it to the agents.
For sure. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm gonna put it there right now.
All right, cool.
All right, for sure, bro. Thank you.
Please. I got this fucking seller I got to call back. He's pissed. He's pissed because we sent over a proposal to buy his house at 1.4 million. One of that deals I verbally closed on last Thursday. Found out the numbers are not going to work. We needed like 200 grand less. So we're gonna see how that call's gonna go because this motherfucker's been blowing up my phone, like calling me to sign. I haven't. I've been too busy to even get to him, so I know he's probably pissed. I'm gonna hit him with. I need like 200 G's off. Yes.
Not anymore. You need to back in the day. The powerful belief on doing things. Living you. It works fast and you won't think.
Fucking recording is that? Oh yeah. What's cracking, guys? We're just drafting a proposal right now. You think we should jump off and get back on this in a little bit, or what?
What's
Are
up?
you guys making calls?
No,
Yeah.
I'm-
Yeah, Car-
I gotta draft a fucking proposal right now before the end of the day. I might as well. I'm just gonna take the next fucking 30 or 40 minutes to draft. I already wrote it all down. I'm just gonna put it into my Word document, and then once I'm done with that, I'll schedule an appointment with one of my lenders. But I just need to get that out of the way because I need to fucking close the bar. My ass fucking totally forgot to get a lender on one of my deals, and they're like, "Carlos, we're closing tomorrow." I'm like, "Oh shit, I forgot to get a lender for the deal." So I have like, I don't know, 6 hours to fucking figure something out.
oh, shit. What do you need, Carlos?
Oh, that's right, Ben. I need like 20 grand for like 3 to 6 months.
shit, Ben's got that in his shoe.
I wish, man. Hey, I was telling Josh, I think you were on the phone. Some sub 2 student hit me up that needed to gator wrestle a deal on a big ass like a over $1 million deal, and they only need 15K and they're willing to pay me 22.5. So on top of my 15K, so I'll get like 37.5, and it closes on the 5th.
That's a fire deal.
Yeah, fuck yeah. So I'm actually working out the details right now.
That's so fire.
That fire. That'll be my best deal I've fucking gotten so far. Like as far as return.
Yeah. We got somebody to offer me all cash for one of the wraps I was gonna do. He just wants to buy it cash, but he's coming in too low. Yeah. Brad's like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "Don't even fucking ask me that. There's only like 7 grand profit in there."
Yeah.
Yeah, but this deal that we locked up,
Tell
though,
him he can get all cash, but give us still a percentage on it.
yeah. Looking like yesterday, like I was working that deal. Were you on the call yesterday when I was working a deal and I'm trying to buy it on terms on Morby method? It's
Yeah.
that one in Palm Springs for like
With the
1.9.
couple?
Not that one. It was the one before that one.
Oh yeah, the one before that one.
Yeah, the guy's like, "Okay, if I sell it to you, can I keep some of the equity share?" And I was like, "No, I want to keep that." That's exactly my response was. Well, no, I'm buying it. That's mine.
Nah.
You didn't hear it? I never said yes. It was so funny because he's like, "Well, if we do it this way, can I keep some of the equity share?" I was like,
Hell
"Well, no, I'm buying it. It's gonna be my house. I'm gonna keep all that." They're laughing their ass at it.
That show's funny.
Like, bitch, you're already charging me an arm and a leg. I thought you were gonna charge me 1.9. You're charging me 2.25.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
like,
did you hear my conversation with the broker, the multifamily broker?
No, I
Carlos?
didn't. What happened?
Oh, no. It was a good conversation. I was trying to let Ben listen to it because he was curious about guess, how to talk to some brokers and whatnot. So I just kind of kept it open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it went
Once I
well.
do another month or two of me doing this right here, we're gonna really go all time in the multifamily. Those people who have those names right now will be behind us once I jump in full time. Our names will be the ones to fucking be the multifamily guys. Anything,
Oh, yeah.
anything I put my name on, I'm gonna stamp that bitch and we're gonna move it forward. It's just right now, I'm just trying to accumulate properties while I'm broke, so then I don't have to be broke. And then after that, I'll fucking really learn. I'll probably watch a whole bunch of YouTube videos on underwriting, learn everything I need to learn about commercial, like do my due diligence like I've been doing for everything else. I'll actually get in there full speed. I have a couple multifamily books that have all the terminology in there, how to invest in multifamily, how to do multifamily with Grant Cardone, one with Peter Harris, fucking a couple other people. And then I'll just get in there, bro, and we'll start getting real deals. So then we can actually try to get in there and
Get this book. I haven't read it fully yet, but I think this is the one from Brandon Turner. This is for 5 units or more. This is their multifamily book. Yeah, you have to get volume 2 because volume 2 is the ones with bigger multifamily.
All right.
You know Brandon Turner, right? Or of him?
Does he wear glasses?
He's like a tall, like 6'3" guy that was one of the hosts. He was like the #1 host for Bigger Pockets.
I don't even know what Bigger Pocket. I mean, I just found out what Bigger Pocket was and shit.
Yeah. So Bigger Pockets, they have a lot of great content. They interview a lot of like serious investors on there.
Mhm.
And even like that kid that was on Pace's live on Sunday, Dave interviewed him too.
What kid?
Was it Cody? Cody something?
Oh, the multifamily guy?
Yeah,
The one
multifamily
the one
kid.
you were telling me about that we need to do deals with, right?
Yeah, that one. But I've noticed like now on
The
Facebook,
G, the kid who did it at 19, huh? He was 19 years old and he bought like
yeah,
I mean, then 20 bought a bigger one.
yeah.
What did you
Like what was I gonna say? So on Facebook, I kind of started noticing people are starting to tag like the team, like all us 4 in like every single some kind of post.
And before I got into real estate, I tried to rent one of the apartments from him. And then I remembered that he wanted to get rid of the place. So I've been kind of working with him and kind of trying to structure it as like a hybrid deal because he has a mortgage and then he was going to sell or finance the rest to me. But his mortgage rate is like 7.5. So I'm like, that's not even really something.
the shit?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, that's not even something I want to take over, really. So I'd rather just I have done some research on the 203K before, and it just hit me. I'm like, man, this would be perfect for that.
Yeah, that's a good tool to utilize.
4 doors or less, and you have to live in it, which is fine with me. I mean, right now, I mean, me and my girl broke up a couple months ago, so I don't really have anything. You know, I have no reason not to.
Yep. Nice.
So, boom, it's going to be a fucking perfect start.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like eventually, I think since we're the most consistent ones all together, always on Zoom, I kind of feel like once we start doing like the multifamily stuff, we should definitely team up and close the deal multifamily together, because it's kind of like how Joseph Mudd and Myron and Oscar, they're all doing it together.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree.
We already got
Yeah,
everyone's got their own specific specialty between us 4. I think we have the perfect energy for it. It's just we got to find the deals, and then deal flow is starting to come around, right?
yeah. Now it's kind of like a numbers game, just waiting for the right one to pop up. And
Hell yeah. I'm game for that.
Because if you guys really want, like, obviously commercials on another level, right? I mean, obviously everyone always starts off at single family and then build their way up to multifamily. But once we start like specializing in multifamily and we get our niche going, bro, this is like nonstop. We're just gonna be finding deals and we're just putting people in place. And I think the biggest thing that people are really scared of is finding funding for it, right?
Yep.
Because everyone's always like, how do I get $1 million plus to be deposited, or who's going to fund us this type of deal? But there's obviously Carlos already knows, Ben already knows that there's
Yeah.
so many money out. There's so much money out there.
There's so much.
And once we start getting that, like, everyone's gonna start noticing, they're just gonna throw money at us. That's how easy it's gonna be.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really focusing on how to build private capital right now. And I'm getting a lot of people reach out to me. So I'm actually talking to Maj too, Carlos. He's also
Majid?
yeah, he's Maj.
Yeah, Majid, the black fool who works out like every day. I'm a
Yeah.
fucking beast. Yeah, I talk to him. I
Yeah.
talk to him every once.
And he's been connecting with me a lot, try to see how we can start raising a ton of capital. Because like I just send you that screenshot. Somebody asked me for $1 million for a down payment. I'm pretty sure it's for a multi. So I'm getting like these big amounts that people are asking for. So now I gotta step up my game and start getting people that have that kind of capital that want to invest in real estate. So I gotta really start connecting with some big dogs.
That's the way to do it. Yeah,
And that's gonna help us out too if we want to buy some multifamily and or get in the door with big multifamily units.
yeah.
Carlos, what if you think we could hook Ben up with Vina's number?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because
Send,
she
send her. Send some.
she knows how to fucking get capital.
Yeah, she's bad.
Oh yeah, Vina. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Didn't you talk to her the other day, Carlos?
Yeah, I talked to her. She's cool. I educated her the other day. There was a difference.
I talked to her this morning, told her happy birthday, told her eat that cake.
Now,
Josh was trying to eat that cake. Look at him.
Eh, no
Fucking
comment.
Josh. You dog, you. You dog.
Respectfully.
Yeah, she's cool, dude. Definitely hit her up. She's obviously she's a humble person and answers people's calls. She's answered me on Instagram before. She's helped me look at a deal on Instagram before, and then obviously she was looking to sell, so she took my call, but was open to talking. I discussed a couple of strategies with her, and she don't really give a fuck about creative financing or single family homes, anyways. But
She's a big dog, but she's like a real one for sure.
yeah, she's
Oh,
cool. Yeah. She knows what's up.
Yeah, I think when we were at Clever Summit and she came on stage, did I tell you, Carlos? I was like, bro, we need to fucking work with this girl.
Yeah,
Like-
I literally texted her from when she got off the stage, and within like a minute.
Oh yeah, you told me that. Yeah,
Huh?
you told me that. I remember you
Yeah.
told me that.
She was on stage, and right after I was like, I want to work with you. I like messaged her and said, I think you're badass. I want to work with you. And she responded like within a minute from there. Like, thank you.
Yeah.
that's dope.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish up this proposal. You guys gonna stay on here?
I'm gonna jump off because I gotta put this proposal together on that Gator deal right now.
Yeah.
I'll probably stay on here, but I'll be doing General Motors work. I'm just on a 20-minute break right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on. I'm just eating right now, and then I'll hop back on the screen, but I'm just eating my lunch.
Cool. I'll try and jump.
I'm just gonna draft the proposal. So I'll stay on, but I'm just gonna put it on mute and lower this so I can get it done.
I'll jump back on shortly.
All right. Put
Good.
myself on mute.
Like. Ooh, Carlos.
What up, yeah?
I just got a text from that one of the people in Cathedral City there. Said they have a heavy Cathedral City fixer. Is there a number that you would be happy to pick this up at? I can always go to work on it.
Who sent it to you?
Her name's Haley Howe.
I don't know her. How you finding so many things in my area?
Cuz dog, I'm a fucking scout out there in these streets. No.
Oh, in these streets,
because-
cuz.
Same way I met you, because I was out in your neighborhood fucking looking for shit. It's all from
That's
Philip.
funny. That was a cool
No, I don't know how
conversation.
that all worked out. Really, just because Philip kind of linked me, and I linked with you before I linked with Philip.
No, we got on a phone call and you told me you had Philip, or no. You know what? Your end buyer, the one that you had, he wasn't the one who bought the house.
No, he
It
wasn't.
was
and that's how
it was
Anna-
Philip. Yeah,
Yep.
it was Philip. So yeah, you didn't know Philip. You found him because of within 24 hours though.
Yeah, because I had the other dude, Austin,
Yeah.
and Austin didn't want it. And so then I found Philip and boom.
I just talked to Scott yesterday too. Scott sent me another deal. What a coincidence, huh?
Nice. I was just thinking about him the other day. I was gonna hit him up.
I told him like he was like, yeah, it was cool because yesterday he got to tell me like that check really saved his ass.
Yeah, he said he was like fucking like $6,000 behind on his electric bill or some shit.
It was crazy.
I didn't know how you
And-
get that far
and
behind.
we,
your
I
electric.
got like that was really cool for me to hear that. I liked it. That was dope.
Yeah, that was sweet for all of us, really. That was
Yeah, it came
Yeah.
definitely needed. I needed that check at the time. Like I still need another one right now.
and that showed me shit was real too. Period. Between, this shit was real and showed me you were real. Because everyone's like, "Oh, you didn't get a JV agreement?" I'm like, nah, I think I'm pretty good at reading people. And if
I'm
this
a good
dude,
person. If I wanted to
And-
steal, I never robbed from people.
well,
might
my
not-
thing is too, like you're trying, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to fucking build yourself and build your business, especially in like all these Facebook groups and stuff. I'm like, why would this dude burn me? And when I would just go and fucking burn him online, and then his reputation's fucking done. Like I don't even think he would do that. So I ain't even
Yeah.
worried about it. I'm like, I'm like, and if he does, whatever. Shit happens.
Yeah. Good shit. Let's see.
That's how it all started.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna
All right. Should I buy this deal? Okay. 1,800 square feet. It's a mobile home. 1,800 square feet. 1988.
Have you bought mobile homes yet?
Yeah, my first the first home that I actually did a sub 2 on was a manufactured home.
Okay.
I bought a second one with Ben, but then we're just gonna wholesale it or terminate it because the mobile home park, they want us to run our credit and we're like, fuck you guys, we don't want to do that.
And then when you guys buy a mobile home, is it always cash?
No, it was creative. I don't buy anything cash.
Right. Because there was one that came.
I just got okay, so I'm buying a 7 unit, and the guy who said he has a 7 unit, he's working on a 54 fucking unit right now in Texas for 6.4 million. That's 118 a door. And I'm like, I'm creative, right? And he goes, ain't nobody buying this shit cash. Is all creative, homie. It's the same guy who I bought the deal with in Valdosta that I closed tomorrow. Nick.
Nick.
Too.
Mhm.
He's gonna lock up the 7-plex for me, sell it to me, and then he's working on a 54. He's actually a person that knows what he's doing. Like I don't know how he sounds on the phone, but I'm just saying, but when the deals come my way from him, I actually am interested in buying them compared to when I was talking earlier, who I was talking about was Daryl Banks or whatever, or Derek.
Oh, yeah.
Remember how we got on the phone and I explained all that shit to him and he just didn't fucking know where the fuck we
Oh,
were?
right. Yeah.
That's the majority of people. Is like that. They really don't know. They just wholesale. They don't.
Yeah.
The reality is, if you're bringing me a deal and don't have like 7 points of entry fees, then you're still learning it. And then at the same time, like if you don't know the strategies and things like that too, I'm able to understand. I'm able to hear you and hear like if you don't have those strategies down. I've seen a lot of people who just fucking who don't have it yet, like who just don't know the strategy. They just sit down, listen to Q&A, and just wholesale.
Right. Interesting.
Though we're not gonna post this.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
Josh, you're not posting this stuff, right? I mean, there's
What's
nothing
up?
really to post this stuff for. No, you're not posting this recording, right?
Yeah, it's live. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's on YouTube Live. It's on the sub too right now live.
Air out your dirty laundry now.
That is very true. We use the conversation.
No, I'll edit and cut all this shit.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
have
good.
to even keep any of this if you don't want to, unless you want to save some of what Stan. I didn't get to hear it.
Nah.
fucking my recruiter from sub 2 was just hitting me up because somebody else reached out from TTP that wanted to join and recommend and use my name. And so my recruiter's like, hey, he's like, have you talked to him yet? He's like, he told me, he's like, what do you think? Is he gonna come in? I'm like, this motherfucker is gonna come in for a fact. And he goes, I was like, yeah, he's a TTP student like I am, you know? And then he goes, bro, TTP and sub 2 is honestly the most powerful combination I've ever seen. He goes, not only you, but a lady named Ingrid Hernandez and another girl, Kirsten DeVito, all former TTP students who just killed it once they came into work with us sub 2. Like, that's what's up. Love it.
Yeah, Ingrid's the shit. I love Ingrid. She's like one of the first people I reached out to, and she like fucking answered my call. Well, she called me like right away, and I was like, what? I didn't even know anything then. She just gave me like a list of things. She's like, here, go do this. I'm like, all right.
Logged into the center of learning there. For anyone that's been a long while since you've logged in, you can go ahead and click on the "What is my ID?"
Looking at this deal to buy real quick. It's a good deal.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Heather? How are you? I'm so peachy. Thank you so much. Man, fantastic. Just got some time to take a look at your deal really quick. So the ARV, you like ran comps, or are you in the area of Texas? Okay. And do you know if this manufactured home or mobile home, whatever it is does it own its own land?
Yes.
Okay.
An acre.
Perfect. Because I just closed on one, same thing, and it's in Georgia, in a market that's smaller, and it has 1 acre. And I like buying deals like this because I do wraps. I wrap them.
That's exactly what I feel like this bill should be done.
Yeah, so I would do the same. And if it's really worth 225 to 250, you know, as a wrap, you can charge like 20 grand over the market, over the ARV. So it's like, it is 225, 250 what we can achieve it. If it is 250, we can probably get 260, 270 for it. So the money down is cool. Looks good, like the amount of money down to you and the whole entry fee. First off, thank you for having that. I've analyzed and looked at a lot of deals from sub 2 students who just have like money down to the seller and themselves. So you actually give me the actual entry fees, so that's great. So now I know it's 21,816 is basically the approximate number that I'm gonna need. That happened to me on this deal that I just closed anyway. It was the same thing. It had 3 months of arrears, and then by the time we closed, it was the 4th month, which actually it just happened. We closed, I think, today, and the payment was due today, so we had to pay the 4th month. Okay, so the 53 plus like $1,300 on top. Okay. So let's say like $6,500 or something. Okay. So just add it. It'll probably be like closer to 23,000 for everything. Okay. So I'm gonna run it by one of my partners, Brad. We buy properties like this, we do wraps. I like it, so I know what he likes too and what he looks for. He introduced me to like how he does all his wraps and exits by selling the notes. And so I'm just gonna do a little bit of homework and I'll probably do my own comp on it myself really quick. And once I do, I'll call you back and say yes or no, okay? Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, of course, no worries.
Bye. Might be buying 1 or 2 properties today. Boom. That was a deal, a manufactured home in a small market in Texas. And I like it. See, that was a good sub-2 student. She gave me the 7 points of entry fees. It was 21 grand. It wasn't a lot of money. That's everything included. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go. Well, you're buying it for 21K?
No, I'm buying it for 100 and I'm buying it sub-2, so it's in arrears, just like the manufactured home I just bought. I basically am just saving their ass. So we're not giving them any money. We're giving a $7,000 assignment fee, no money to the seller, catching up their 5 grand in arrears or $6,500 in arrears. So it basically just helping them out, you know. That's
Right.
what I love. That's actually the other. I haven't even talked to the sub-2 student like that, and she actually locked up a deal that made sense.
Nice. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call real quick. Yo,
What's up, bro?
what up? I haven't gotten a call back from Colton. I guess he got slammed this weekend.
No, that's all right, dude. Hey, listen, I got presentations with the seller of a fourplex, right?
You're chopping up.
And now they're open to, they're like, well, what would that look like? What do you mean, like owner carry? So now they're starting to ask questions about it because I think they're getting desperate, obviously, with $100,000 price increase or decrease. You know what I mean?
And this is a 4-unit.
yeah.
This is a 4-unit in Reno.
Yeah, but I think they have like 2 students living in each unit, and they're all paying like
Yo,
between 800 and 1,000
so the
plus they're
deal,
charging for parking.
I looked at it. Looked at
Like I
the
got
wrap.
to
So
keep telling like
she
the
said that
railroads and their I guess they call it a
27 years left on the
fucking,
mortgage. So since they're in arrears,
at the Estoppel, like
Estoppel?
yeah, an Estoppel. We got all the information.
and
Okay.
So our entry fee is like 23 grand. It's 21 right now, but by the time we close on it, I think there's gonna be an additional payment.
20. See, I don't know how Pay structures that shit where, because I've seen on some of the videos where he gets the owner to carry 25% without payments for like 5 years.
Yeah, it's a
So-
silent position.
It's a balance of
Okay, so
178.
with that, do you
And
put
she said the
money down
ARV
on
is
the
225 to
75% loan?
250. She said
Numbers
that.
make sense, or is that count as a down payment?
Well, depends on what they want for a down payment, right? So if they're carrying 25%, then you got to figure out where the other 75% is coming from.
Well, I'm assuming a loan, like a regular loan, 30-year loan.
Yeah, so whoever the end buyer is gonna end up having to put down money towards the seller, right? Because the seller's gonna want something down.
So I'm
Unless-
just gonna call the realtor and see what's up on the comp, see if that's valid. It's a manufactured home on its own land, 1 acre.
So what if they're making money, like
And
they're okay
that's
with
basically the
walking
information I
away
have
with
so
cash?
far. The
So the difference between the
Google Drive that I
75%
sent
and whatever
you,
they owe
it
on
has
the
the
property
address
if they already paid it off.
on it. Once you
I
put
guess
it
I could ask those questions to the sellers.
Yeah, find out as much numbers as possible. The more details, the better, obviously. But just figure out what their real motivation is, and then we usually tailor the conversation based on that motivation, right? Because we can always find out
what the condition of the property is and what their timeline. But the most two proper ones are always the price that they want and then the motivation. And if we can find out what the real motivation is, we can tailor the terms based on what that is. If they're really hurting, then obviously we can press on the pain and then kind of structure it that way.
I finally got her
Yeah,
phone.
that's great, is all, you know.
She was private, and she like some reason I don't know what I was typing, opened up and she gave me her phone number today. She said call or text me. I said, hey, listen, I have to get with my investor and run some numbers.
What do you think?
But I just message her back and say, hey, listen, like, are you open to hopping on a quick 5-10 minute call? My investor has a few questions, and after we talk,
Oh, I forgot about that.
we're better put together.
I got so many deals, I got so many deals, and I forgot what I was looking at.
Sure.
Or what do you think?
Yeah, we can do that. I'm out of the house at 3:30. I gotta, or so I'll be out of the house probably around 3 o'clock. I only got 2 hours left.
Shit.
If it's not today, we can always figure out tomorrow.
Yeah, we can figure out because I'm going into a training right now. But in the meantime, I
In
will
about an hour and a half, you should be.
find out like what the motivate. I don't like asking those questions on text. I think I might just give her a
No,
call.
don't ever ask that on text. It's always better to talk, right? Because you can feel it based on their voice and all that. If you want, do you have my email address? You can forward me the financials and then I can underwrite it so we have a bit of guidance on where we need to be at.
500,000.
We could just jump on the phone tomorrow because
480.
you know with $100,000 price increase. So I think they also used a flat fee brokerage to get it on the MLS because I was like, hey, I gotta talk to your agent. She's like, no, we're representing ourselves.
Basically,
We're
it's
on
like
like
just
percent
the
of the buyer's agent. I'm like, all right, but I see you're
amount
listed
of money
on
down.
the MLS and Reno. But then I looked up the brokerage and it's like a flat fee brokerage. It paid like $400 to get it on there.
But
Yeah.
he also said that he's ranking
Getting
54
the-
units somewhere in
Yeah, so like,
Texas on
do you
data
have to
financing,
use proper
so
channels
then
to
we get all that
communicate through the
information, maybe.
agent still though? Because like I said, like,
If she's saying that they list it themselves, but it's listed through a brokerage,
Per door.
you still have to follow the proper
And so
channels, right?
as soon as we
Because
get some financials and
if
everything.
they are
on that,
listing with a flat
it's
fee
working out
brokerage, you don't know
pretty
what
good,
their
so
disclosures
that's
are
gonna be a
on there.
good deal.
And then you're gonna end up they're gonna end up having to
For
owe
sure,
them
we'll use your
commission,
guys'
which is gonna take money out of the proceeds of what we're underwriting it at.
Cool.
And we don't know what that
Just
is.
wanted
I
to
said
run
they're
that
gonna
one
take
scenario with
they're
you
gonna
on
end
that
up
deal,
taking out
and
commission,
I'll get some comps
which
on
we
it
need
and we'll go from
and
there.
we need to
I'll update you.
account for, right? Because if it's a 1%
All right, bye.
and then we're going around them,
on the site, like if they went with the premium, it's $299 plus 0.5%. But all the other three options are like $600, which they pay up front. So I guess I could also ask her, hey, listen, like what option did you choose with the brokerage? But after she told me, you know, after I found it was listed, I felt weird because I'm like, man, I should be talking to your agent. But then I looked at this agent and it's a flat free brokerage, and I'm just not familiar with those fucking things.
yeah,
Yeah.
because most of the time it doesn't sound like they're gonna be the one negotiating with it. I think it would be the direct to seller. They might just list it on there for just exposure.
That's what their whole promo video was about. And I was like,
I would just do your due diligence like you're doing and just verify, you always want to triple check.
okay. Well, listen, like based on the rent roll at a 6% interest rate of 75%, it looks like the thing would only cash flow like $1,000 a month. And that's if the seller didn't get any money down and just carry the whole 25%. So
Yeah, because if
also-
they're willing to walk away with whatever they owe, then that would be ideal. But sometimes they always want some kind of equity to walk away too. So that's something that we can always lean on in the conversation.
So I can kind of ask like, hey, I noticed you guys purchased this for, $500 some dollars. It looks like you put quite a bit of money on it. Like, hey, basically for your loan, if you even have, like, do you have a loan that you can pay off or you own it outright? I'm sure they're trying to recoup rehab money and their initial purchase price, right? But
Yeah.
75% would be $900,000, and I can't imagine they put $400,000 into the property, even though it does look like it's been nicely renovated. So, based on the pictures.
Yeah. Well, just forward me the financials, and then I can underwrite it once I have time. Do you have?
All right, bro.
I'll send you my email address.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Danny.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Um,
Realtor. Ugh. Your mom goes to college? It's pretty rude, huh? Your mom goes to college. Disrespect.
What, bro?
Yeah, you know what's up with it, cuz. What up, then?
My mom did used to go to college.
What?
At the same time I went to college. So I heard, and it was right when Napoleon Dynamite came out. So all my
Love
buddies,
Napoleon Dynamite.
me too.
It's probably the most stupid, funny. Nacho Libre is the best, though. There's no hands down. I mimic that fucking movie all day, every day behind me.
Yo, what up, brother?
What's up, G?
What's going on, my man? How you doing today?
Good, bro. Just rocking and rolling, grinding. What about you?
That's right. Fucking I was doing a bunch of shit this morning, bro. To my fucking my family and shit, my sisters and shit, needed some help with some shit, but I just got back right now, so I'm about to fucking hop on some calls and shit, try to get some shit rocking and rolling right now.
Let's do it. Rock and roll, bro.
Oh yeah, brother, let's get it, man. I appreciate the call, brother. I love you, man.
Love you too, bro. Just anything you need. Just make sure you have your head on right, put on some music in the background and fucking blow out every call. Confident every time. Don't worry if somebody bothers you or cusses you out. Just each time it's like a new day. Just remember that. New call, new day. Same thing. Just move on.
New call, new day, new skill, baby.
New skill, baby. All right, man.
All right, brother.
All right, let's make some money. Bye. All right. I feel like I'm calling somebody. Oh, I know who I'm calling.
Maybe I'm. So after an investor, we have the property tax. You must invest in my place.
That one?
Hey, I'm looking for who am I calling? This is Claver Realty or Claver Realty?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, yeah, my name is Carlos Reese. I'm looking to purchase a property right there in Doswood Tree. It's a manufactured home on some land. And
Okay.
I just need, since I'm not a realtor, I can't get any comps on there. I can't see any like prices of comps. I just wanted to know if I can give you the address, and if you're able to help me with the comps, I'd like to use you once I fix it and sell it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm driving. If you give me the address, I'll write down. I can't give you the cops for a second. If you give me, because I'm driving, but if you give me your phone number, I'll call you back up with them.
Okay, is this your cell phone?
Yes.
Would you like me? I could text you my name, number, and then the address.
Perfect.
Okay,
I've got a couple, like, I'm out on the appointment right now, but she's like, I'll be happy to help you.
okay, no rush. Just whenever you're free. You go ahead and just get it back to me if you can, and that's what I'll do. What's your name? Oh, okay. Pleasure to meet you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Oh, babe. Babe,
Okay, so I'll go ahead and send you a
I
text.
need
right now.
to I need to pick him up by 3:30 to get
That's
to
it.
our first appointment at 4. I forgot I need to pick him up by 3:30 so I can get to my first appointment by 4.
Okay, I can leave a little bit earlier.
So I have to pick up one of the Bellagio. So I need to leave here at least by 3:15. Sorry, you guys heard that.
What happened?
No, I was playing with my kid. I forgot that my headphone speakers were still on.
Oh, Gucci. Let's see. Dirty little birdie. Bro, I was talking to Brad earlier today on a rap deal that I'm looking at. And this motherfucker, I forgot what number we were on. 65 grand or yeah, like 65 grand or something. And I found the comp was like 130. He goes, all right, bro. Yeah, this could sell for like 160 to 170. I'm like, damn, you charge like $30,000 to $40,000 over your fucking ARV? He goes, yeah. I'm like, dude, you're fucking real bold. I love it. All right. All right, I'm gonna make some calls right now. This one's gonna be, I'm not gonna like this call. Who gives a fuck?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Kelly? It's Carlos, left Coast Buyers.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, sorry, I seen all your calls. I had a lot of like live trainings this last couple of days, so I was in like long Zooms and didn't really have my phone available.
Wondering if I could eliminate your offer from telling people about it because the realtor sent the papers over and your boss hasn't signed them. So I just want to confirm whether it's yes or no with the offer. So
Yeah, so I got on the phone call with George today too, and this is where we are on the property. I had spoke to him. I thought he had said yes, he had signed it, but he had said yes to a different deal. So either it was my miscommunication or his. That's where I got confused and told you, yeah, that we had signed yours. So I just got done talking with him. Say that again.
thank you.
Yeah, that was total either mine or his one. So yeah. So this is what I spoke with George. So we had this deal off of Filbert Drive in Walnut Creek, and it's kind of similar property to yours. We bought it for 1.25, and we did the ARV on it. We got our comp analysis and everything, and came back to 1.8, 1.9. So it's active right now. It's on market, and we have it listed for the closer to 1.7, 1.8. but all our offers are much lower. They're at like 1.59, 1.5. And so if it comes down to us having to sell it, we might take like $50,000 to $100,000 loss on that. And that's a big issue with now looking at your property, because we expected this property to sell for 1.8, 1.9, and we haven't even gotten offers in there close to it.
Well, you know what you're doing, but that's Walnut Creek, and that's a different school district, and that's not a view home. But you know how you do your cost. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but what does that mean for us?
So this is what I was thinking, for the number to still stay the same and work. I know that I spoke with George, and that it would make more sense for us if we can do it on terms at that number, meaning give you some money down and make some payments, or in a scenario where that, go ahead.
Working every angle. I admire that.
Yeah, well, so that's the great thing about, not only buying cash, it's the fact that we can work it so many ways. So we looked at it cash now, and now it's just, if we do it cash, since we're taking a loss on this other deal, just even if it's a different area, it's $300,000 less than what we had seen and ran our comps by. And so for it to work cash, I know that it would only make more sense if we had got it closer to that 1.25. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for us. We don't want to lose any more money compared to this deal we're already going to lose on. And I don't know if that works with you, Cash, but if it doesn't, then the terms, yeah, the term option is closer, either 1.45. Or I was thinking there's two ways we can do it on terms if you're open to it. There is one where we can buy it with some money down and then make payments over time to you. The payments would just need to be less than what we can rent it out for. That's one way. Or another way would be if basically we partnered with you and we came in, we brought the funds and all the money, the crews, and we renovated it, and then we just listed it together and we sold it so we could actually sell it for the maximum. And that way I'm not spending 1.45 cash out of my pocket. I'm just spending all the renovations, and whatever we make, whatever we sell it for, we come to agreements that you're taking the 1.45, we're going to pay the realtor out together, and then we'll take the remaining balance. That would be a way that would work.
I'll think about it, but if I wanted to go the renovation route, I would just do it myself. I'm in no need of funds. But I didn't want to do that route. So, but thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And one thing to consider too is that ours is more of a last resort. I'd love for you to get the number you're looking for cash. I know it's the best way for you. But one thing to consider if you happen to sell it to us on the terms, we're not doing it all cash, so you defer the capital gain part. You're not going to pay that large tax up front on it. It's not going to be an all cash purchase.
Yeah, thank you. I will consider it, and so I could mark you off where we don't have your offer pending because it never was. So that's
correct. Yes,
so
that's where we can mark it for now. Yeah.
I probably will just keep the price, take it off the market.
That's a good scenario for you as well. Whatever's going to work for you. Either if you can't come to agreement with another cash buyer, listing it's going to be your best way. If it's not working like right now, keeping it, maybe renting it out, doing an Airbnb, something like that might be a way for you.
How do you guys feel about this market turning? Do you feel 2 years, 3 years? How do you feel? What do you see?
So I'm thinking over the next 12 to 18 months, we still got some purchasing power. It's just moving downwards. I think that in 2 to 3 years, the economy will start to stabilize, meaning I don't think it's going to come down much further after the 2 or 3 years. And around closer to like 5 to 7 years from now is when things should be more firm, coming back up. Interest rates could be better for people to cash out, refinance. I know that right now that when I'm purchasing properties on terms, that I'm no longer buying them at 2 years or 3 years, for the fact that if I'm paying a high price and then only getting 2 or 3 years, if we go down in the economy, there's no way that I can get it appraised for the price, and then I won't be able to actually perform. So now when I'm doing terms, I'm doing 5-year minimum for right now. Just so I can at least ride out the recession and not have to try to cash out, refinance it, or get an appraiser in there to appraise it and get not appraised for the purchase price I got it at.
Well, that sounds like a good business plan. I might be calling you back in 5 years.
Yeah, no worries. We're always gonna be here.
I'm not gonna sell it cheap, even though cheap is at market value.
Yeah, the only way I can do that is on terms. That's the way that I can pay more on market value is on the term. So the way I see it is when there's a couple ways that I do it this way. Typically when I'm paying closer to market, I try to keep the money down closer to 10% or less. In a scenario where I have to give large amounts of money down, like here's a scenario. I'm working a property in Palm Springs where I live. It's 1.9 million. The homeowner became open to seller finance. Or no, it's 2.35 million. And so he wanted like 800 grand, I think is when he wanted down, because he didn't have additional funds. And so he wanted to downsize, and that's what he thinks he needs to downsize. And so the only way that works for me to get that much money is it would ruin the cash flow, because that's a large amount of money I'm getting from a lender. So that payment would be substantial alone. So the way it would work is, instead of just borrowing 800 grand, I would actually go and get like a non-recourse loan. So I would get the property appraised. Let's say it appraises for 2.35. I then get a loan that's going to give me 70 to 80% of that value. And so if I get 70% of 2.35, it comes out to like 1.65. And so at that point, the only way for me to work with him at that much money down is I would give him now more money than he's asking for. So I would have given him closer to 1.7 instead of 800. And the only thing is, with that 1.7, they're going to want to sit in first position on the property since they funded it. And then the homeowner had to be willing to carry the other 30%. And then on top of that, he's carrying it in a. It's actually not that much. It's the same size as the contracts that I use for them. It's just that, and I'm just breaking it down, like how that one's a technical one. He wants me to go in and give him a lot of money. So that one requires me to go and get a non-recourse loan and give him more money down. The only difference is he's going to sit in second position and in a silent position where I'm not making a payment to his equity. That's why I'm paying him more upfront. So then, because if I do have to make a payment to his equity, I just pulled a loan for like 1.6 and I have a full payment on that. And I won't be able to cash flow the way that I need if I have to pay his remaining $700,000-800,000 in a payment.
Sounds like the budget is tight there. Okay, well, thank you, Carlos. I will be getting back to you in the future, probably.
Yeah,
Good luck on your venture.
if there is a way that we can do this on terms with money down, would there be a number you needed?
Oh, I will definitely keep it in mind. It's never touch the door. Come on, honey, get inside. Dog.
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's touch base and do your thing. Okay, do your thing, and if you decide you want to work with us, you have my number.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Bye. Whatever then, motherfucker, whatever.
Hey, how's it going, man? Well, pretty good, pretty good. Just trying to keep everything busy, everything straight.
I'm sorry,
Oh no, you're fine. I still work at W2 jobs, so I was just doing some work for that. What's going on? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
And what I'm trying to do, I'm geographically right now, I am in Chicago. And I
Mm-hmm.
had to come back here to take care of my mom. She passed away a few months ago, so I'm trying
Oh,
to get back
man.
to Vegas.
Right.
Okay, so basically, I'm working on my first substitute. I haven't done one yet, but I'm working on my first substitute in Vegas.
Awesome.
And
Congrats.
depending on the area, if I can, I'd like to turn that into to an Airbnb and get some type of supplemental income.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a
So
good idea.
that was why I was reaching out to certain other people that keep my attention, that are in the community, especially if they are, in the Las Vegas area.
Yeah. Actually one of our guys, Stan Lopez, he's in the Vegas area and he does a lot of work there, commercial and residential. We do.
I see Stan's number. I haven't been able to call him yet.
Okay.
not?
Do you,
Why not?
oh yeah.
Oh, what's up, Eric? The fuck? When did you get in here?
Might have been doing underwriting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we do. Do you have Zoom?
Zoom?
Yeah, like Zoom meetings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Throughout the week, like our group, we do like live seller calls and we do role playing and stuff like that. And if anybody has questions, or like we all help each other out. If I can send you a link if you want to jump in there, there's a couple guys.
Sure, I would.
Stan's in there right now, actually. I said Stan's actually in there right now, and my other partner Carlos. Yeah, I'll shoot you over the link here when we get off the phone, and if you want to jump on, you can jump on now. If you have any questions, you feel free to come on and ask them.
Well, I was able to ask Stan before this.
Yeah.
This of course applies to you also.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I would like door knocking, forming some boots on the ground until I'm physically able to move back to Vegas. Hopefully, that'll be for Thanksgiving, maybe Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to know was, like, if I can pay, maybe to door knock.
That would be a question. Yeah, that would be a question for Stan, because I know he's well connected in the Vegas community there. So, and I know he does do a lot of door knocking on the weekends. So, yeah, I say let's ask him, because he would know, and he'll definitely be able to direct you. If not him, I'm sure he knows some guys that could help you out.
Okay.
So yeah, yeah.
Person really to do it, we could just present the contract to the person.
Right. Or if you need to get some,
just get them signed up right there.
yeah, or if you need to get some pictures or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let me get this link here and send it to you.
Because I'm trying to get out of Chicago fast enough.
Yeah. Oh man, that's sorry to hear about your mom. But it's never easy. It's especially when you have to go back and take care of everything too.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to jump off here to text you, I think.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll text you that link right now as soon as we jump off here. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, and I'll see you in there in the Zoom. So I'm in there too. All right. Bye-bye.
What up, Dean? Cuz
Righty, everybody.
Oh, shit. I didn't know.
Great job on the quiz there.
I thought I was muted. My bad, guys.
I'll never let that bullshit happen again.
I'm sorry, man.
What's up, Eric? When did you get in here?
I jumped in a couple minutes ago. I'm driving back from an auction, so I wanted to see what you guys were talking about and see if there's anything I can pick up.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, we just jumped in earlier this morning. We're doing some live calls, just chopping it up with each other, game planning, looking at deals and stuff. We're really gonna get at it at 3 o'clock again. In like another hour and a half, we're gonna start blowing out more calls. I guess we were just on, we're just like sitting in a live office together, even though we're not talking to each other at some points. We're just doing other shit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just being accountable.
Just being accountable, just make sure you guys do. Yeah, I'm just drafting a proposal, just doing a couple of things behind the scenes right now.
Yeah, I got some guy coming in to ask you some questions, Stan. He's from Vegas, but he had to go to Chicago to his mom died, but
man.
he's got a sub 2 deal in Vegas that he wants to try to pick up himself and turn into an Airbnb. And he's also looking for somebody he wants to pay somebody to do some door knocking and be boots on the ground there in Vegas too. So I figured, I know you're pretty well connected with people there, and I know you
Yeah, I
do
heard that.
some
Thank
door
you.
knocking and stuff too. So I sent him a Zoom link, so I think he's gonna jump in. So
You the best.
Thanks for the plug.
yeah,
Hey, you the best, hound boy.
I do what I can.
All righty, baby.
Got another lead for 4 unit in Reno. See if it's even worth entertaining.
A property in Reno?
Yeah,
Shit, Reno 911. That's all I think about when I hear Reno is I hear Reno 911. My favorite guy is Nick Schwartzen. What his last name is? Nick Schwartzen. Was hilarious. The gay guy in Reno 911. He actually is gay.
Mhm.
He's in like Mama's Boy, Grandma's Boy, or whatever. You seen that movie, Grandma's Boy?
no, I haven't.
It's a great movie.
Okay. This might look like a good deal. Wow. I haven't looked at the numbers, but the photos look good.
All right, I'm gonna call this motherfucker up real quick. 5 unit property. Josh, did we post up the Zooms from yesterday and today and in the day before?
I think so. Yeah.
Sweet. Bro, this is a fucking deal. I'm gonna negotiate right now. I don't know if it's gonna go any well, but check it out. But
Yeah, I think we're up to like 10 of them. Damn, that's a cool place.
yeah, it was a single family home that he built into a 4th unit, and then he added a 5th unit. He did a good job at doing that.
Oh shit. I'm sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna about it brings in 11 grand right now. So in Oakland, paid ad. I'm gonna call it up right now.
Wow.
I love being an acquisitions guy because you get all these opportunities. These are already like warm, hot leads already.
Hot fire.
Here we go.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Hey, what's up, David? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers.
Yes, Carlos, what's happening?
How you doing? You had just recently spoken to Edith. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just touching base with you. I know that she kind of caught me up to speed with the conversation she had with you and said that, you know, you have this I believe like a 5-unit property. You're looking for 2.5 to 3 million. You have a little bit of a mortgage left. It explains the amount of units and what the build out is, and you're bringing in around $11,000 a month, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then she did state in the notes that you're either open to selling it cash, or any other way, and then you may or may not do a 1031 exchange.
Yes, I have my adult daughter
Mm-hmm.
that's interested in taking the building over. But I'm concerned about the future of Oakland with all the crime and so on, and the attitude towards real estate department owners. You know, they devalue our service. They collect our rents, but devalue our service. I think they bow down to the tenants issues too much.
They do, you know, I buy in a lot of other states that are landlord friendly, you know. And California is not only is it expensive, but it is difficult in those scenarios where somebody were to default, and then the state's going to protect them for as long as possible.
Yeah.
So I buy. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Oakland itself is very difficult. The crime rate is bad, and I don't know. So anyway, that's one reason I can't walk up the stairs so much anymore.
Okay. Do you currently live there?
I don't live there now, no.
Okay. Do you live far from there?
No, couple 3 blocks.
Okay. And so one reason you want to sell it is I see notes that you're just getting ready to retire from being a landlord.
Well, I'm 78 years old. You know, and I live in, yes.
Okay. Is there a lot of maintenance
I
that
can't keep dealing with that building.
I hear you on
Which I
that?
got too much hands on, and I can't hands on the building so much anymore.
Okay, so you were your own maintenance guy right there? You did all the work?
Yep.
Okay, I got you,
I
yeah.
have young people I can hire things.
Yeah, that's what yeah, you're already at an age where you shouldn't have to be doing it yourself. You outsource that stuff. So this is what I was thinking, David. So you were right in the notes. It was difficult to find comps. It's a unique property in the area. So I was thinking this hash is harder for me to purchase when I harder for me to see valid comps. There's another way that I can make sense of the deal on the seller finance route. I know that Edith brought it up. Did you by chance, did that open your mind to anything? Were you interested in that at all?
Well, I know what it was. That we would pay off the mortgage, of course, and which is not that much, and then they would give me a payment, a lump sum, and they would I would carry the gross.
Yeah, so in a simple way, yeah, it's like that. You don't even have to pay off your mortgage with the money I give you down. So I purchased a lot of properties like this that still have a little bit of a mortgage in place. And what is your monthly payment to that? I think it's 295,000 or something that you owe, right?
That payment is $2,530.
$2,530. And that does that include the principal, interest, tax, and insurance?
Interest and reduction in the yes.
Okay. So the way that it works, right? Let's say that I can justify paying 2.5 million for the house, right? So $295,000 isn't sitting in first position currently, and there's a payment every month owed of 2,530. Right now, you're bringing in $11,000. So the way this works is 295. I take over the 295 with the payments of 2,530, and then I owe you a remaining balance, basically like 2.1 million. And then right there, I have to come to an agreement with you on a payment that makes sense for you to receive from me. All it is you just got to know that I just need to cash flow. I just need to make some money each month for me to come up on that price. And then that makes it easier for me. But together it would be a hybrid deal where it's more seller finance than it is subject to existing mortgage. So it would be a little bit of both. I'd take care of your mortgage. I'd be responsible to that. Then I would have to then be responsible to your remaining equity. And that's just something that you'd have to be open to, and I guess make a decision that this would be something you're interested in. Now, there are a couple of good benefits. Yes.
Yeah. I did the money of the building. I'm a manager in another building, so they comped me an apartment. So we're managing this other commercial building. I've been here 30 years. But anyway, I get the money that comes in. I pay all my bills, water, garbage, mortgage, and I pretty much live off the rest.
Okay. And so with like, let's say, you're paying your 2,530. What are all your other expenses that you got to pay once you receive those 11,000? What else goes out to expenses?
The way I have it, I have an insurance bill that covers things and my cars and my property and the property. That bill is 13 a month.
1,500 a month, but that also covers your car though, right?
Yeah, this 13 months. I have 4 cars and 8 motorcycles.
Jeez.
So a lot of that's going to come to an end because I'm heavy on a lot of stuff. I can't ride anymore, so I got to get rid of some of the bikes. So.
Yeah, you do. What are you normally taking home out of the 11,000? What's yours in your pocket?
I don't know.
Do you have like a rough estimate?
Whatever I use pretty much down at the bone.
Got you. Does it, maybe 2-3 grand, 4 grand, 1 grand? Do you think, in between more or less what profit you make on it?
7.
Okay. That's actually good. So then your expenses 2,500 plus, you know, they're 3-4 grand extra. So here's a benefit if you were to sell, because I understand, I read some notes about, you know, you may do a 1031, you don't know yet, you don't know what you're gonna do with the property, or if your daughter wants it, that you just.
I got to see what's available, what's possible for me to change into. What do I have to do if you're on a maintenance, the building's not successful, problem every other day.
Are you planning to, like, let's say you want to do a 1031, are you planning to still be a landlord, or are you trying to retire from the landlord business?
How old are you?
29.
There's no such thing as retirement, okay?
Good.
That's the golden bubble that I want to pop for you right now.
Good. It's just, I get a lot of people that tell me that, you know, I'm just getting started.
No.
Oh man, that's gonna happen for me for sure. The margarita life.
If you put, well, go ahead. If you put yourself on a couch and watch Judge Judy all day, you can probably do that. But I'm an active guy. I'm going all the time. Right now, I got cars in the car show, so I'm busy on him right now.
Well, here's one thing I was thinking is, if you didn't want to do 1031 exchange and you wanted to sell it to me on terms, one good thing is when you sell it on terms, seller finance, that you avoid the capital gains taxes, since you're not doing a cash deal. So you would just be a lender, no longer the landlord. You wouldn't have to do the maintenance anymore, drive out of your way to do any improvements on the home. So that's a way that I can do this. Or would you be open to working with me if I was able to work with you on a seller finance? Oh, nice.
I know my sister was real estate. She was an escrow officer for about 30 years, and I know the real estate business a little bit. I've been to school for real estate.
Okay, that sounds like you got a lot of experience. That's good.
I think I have a working knowledge of real estate, and you know, I'm just I lost a couple of properties in 1980 when the interest rate went up to 18%. I was building a house up in the Oakland Hills.
Jesus, 18%.
I got it done, and buyers couldn't buy it because they couldn't qualify it. One guy had 80,000+ to put down from selling their house, and the bank wouldn't finance them because the interest rate, like I said, was 18. And what? Yes, it was 18%. Wow. The interest rate went up to 18% in 1980 and 81. Yes, sir. Do your research.
Crazy. Yeah, that was way before me.
Properties I had to walk away from. I had to turn my back and walk away from them.
Oh.
And I lost some money, over a couple $100,000+ at the time, which was a lot of money.
Yeah.
And, so yes, the interest rate did go up that high.
That's insane, man. That's crazy. I mean, I wasn't born yet, or you know, that was a decade before me, but that's insane. That interest rate, I could see why a lot of actual homeowners couldn't afford it.
Yeah, they were trying to up their game. The people sold and were trying to get something better.
Yeah.
They that's what you do. You sell the starter house and you get a bigger house, you know, family, you know. Anyway.
So there's this too. let's say that we come to an agreement on a number and you want us to, I mean, you're open to us purchasing on creative financing. You can even structure it to, I noticed that you might want to leave the money over time with your daughter. That's what's going to happen to it once you leave. You can, yes, sir.
You would have to be involved with this conversation as far as what to do with the building, because she wants the building,
Okay,
but and she wants it, you know, where it's at. It's a beautiful setting. You fall in love with it, and it's hard to let go. So, but I'm afraid of the city of Oakland. I'm afraid of the city where it's going, of a city where it's come from and where it's going on the same path. And the city government here in Oakland just lends their ears to all this.
I hear you. Yeah. No, I hear you. And I understand your concern. It's your daughter for sure. You want her to be safe and protected as well and make sure that she's not getting taken advantage of. What I was getting to is this, like if we bought it from you on terms, let's say a scenario where it's time for you to, you know, when it's time for you to leave, and we can then just address those payments from you to her. You can set it up in a trust account where long after you leave the property, she'll still be the lender on the property and we'll still make the payments. Instead to you, it'll go to her after you leave here.
Right now, right?
That's what I was getting to, is that's one way that she can still basically make money on the building, won't actually have any control as the owner, but will be the lender and still make money each month without having to deal with what comes with any tenant or any property improvements. That'll be my responsibility, not your daughter's or yours anymore, but you will just be the bank on the property for us. We'll be making payments to you.
What if your team doesn't keep the building up to the current standards, and your rent portfolio goes down because it's not that attractive? What about that?
So we own a lot of other properties as well that we cash flow. Right. Well, I was letting you know that as a business, we have funds is what I was saying. But on this property, there's in a scenario, worst case scenario, something were to happen like that, where we can't even perform for you. Like we can't make a payment. Like let's say we defaulted. That's like our worst case scenario. This property, though it's under our name on title, you're the lender. So if we draft up a document that states it's called a performance mortgage deed, and it states that if we default, if we default on you, you would then keep any money we gave you down at the close, and each payment we've made over time. Let's say 8 months goes by and something happens, right? And I default, then you would have kept every dollar we've given you down, and then each payment we made to you, you'd keep all that, and then the property would get deeded back into your name or your daughter's, and then you can just resell it or keep it cash flowing. That's the worst case.
What if the building drops in value? What if it was worth 2.5 when we started this business, and because of economics and rent tenants moving out of Oakland and so on, and the building drops in value? What about all that?
Well, then I hold on, I ride it out. So I'll just hold it. So the way I look at it is, if the economy is already shifting down so I think over the next couple of years, the prices will come down more. I just need a term, right? I just need a longer term to make sure we ride out through this recession, because you've been purchasing way longer than I have. You've seen it go up and down throughout the decades. It'll happen again. I just need to be secure enough to make sure we're not locking this up for 2 or 3 years. So we just,
It's high interest rate, so 18%. So they're talking about we can't let the interest go up to that amount again.
yeah, that would be killed. That would be hard for anybody to make money, even investors. It would be hard for, just homeowners to make payments on something like that. Yeah, but yeah, in that scenario where the economy comes down and the value is not there, we just ride it out, just like anybody else had to ride it out during the downwards economy. Would there be a better time for me to jump on a call with you and your daughter? Okay, well, this is my cell phone. Would you like me just to follow up with you in a few days, or you would like to reach out to me? Okay. Well, let me ask you this, David, would you rather go cash, or is this something you're actually open to, so we can actually schedule something where we actually put our time forward to move forward? Because if it's like you're really not too interested, I'd rather you just let me know so we don't spend any more time on this opportunity here.
Yes, of course. Time is everything. I'm trying to convince her that how really afraid I am for the future of Oakland when I'm not here. I don't know how she's going to handle this because she's not going to do any hands-on. She's got to call somebody to come and fix this and that.
Have you taught her yet how to buy and hold yet, or would this be her first? Yeah, like does she as well, like yourself, does she own other property, or would this be her first? Does she have any other investments? Got you. So I totally understand your concern, because she would be a beginner coming in, and she's in a pretty hot market where it's expensive out there. People are a little bit more aggressive in certain areas in Oakland. And I totally understand your concern. That's why I was bringing it up.
Oakland, they're thinking like communist party, like this total social welfare. You know, they might say, I got all these scenarios in my head, so they know your apartment's vacant. Well, you got 6 days to rent it, and if you don't rent it, then they're going to put somebody else in there, some Section 8 type thing. So the city of Oakland, they just soon take over your shit. They're got some pretty radical buffoons on city council right now. And the last year and the year before last and the next, it just, Ellie Lou.
I wasn't even aware of that part where they, like, if you had your house vacant, that, people need to move in so that the city can just place somebody in your vacant home.
I'm not saying they can't do it. They talk all these radical ideas,
Yeah.
socialist.
And so, I definitely want to speak with your daughter as well, because I could let her know in the same scenario where you want her to be protected and she still wants to be a part of this property. Seller finance would be the way, so she doesn't have to deal with anything. I'll be responsible to everything, and then she's responsible to receiving a check every month, so she still gets, it's still an investment for her and you.
Well, let's see what you got to say about what you want to buy the property for, and that's what I was hoping to get is your performance. What are you going to do? And so she has to hear it with her ears, and see if she wants to go that route.
Okay. Well, I'd like to know that I've been known to pay closer to market price, sometimes over, for the right term. So as long as I get the right length and payment, I've been known to be the person to pay the price. When I do it cash, I like to do fix and flip, so I need a discount right here. It's not fixing and flipping, looking to buy and hold it and make money. It's just that if you want me to get closer to your price, just work with me on the term. I'll give you your price and you give me the term that works for me, and we can make it happen.
You go on for 10 years, you don't want to hold the property for 10 or 20 years. you wanna flip your property, don't you?
Depends, right? So I can always flip, right? So we do a lot of flips. That's fine. We do a lot of buying. I think we'll be fine. We do a lot of volume. But in the scenario, right, where if I wanted to sell it, let's say you gave me 10 years and I wanted to sell it in 7 years, if it made sense and I had enough money and equity in there to sell it and still pay you off, I could do that.
All right, well, all these, find that, all the particulars have to be worked out for sure.
Yeah, let's do it with your daughter so you both are comfortable and we can hash out any details. I can let you both know the benefits of this way, and same thing, it's gonna be safer for your daughter. She won't have to deal with the home, but she'll still have it as an investment.
What I'm telling her is get the money, the hell out of Oakland. Take it to Pleasanton, Walnut Creek, anywhere, but do not do business in this Oakland, in this city, where the city, you know, they stole the building financially from me. They've taken it away by telling me what I can rent an apartment for and what my rent increases could be each year. You know, they tell me how to do my business, and
I hear you. I hear you.
and I don't like it.
I know.
So
Sometimes it's unfair.
I can handle it now, but I don't know if she's gonna handle it. She gets mad when I say she can't handle it. I'm sure she can handle it, but the city of Oakland is unpredictable.
And you're not doing anything wrong. You're her father. You're being conservative and you're being protective. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Even if she gets a little shy or upset that you're saying she can't handle it, it's not that. It's really that's your daughter, and you want her to be secure and safe, protected.
That's right. She's got kids, 2 kids, so they're grown up.
Let's do this then. See when you can reach out to her and let her know that I'm interested in talking to you both, figuring out a solution to see what's the best way. Either we can buy it from you, and if not, we can still figure out a solution, what's going to work best for you and your daughter.
We'll do that. I have to give her a call and bring her up to speed so we're all on the same page.
Okay. Let me touch base with you then. What's today? Thursday? Do you think Monday is enough time? Okay, so I'll set up a call for Monday, and I'll call you back and see if we can get your daughter on a phone with us and we can just discuss. Okay, David,
All right.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Carlos, for calling me.
Absolutely, sir. You enjoy your afternoon and you have a good weekend. Goodbye. Yeah, I want him to sell in his house, this fucking 5-unit house right here. I felt like I could have went in there and did things better on that call. Felt like I was out of line and didn't do my 4P. I didn't ask him really the motivation as much, the timeline condition. I didn't go through all of that. I felt it too.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
Oh, well, I was saying it wasn't that good, but got you. Thank you. I was saying I felt like I could have done way better because I jumped off of, like, I just went into it without going through like the pillars, like how I normally do it, qualifying them. But whatever. I was still able to
You gotta stick to your sequence. There's a method
Yeah.
to the madness.
Yeah, gotta stick to my madness, bro.
Yeah, that's why Pace talks about that Sandler method, right? The
What method?
submarine, the Sandler method.
Never heard of it.
You've never heard of it? What?
Nah.
Look it up. Pace talks about it in his courses. It's basically it's called the Sandler method. I think there's like 7 parts to the submarine. And basically you're just, each compartment tailors to the next, right? Because you're basically setting it up to reach to the back.
Nice.
And,
That makes
and
sense.
basic, so basically what it starts off is the bonding and rapport, which is what you did, right? You're bonding with that person and building rapport with them. And you're asking them all those disqualifying questions. And then you basically, how you get into it, you know, we might not be the buyer for you. That's the upfront contract. That's the second compartment. And then you're poking at the pain, what pain that they're going through. And then when you capitalize on that pain, which is basically finding their motivation, then you get into the budget. After the budget, basically what's that price, right? And then you're making the decision. You know, when are you ready to make that decision and all that? And then the next one is the fulfillment, you know, so what's our next step? And then it goes into the last compartment, which is post-sale.
Nice.
Yeah, look it up. It's freaking dope. There's a really good website about it, the breakdown. I think
I like it.
even have a book or
I like it. I use a lot of it in a lot of stuff. In this one, I didn't do any.
yeah. So you definitely use a lot of it. It's just more you're kind of jumping back and forth and all over the place. But it's kind of like he said that stick with the first two. Once you achieve the second, then go to the third, and then sometimes
like
you might
that.
have to go back to number two. You know, so until you get to the next one.
Gotcha.
So
I like that.
I don't know, somebody provided this sheet, which is more of like kind of similar questions that you'd ask, but this is like what Pace has said, and then they broke it down basically to like something simpler, and I just printed it out. More of a guide.
Email it to me.
Yeah, let me find it again and then I'll forward it to
Man,
you.
no rush. He spoke with David. Get that fast. What up, man? What's that? You blue. It's you, dude. Being disrespectful. Hey, wait. Yeah, dude. You're crazy, bro. You're like, so crazy, dude. Bruh. Scotty doesn't know. Oh, that's a good chick. Yo, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna jump on in like 30, 40 minutes. What's up, everybody?
What's up?
What it, what it?
Not much.
All right, give me guys like 5 minutes. If people jump in, just let them know. I'll be right back. Grab some water real quick and a snack, and I'll come back in. Be back at 3:10. All right. Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Chilling. I'm ready to rock. You guys
What's up,
ready?
guys?
What's up, DeMarcus? Who is in here? What up, Dan, Stan, and Sam, and Man, UL?
What's up, dog?
What up, what up? Julian, what's cracking, man? Let's see if you have that deal or no. Hey, seriously, did you want to try that deal?
Oh, it's just a recording. On the when I call the guy, I have the recording right here.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's see if we can figure out if there's a way we can make money or whatever we
Yeah,
need to
so
do.
that's pretty much what I kind of wanted you to see if there was even anything like, you know, there that we could work out with the numbers.
Okay.
Did you want the do you want to check out the address, the on Zillow?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's 1290
1290.
7
Uh-huh.
Road 35.
Row 35.
Yeah, Madera, California.
12907 row 35.
Road 35.
Madera.
Yeah, Madera. Mhm.
The for sale by owner.
Yeah, for so yeah, I've been making some calls because you know how I usually just cold call for Carlos. So you know, I was thinking like, why don't I try to, you know, make some FISBO calls, and so this is actually my first one. And I mean, I didn't really know because I know with these FISBOs, you already have the condition, the timeline, and the price. You're really just trying to get motivation out of them. So that's kind of what I was trying to do. You know, but I would like to hear from if any of you guys have any pointers as far as like, you know, what I can improve on, or if there's, you know, things that I can ask specifically for FISBO, because yeah, that it's new to me. So I'm just trying to like get the hang of it right now.
Okay, so property. These are properties that I go and I hit the filter right here on Zillow. I like using Zillow over Batch now, but I have Batch and Redfin. But I'll basically put it in between 250 square feet of the square foot of the property, and then 10 years prior and 10 years after. And you see how they were years ago, last year. So we'll put the last 6 months. We'll hit this, we'll come out more. All right, so we have one right here, a couple blocks over for 600 grand. You want to play that recording?
Yeah, let me know if it sounds like echoey, so I can send it over to you. You guys hear that?
Yeah. I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Hello? Yes,
Yeah.
hi, this is the property owner of 12907 over on Madera. Yes. Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Jesus. I was calling because I came across your ad here on Zillow. I was wondering if maybe you had a couple minutes to talk. Real quick, what do you need? Yeah, so I'm looking here, pretty much, you know, you say it has new roof, has AC. Is there anything Anything other than what you mentioned here that would need to be repaired with the home?
Yeah, a few things like the bathrooms aren't done yet and the kitchen hasn't been remodeled, but other than that, everything's been pretty much cleaned up and repaired. There's, of course, yard things. It's 2 acres, but for the majority, I've already yanked all the dead trees that came with the property when I purchased it. No new landscaping has been put in yet. But also being a country home, that kind of goes both ways. Some people do just light landscape. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, basically bathrooms and kitchen.
Okay, perfect. No worries. Bathrooms and kitchen. And do you currently have tenants in there?
I live in the house. Yes.
Oh, you live in the house. Okay. So pretty much, if we were able to work something out here, are you like packed ready to go, or do you need some stuff that you need to take care of to get out of there?
I mean, I could be out of there pretty quick. I mean, I'd probably need a couple of weeks.
Right. Okay, no worries. And have you gotten any offers on this? Because I see it has been listed.
I'm sitting down with 2 different customers again this week.
Mm-hmm.
I should say not this weekend.
Right.
They want to make offers to me.
Okay. And just curious, what were those offers, if you don't mind my asking?
One of them said that they were going to pay me the $450. For sure. One of them, the one that's saying that they want to pay the $450, we've already kind of talked. They've already seen the house prior. We've been talking on and off for a couple of weeks now, and they weren't really for sure. And now they're like, you know what, screw it. Like, we want to sit down and see if we can do some paperwork. So I was like, all right.
Gotcha. Okay. So and that's supposed to happen this weekend?
Yeah, they said this weekend.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, no worries. It just caught my attention. Aside from the price, because I know you mentioned you've done some work to the house yourself. Why are you thinking of selling this property?
Honestly, I wasn't really thinking about selling it off the get-go. I wanted to rent it out, and then I was like, man, if I end up freaking renting it out and I move across this. I'm trying to move like 4 or 5 hours away from that place, and I don't want to have to rely on a third party or anybody else to take care or manage my property. If I'm going to set up a rental, I want to be within the area to be able to check on them or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
I just was like, you know what? I'm going to put it up, see how it goes. If I can get the number I want, great. If I don't, well, always second option is rent it out. If I gotta do a third party, if it comes to that point or whatever the case may be, then I'll deal with it then.
Right, exactly. Yeah, well, because I know you mentioned it here. It's here in the Zillow. It says we are not in a hurry to sell. With that being said, the way we purchase properties is most situations cash. There are some situations where we can go on terms and stuff like that, but for the most part it's cash. We take care of all the closing costs, all the real estate, all that good stuff. With that being said, what would be the absolute lowest you would take for a deal like that?
I mean, if it was a full cash price and you guys paid everything, which that's another thing, with the agreement of me selling this house with these guys too, I told them off the get-go, I was like, look, I'm not paying any of the closing costs. I ain't doing that. I was like, I got a lawyer in line. I have a broker that's in line also. That's my brother. And between my brother being my broker and a lawyer on the line, we're going to go through all the paperwork. You guys pay all the fucking costs. I don't want to deal with that thing. And they're like, oh, well, we'll talk about that when we get to it. So we'll see how that part goes. But honestly, that house right now, it's, I want to say somewhere between
470s or something like that. I don't quote me right now. I can't remember exactly, but I know it's more than what I'm asking for right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to put, like, realistically, this ain't my first rodeo. It's not my first house.
Right.
Realistically, if you were to put like another 25, 30,000 into the house, like you're taking that house from where I'm sitting at it right now to, because of location, because of how everybody wants to be in that town, because it's clean, it's, you know, there's a lot to it.
Yeah. Man.
I would say you're putting it on a $500,000 plus. You know what I mean?
Right.
Actually, I would say probably 525's area. If you just put another 25 or so thousand into it.
Okay. Gotcha on that one. You know, so let's say hypothetically, you know, the weekend came and you guys just wouldn't be able to come to an agreement on the closing costs and all that stuff. At that point, what work for you? You know, taking that into consideration.
I mean, that consideration, I want to see 425,000 straight to my bank account.
Right. Okay. And something like, you know, terms and conditions wouldn't interest you at all. It just have to be clean cut.
Clean cut, no terms and conditions. I don't want no leasing, no nothing. Like, I want if the house is going to be taken or be bought, I want it to be bought now.
Right.
And if it's not going to be bought, then, you know, well, that's for time to tell.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
right. And like you mentioned, you're not in any hurry at all, so you know you can sit on it for a little while.
Yeah, I can sit on it for the rest of my life for all I care. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna hurt me. I'm pretty good. I mean, I'm not done with my money. I might be fairly young, but I'm just trying to do whatever it takes to set up my future a little bit better.
Yeah, brothers. I mean, that's definitely understandable. Who isn't, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, boss. Well, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't catch your name, man. Nico. Okay. I'm Jesus. So pretty much, you know, that's how we purchase properties, as I mentioned to you, the majority of the time. So we take care of all the closing costs. We already take that into consideration. So, you know, the majority of what we would be discussing would be price wise, because like I said, we take care of all that stuff, so you don't even have to worry about it. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and do my homework here. I'm gonna run the comps to run the numbers with my acquisitions team. Would it be okay to either give you a call back tomorrow or Monday? Because I know you said you got to do that thing on the weekend.
Yeah, you're welcome to call me.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. So it's pretty much going to be happening before Saturday night, right?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Okay. Awesome, Nico. So I'll put that in my notes here, so then that way we can follow right up, and you know we can see what happened there. Good, man. I'm at the pretty much the investment group that is called is Left Coast Buyers. So you can pretty much search us up on leftcoastbuyers.com, just so you can get a better idea of who we are and how we purchase and everything. But until then, if you have any questions, you can feel free to text me. This is my personal line. Is this the best phone number to call you back at? Okay, perfect. And okay, you said Saturday evening as well. Okay, cool. Yeah. And I think that's pretty much it, Nico. That's pretty much just the information I wanted to get from you. And then, you know, hopefully we can work something out here on Saturday night if it doesn't work out for you with the other guy. Cool, man. Sounds good, Nico. Hopefully we'll talk soon, buddy. All right. Take care, man.
I think that went well, man. I think that the guy is like how you figured out. He's not in a rush or anything. He's looking to sell it. One good thing that I heard is that he might have been open to renting it out, but he's going to be moving 3 or 4 hours away. So if he had to, he would get a manager in there. You know, great thing is that he might be open to the seller finance. Tell him, hey, you don't need to get a manager. You can turn into the lender instead of the landlord. Still make money every single month off of this property, but now you don't have to drive those 3 or 4 hours out of your way to take care of it or pay a manager for it, right? So that's
Right.
one thing that I picked up in there that can move forward. Real easy to talk to, that guy. Yeah, he's a little savvy a little bit, but that's not hard to talk with. I think that if you're able to explain the benefits of the seller finance, like, hey, it's kind of like being a landlord, but better, right? And those things, and get him the number he's looking for, because he's looking for like market value for sure. And he said, oh, I think it's worth 470 because I think Redfin, the estimate is 475 or something.
Mhm.
It could be that the ARV is that, but his house needs work.
Right.
So in a scenario for something like this, he says that, oh, it's worth more, but it's been on there for 35 days. If it's worth more, it would have been sold if it was worth more, so that's one thing off the bat that I'm hearing him. And so I think that if he'd be open to seller finance, he might be like, I'm open to it, but wants like a lot of money down is typically what most people will go for at first.
Mhm.
You really have to just get into a conversation with him about seller finance is the only way that you'd be willing to do this, because cash automatically isn't a way. So it's really good for you to even start stating to people, I'm not the cash buyer here. It doesn't rule me out as a buyer completely, but cash, that's not me. I'm not buying that. You can tell them, I only buy for fix and flips when I use cash. There's no money to be made right here when you're maxing it out anyways. So I'm gonna just rule myself out. Not even gonna waste my time and try to shoot it at you at 100 grand less. You're already at the max price. There's no way you're gonna work for 100 grand less in your head, right? You understand that. I'm not saying that it's impossible to get it for 100 grand less. Just hearing him on the phone, he's not in a rush. It's not his first rodeo. Think that the only way it's going to work for you is seller finance.
Mhm.
I think you can schedule another call though. We can jump on a call, or you can talk to them.
Do you think I should follow up with him on Sunday or Saturday evening and talk about that, the seller finance, see if he'd be open to it?
Yeah, I would just let them know that, hey, you analyzed this already, and you're not going to be able to afford it cash. The one way that you would be able to afford this on terms, and you can tell them why. Hey, because fix and flip is the way to go for me on cash. You don't give me any opportunity to make money. So another way that I buy is on terms. You can get the price you're looking for as long as I get the terms that I need to cash flow. We can make it work. And then just try to work like money down. I never bring up the interest part, but I always just try to do like money down payments over time. Try to go for a low amount of money since he's charging full price. He says, oh, well, I need like 100 grand down. Yeah, but typically if I'm going to be paying higher than every other cash investor and I'm not the homeowner, hard for me to go and pay all that price and still give a lot of money down. It makes no sense to me. Kills the deal for me. When I do this, typically the homeowner allows me to give them $5,000 or $10,000 down. I always like to back it up by saying I get allocated funds every month. So I use other people's money to purchase homes. It doesn't mean I'm a bad steward with my money. I buy a lot of homes like this, which is true, where we're giving people top dollar for their home. And in exchange, I'm working with $5,000 to $10,000 down. And so if you're asking me for 50 grand, you can see how I could be helping 5 to 10 other families get the premium for their home, right? So it wouldn't be a great deal for me. Could be for somebody else, but not for me. And then if anything, you know that you can probably go up to 10% of the money down, maybe a little bit more if it makes sense. But that's when it starts getting a little bit tricky, because then you're gonna have to figure out then how much money he's gonna accept for you per month, how much spreads in there for you, if you're gonna need to get a lender in there to cover the closing cost, the assignment fee, the money down to them, all that stuff comes into place. It's all about let them speak, hear them out, and then slowly counter on what you know that's going to work and what you know it's not. And if it works right off the bat, if he says, I'll take 10 grand down, cool, you don't got to counter that. It's going to work. he's telling you a number that's like $500-600 less than the rent price, that's gonna work. You know, you're gonna be good with it. All it is just let them speak first, acknowledge it. If it works, cool. If not, slowly counter. We move on. We figure out it works for us or it doesn't. We move on.
Cool. Is there anything in that call that you saw that I could ask that I didn't, or that, you know, that I should be looking to ask?
No, I think that you did pretty good. You know, I think that as you jump in more calls and you just get more tips, like the little things that get brought up in scenarios like that, with him, you automatically know you don't have a cash deal, right? So I guess the only thing that you could be now is just trying to break down your plan to him. Hey, like if you can kind of be transparent, the whole goal is when you go creative is almost brainstorm with him. You're being literally as transparent as possible. Exactly how you're thinking, it should be coming out. And I let them know that too. That's why I don't mind saying I'm going to be using lenders. Well, you see how it's not going to work because I'm going to be paying a lender. Yeah, but you don't have to always get a lender. You're right. If I had the money, I wouldn't do it, but I don't. I have a lender now. So I have that. So if you can start brainstorming with them, trying to kind of like there's the ABCs in sales is always be closing. We're not always here trying to make it sound like, okay, but if that number makes sense, you'll buy from me today. We don't have to make it sound like that. But if you have the intention of trying to get the goal out to them so they can understand what your end goal is, you can try to achieve that on that first phone call, even with a follow-up call. They already understand right after the first phone call that you're not a buyer for cash. You're only going to do this seller finance. So on the second call, if there is one, they're already willing to accept your call to understand you might have some terms for them, or it's going to be a deeper conversation. Just get it out there, really just try to get out there and right there. And then you already probably knew this isn't going to work cash, right?
Yeah.
You should have went. The only difference is now go in on what you think, what you know what's going to work. So then you don't actually spend your time calling them again if you automatically know it's a no. Okay. And that's it. But other than that, you did a great job.
Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
No problem. Who's in here? Let's see. What up? Maxie, Michael, Martin. What's cracking, John? My boy Shane in the building. Dimex.
X.
Didn't change. I'm here. Same.
Is that call recorded?
That was a recorded call. Yeah, he wasn't on. It wasn't a live call. It was an actual recorded call.
I was looking at his face. I'm like, his lips ain't moving, but I'm pretty
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, this gotta be recorded.
He's one of those guys with the puppets.
Ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist. Yeah.
Any success stories for today, y'all?
Closed on a deal
yesterday,
and I have 2 that I'm closing tomorrow. Fucking all the deals I worked out today, they weren't like nothing solidified, just worked on. Overall, some progress, you know. I guess that's the win. Just got progress, 1% better today. Yes.
Right. That's all you gotta do.
I need to actually write up a goddamn underwrite and send an offer out to that guy in Oakland on that house.
You did, or you're going to?
I need to. He finally sent me his brother's information on how much the loan was for and how much they pay a month.
Got you. Let's see.
I haven't seen a document or so I don't know exactly how much goes to what. I just know that he says how much it is a month.
That's like the whole pity.
I got a luxury house under contract today.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Where at?
Worthington, Ohio. It's like by Columbus.
Yeah.
On cash?
Yeah.
Nice, bro.
Hey, I might have a buyer for it. I got someone
Look at him. Look at him right there. I might have a buyer for him.
I've been already talking to some buyers, but I'm getting pictures next week. That's the biggest thing because it's a really big house. Like the house could easily sell probably for $950,000 to $1 million.
Nice. Good work, Julian.
And try and close up on this Ron guy now. Yeah, Carlos.
I'm just sending out a proposal real quick.
No, you're good.
But we'll call him up right now.
Yeah. The fact that he still is like willing to talk to us means that he hasn't got anything back yet.
Yep. All right, there we go. We're good to go. That's all. Okay, cool. So let's call this Ron guy.
Because where do we leave off? He basically said that he was going to talk to his realtor, and then he said somebody else might buy it, like a friend or something.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like he was lying about that, but, give him the benefit of the doubt, whatever. Let's just
Definitely.
call him and touch base to see where he's at on that.
Facts.
Let's see.
Ooh, I'm about to help this guy move into this.
You're gonna help him?
Somebody hit me up and sent me an address to a house. Yeah, I'm pulling out my inner powerhouse Carlos. You feel me? I wake up every day to people sending me deals now. I'm just pivoting to be a leader. Now I'm just but he hit me and he said he's trying to move into like a triplex. And I just looked it up and they say 2 of them is already rented and 1 of them is not. And I guess he's trying to move into that one. But he wants to own the building. And I guess he already talked to the seller and said the seller's willing to sell it on terms to him. He just don't know how to write it. And I said, well, shit, let me do it for you.
Yeah.
Let me weasel my way for you.
You guys just need to start posting that you guys are end buyers. You find out how easy it is. I got, besides the deals I worked today, I forgot to say, Julian, the other wins were 2 sub-2 students sent me 2 deals today, and I might be buying both of them. I'm just waiting for
Nice.
one agent to send me back some comps on the property in Texas since it's non-disclosure. But I ran the numbers on if everything was correct that the sub-2 student gave me. And if it is, I'm gonna buy it as long as that Texas agent sends it back. So that could be one. And then this house that I'm closing on tomorrow in Valdosta, Georgia, a sub-2 student sold me it. And he's locking up a 7-unit complex right now on seller finance at 0% interest, $500,000, $500,000 purchase price, $30,000 down, 6-year balloon.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and there's room for value add, and there's 6 out of the 7 units are rented. So that's one that as soon as he texts me over, it's locked up, that I'm going to be performing on that one as well. So I have 2 of those deals. And those are cool because those deals come under contract, and all it does is it takes me 15, 20 minutes to run numbers real quick with my partner or myself and just be like, okay, ran everything. I run myself on conservative numbers. So I don't run it like, I make sure I'm real conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, I'm not the boldest guy right now to go and buy the little numbers just right now to do buy and holds. I'm looking to actually get a spread. And so my conservative numbers are going to make money, even if I misconceptualize the numbers. And I made it to a point where there's a little bit of window in there for me.
Gotta be conservative.
What's Ron's number again? I forgot. I'm trying to look for it in all my notes because I write fucking each
put it in the chat.
dollar has its own page. What's his number?
Just put it in the chat.
Okay, cool. Let's call him. Hey, what's up, Ron? It's Carlos. How you doing?
Pretty good, Carlos. I got good news for me, but I got probably bad news for you guys. I sold it.
Oh man, it's okay. It's all good. I'm happy that you sold it. How much you sell it for?
70,000.
There you go, man. Cash?
Yeah.
That's what you were looking for. So I'm glad you got that out the way.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys being interested.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you're looking to sell, or are we good here?
I have a few more, and I have your number in my Rolodex. That's an old word. And
You got the whole Rolodex, huh?
and if I decide to sell one, I'll give you guys a call.
Thank you so much, Ron. I appreciate everything. You enjoy your evening, and you have a good weekend, okay?
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, God bless. Bye. Well, he got the number he was looking for.
Yeah.
Rolodex.
Who bought that for 70? That's kind of interesting.
A homeowner probably did, Probably
Yeah.
found somebody that was, it made sense. If it was worth 100 grand, you're almost done for somebody to buy it for 70 grand. It's no brainer for people.
Exactly.
That's cool for them. Good
No,
for
it
them.
is. I said the house wasn't even in bad shape at all either, so it's definitely like movable.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. All right, so I'll call some leads up. Anybody have any Q&A, any questions, anything I can answer before I get into some calls? Dan, Daryl, Michael, John, everybody good? Is there anything I can answer for you guys? Any questions that you guys have? Any scenarios I can overcome for you before we get into some calls?
I got one thing, Carlos.
What up?
Just I'm like new to like sub 2 and creative financing, so I'm probably gonna have to do my research before I call that guy up, just so I can explain to him really well. If you guys could just throw in the chat any like links or videos, that'll probably help me out, with creative financing or.
Dude, anything Pace Morby, just YouTube Pace Morby, seller finance sub 2, live calls, whatever, you'll get it. And jump in Sunday nights, Sunday service with Pace. It's for free on YouTube. If you're not a sub 2 student, it's free to anybody. It's accessible. And then Monday nights are the wholesale hotline with Brent Daniels, Jamil, and Pace. Just jump in those more. You'll get a lot of juice on Sundays from creative financing, and then it comes up on the wholesale hotline as well.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, those are good people to learn everything from.
Yeah, I watch Brent Daniels a lot already, so I need to check Pace out.
Yeah, I'm a hardcore TTP fan. Brent Daniels is the shit, bro. I was talking to my recruiter today from sub 2 because we're trying to recruit another TTP student in sub 2. He was telling me, he goes, I honestly think TTP and sub 2 are like the best combination of people. Like when people come from TTP and enter sub 2, they're usually badasses. And he goes, I've met you, and he named 2 other females that came from TTP that crushed it in sub 2. And he goes, right off the bat from TTP, when you guys got in sub 2, you guys already made a name for yourself. He goes, I want more TTP students to come in.
Damn.
The TTP is the shit, bro.
Yeah, bro. Who said that? Sam?
Julian.
Oh, Julian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brent Daniels, bro, that dude's shit.
Yeah, he's good, bro.
I love his
But I agree with him.
like his enthusiasm. That's what really gets me.
Basically, I honestly listen to his live calls and watch his YouTube videos, and that kind of like helped me write like my own script. Like I listen to that shit like the Bible.
Yeah, man. He's solid. Probably as a wholesaler, he probably has the best wholesale, one of the best wholesale mentorships.
I think so.
It's still a no-brainer to go into sub 2. Just really.
Hey, Carlos, is it okay if I ask Stan a question really quick?
Yeah, do what you want, bro. Stan's available.
It looks busy. Hey, Stan. Yo, Stan.
Stan, take yourself off of the of mute.
Big ass TV in
Hey,
front
Siri.
of him. He can't
It's all
hear
good.
us.
Hey, Carlos,
Call
when
Stan.
he comes on, just let him know I have a question for him.
I think he's on the phone right now.
Oh, he's on the phone?
It looks like he's on the
I'm
phone,
calling
yeah.
his ass, though.
Okay, for sure. No worries, bro.
He's on the phone because he's talking and he's not answering my call.
Okay, yeah, he is for sure.
Yeah, he's cool. My only problem is I have a couple vacant houses and some of them have a recent affidavit of death filed. Not sure how to proceed, if I can proceed. Has anybody dealt with scenario like that? I think Malky brought that up to me last time.
What does the affidavit of death stop? Does that just mean that somebody died in the house and the people that's about to buy the house needs to know?
I'm not too sure. That's a good question.
In my opinion,
Is anybody experienced on that? I've never even really dove deep. Never really came across.
I've heard that people get kind of scared about buying houses that people died in, but that's probably just like an end home buyer. And then there's a lot of people that aren't scared because, like, legitimately, the house I'm in right now, before my wife's mom bought it, somebody probably died in this house.
Mostly, a lot of people actually pass away in their home.
It happens.
A lot of people do it. A lot of people end up dying in their own home.
I died in here once.
But just thinking of that, I'm like, really, I don't know if you got those. I would try to see what you could do with those with more so investors instead of home buyers. See if somehow you can dispose those to investors to where they have to deal with that, and you just take your upfront money and move along.
I think some states you have to disclose that, and some states you don't too.
True, that is a true statement.
I sold one where the
Yo,
a guy had got killed in on the
somebody
property.
has a question for you in here. All right, well, DeMarcus does, so I'm just gonna go about the phone. I'll have him answer your question. Or you answer his question. No, you're just gonna come off the mic. You're gonna come onto the on the Zoom. All right. Right. No, DeMarcus, Stan's available. Stan.
He's on.
Yeah, he's coming up. I just talked to him on the phone. Johan, what were you saying right now?
Yeah, no, I had sold one where the guy had got killed on the property, and the agent just had to disclose it. I think if it's a recent death in the on the property, you don't you need to disclose it. But if it's more than, like, I don't remember exactly, if it was more like than a year, it doesn't have to be disclosed.
Got you. Makes sense. Okay.
I just remember that one in Lancaster I was looking at. It said like in the last 3 years, 3 homeowners had died in the house. I was like, yeah, we're staying away from that one.
That's just a curse right there. That's like next person who buys it's dying for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tear that down.
Martin, how much does sub 2 cost? I'm not sure if it's changed. I'm not sure if they want us to even tell the price. I'm not sure if they changed the price on certain people or not. I'll just tell you what I paid for it. I paid $7,400 for it. And that was with a Munif Saza's name. So I got a referral and a discount code. You guys jump into sub 2. You guys can use my name, Carlos Rees, as a discount referral code. Okay, anyone want to link up on the close on a 10 unit? Yes, I do, Manuel. Stan, are you by your computer?
No, I'm not. I'm barely leaving the house. Was I supposed to be on my computer?
No, but let me see if you can answer, if you can hear DeMarcus from here. Yeah, DeMarcus, can you ask your question?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. So I was driving for dollars in Vegas, and I came across a property. It's like completely distressed. There's like a hole in the roof. It's weeds and all that shit. I tried to get a hold of the owner. However, it's owned by the city of Vegas, and I don't see it on any list or anything like that. So I was just curious on how to go about, purchasing that property.
Did you hear that, Stan?
I can hear them. Are you talking about the houses next to the airport?
Is it next to the airport? Let me see if I could look it up really quick. It may be next to the airport, yeah.
Because there's a bunch of houses next to the airport that are boarded up that's owned by the city that they won't be selling.
They're most likely probably about to destroy them.
DeMarcus, are they boarded up?
Yeah, it's on South University Center Drive.
South University?
Yeah, it sounds like next to UNLV. Those are properties that are owned by the city. They won't sell those. I think they're holding those for a project.
Yeah. So he said no, the city aren't good. They're gonna
buy out
build on
everybody.
it. Yeah, probably
That's
demolish
fucking
those and build
weird.
something else.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Stan. I appreciate it, brother.
You good, Stan? You're gonna go out to a showing or what?
Behind a schedule that I was expecting some rushing to launch here, but take them up right now.
Okay. Cool, man. We'll drive safe and hit me up a little bit later.
All right, thanks.
All right, bro. Bye. All right, guys. We good on questions, or is there a couple more? I'm gonna start rolling out some calls right now.
Man, who got
my
buyers in
my
Texas?
man Gio right there. What's up, Gio?
What's up?
What's up, dude?
We ready to call?
What's going on, guys?
Manuel said, anybody flipping in Phoenix? Who's in the Phoenix area? DeMarcus, you're there?
Flipping.
DeMarcus, you in Phoenix?
I take a look out there sometimes.
I think DeMarcus is in Phoenix.
I got connections in Phoenix that are flippers.
And then
I live in Phoenix, but I'm just asking you guys.
Oh,
This
That's
is
all
my
right.
first call. This is my first call with y'all, so I was trying to just stay in the background, but shit, y'all talking. I feel left
Yeah,
out.
yeah, dude, jump in.
Get,
Glad
get
you-
involved. It's good. And then, let's see, anybody want to link up and close on a 10 unit? Absolutely. Where is this at?
It's in Lexington, Virginia. I just got it. He wants to sell. He has a timeline. I got everything. The leads I work solo. I just started working solo. They're already vetted and everything. So it's just a matter of me trying to construct some type of offer to everybody, and which I've never did because I've always JV'd the shit out of everything. But yeah, now I'm learning since I'm working these on my own now. So I just don't know shit about multifamily.
Got you. Cash deal?
I don't know yet. That's what we have to figure out.
We can do this. We can figure out tomorrow, either today or tomorrow, if you'd like. If it's a multifamily and they're open to talking to us tomorrow, we can jump on a call in the morning, try to see if we can figure something out, and then we can even underwrite it for tomorrow's underwriting Zoom at 3.
All right, cool. Yeah, because that's where I'm at right now. I just got it earlier this morning. I got that multifamily and another lead. I was working on one in Tucson. I got them open to creative on 2 properties to take over sub 2. But again, I don't know shit about underwriting because I always JV that. So I gotta learn how to do all that now.
Got you. Well, we got you, bro. Don't even worry
When you
about
got somebody as beautiful as Stan, it's no reason to try to do it yourself sometimes, you know. Some people got enough money to just be like, hey, Stan, do this, man.
Hey, where was that property, Manuel, in Virginia?
Yeah, Lexington, Virginia.
Lexington. All right, 1 second. I think I have somebody out there looking for that.
Look at that. Love it. Wanting to get rid
He's a
of it.
cash buyer, so if it ends up being a cash deal, then it'll work out.
Cool. Well, let me know if they also want a 14 unit in Miami because I got that too. Holds a lot of baseball players.
It's funny you say that. I got a guy that's been hounding me day in, day out. I just got off the phone with him. I hooked him up with a hotel out there that's vacant. It was actually condemned by, it was on a TV show. It was like one of the worst hotels. It was actually in Lakeland. And so I'm trying to hook him up with this deal, but he's kind of a little iffy, but he loves Miami. Tell me about this Miami deal.
Yeah, it's already locked up. I think it's at 1.2. I think there's 2 units that are empty because they were upgrading them. I think a majority of it's rented under market rent, so you could still increase the rent.
Okay, so this Lexington is way too far away from the buyer I had in mind. But as far as the Miami, that may be a go. If it's locked up, send me details.
It's in the chat.
Yes, sir.
There it is.
Yeah, I JV the shit out of almost everything. So this is we JV'd on Dispo with this, so now I'm just helping Dispo it.
Sweet deal.
Cool. I JV a lot of deals too. All my deals actually.
I ain't even trying to take a deal to the finish line by myself.
I'll take it.
I'm trying to do anything by myself. I JV'd my laundry last week. I had somebody else do it, and I did something else for them. So it's just like cool.
Hey.
Doing laundry don't make me money, bro.
That's a savage move.
All right. I'm gonna start doing some calls. You guys just throw yourself on mute. We'll go ahead and call a few people that I need to follow up with, and then you guys have any calls that you need me to touch up, I got you guys. Let me just run some of these out real quick. Hopefully I get a piece of crap guy today. It just stirs me up. Let's see. Hey, what's up, David? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. Can you hear me? There you go. You had spoken with my associates, Edith, and possibly Yuval about selling us your property off of Julio Ave. Right on. Did I catch you at a good time? Perfect. Perfect. Okay, cool. So I'm just bringing up the information on my laptop really quick. You can catch me up to speed a little bit. What's got you interested in selling this property right here, 3117 Julio Ave?
I just want to, things are looking kind of rough in real estate. I'm kind of hoping to just maybe get rid of it now and, maybe avoid having to fix it up to do so. And any, realtor fees or closing fees and so on and so forth.
Gotcha. So basically right now you just rather sell it before the economy starts shifting downwards and then you actually have to put some money into it to fix it up to sell it for more or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I just brought it up on my laptop. And is that your only reason why you're selling it, or is there another reason?
No, that's it.
Okay, cool. Is this 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom?
2-bedroom, 1 bath, yeah.
Okay, is 1,060 square feet? Does that sound about right?
I think it's 1,100, maybe 1,060. I don't know.
Oh, close enough to 1,100. Okay, just making sure I have the right build out on it. And then let's see if you and I were to come to an agreement on numbers. Do you need like a substantial amount of time to move from the house, or is it something you can fairly do within 30 days?
I can do it in 30 days, no problem.
Okay, perfect. I just need to know, is this like a primary, or is this like a secondary property? Is this rented out, or are you living in there?
Someone's living in it right now.
Okay,
But
so
if I don't sell it, we'll probably be living in it.
got you. Do you live far from this home?
No, not that far.
Okay, that's not bad at all. So when this was a rental property though at one point?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you were renting it out, what type of income were you receiving every month?
$2,800.
Okay, and 2,800, would you say that's like under market rent, or that's about market? Do you know if this were to be fixed up just a little bit, what it could rent out for?
3,800.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, you're just a little bit under market, but I probably just didn't want to put in the extra money or time into it, right?
Yeah, but I would never do market, ever. I would always do something under market.
Okay, that's nice. Helping them out, help out the tenants.
Yeah, I'm not sweating it.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Cool, man. So what's the condition like now that it's vacant? You've been inside of it since it being vacant?
Yeah, it's got a lot of plumbing issues, electrical issues, and needs a lot of work.
A lot of work is as much as like basically cosmetically updating like the kitchen, the floors, and restrooms.
The kitchen, the bathroom, all the plumbing, all the electrical.
Got you. Okay, so it seems like it just needs a lift, like basically like a facelift on it, and then just clean up on the plumbing and electrical work. What about the roof?
I'm not sure. Get back to me during the rainy season.
Okay, we'll figure it out like that. Okay, so it sounds like I just need a little bit of work on it. Seems like you want to get rid of the house before economy goes down, and looks like it just needs basically a full facelift and repairs in it. What number are you looking to sell this thing for, knowing it needs a little bit of work?
I'm not an expert. I have no idea.
Okay, have you jumped online and seen like what properties like yours are selling for, or not yet?
I can do it right now.
Whatever's easiest. I'd like to work the numbers with you, and you need to jump on and get some market analysis, whatever you got to do, so we can come to an agreement. Let's do that.
Okay, just let me know what you're willing to, after your analysis, what you're willing to maybe pay, and we'll go from there.
Cool.
What's your name again?
My name's Carlos. I'm with Left Coast Buyers.
Carlos what?
Carlos Ruiz, RUIZ. I'm with Left Coast Buyers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is what I'm doing. I'm just as we were speaking, I was running some comps on a few different websites just to see what properties like yours are selling for. And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing anything from 900 million, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So anything from like 1 to like 1.4 within the neighborhood, anything that's built within 10 years of yours, basically within the same bed and bath count. I'm thinking that this could be worth in between like 1.2, maybe 1.3. Here's how I look at it is, yeah, it's definitely gone up here's how I look at things, right? Because I not only buy in California, I buy nationwide. So what I've been seeing is this, that properties have still been going on market after investors like myself do fix and flips. We list them on the market. The only thing is it's just taking a little bit longer to sell them. Here's a scenario. I have one in Walnut Creek. Got it for 1.25. The ARV was around 1.8, 1.9. We got this earlier in the year, about almost 4 months ago. We just finished it, started listing it, and we haven't even got anybody close to giving us our 1.8 or 1.9. The offers are at like 1.5. So we ran our numbers conservatively, thinking we had enough spread in there, but we noticed that these higher priced homes, they dropped more substantially on the ARV than other homes that aren't over the 7-figure mark. And so how I see it is this, that in the next 3 to 6 months, meaning after I renovate this, because it's going to take me some months to get it done, that I don't see the ARV to be there anymore. I have to be a little bit more conservative, just so this doesn't happen. Just so this doesn't happen again for me on because I'm going to be losing money on that deal, like $50,000 to $75,000 if I don't get somebody to at least give me 1.7, which the highest bid is at 1.59. So might not get it. Yeah. So we thought honestly that we were going to make a home run on it. It didn't happen that way, and we're still buying, but I'm no longer being a bold guy and spending 80 to 90 cents on the dollar. I'm closer to like 70 cents on the dollar. Let me see. So this is, if I think this is going to sell for 1.2, let me see. I'll do my numbers for you real quick. For this to make sense for me, knowing that I'm going to need to put in, basically renovate the whole place, right? With the material costs and everything, I would need this to be closer to like 70% of that number, closer to like $840,000 to $850,000 mark.
Yeah. Well, maybe after you check it out, you might decide something different. I don't know.
Well, you see, since I buy them nationwide, there are a lot of times that I don't even walk into the home to purchase them. What I'll do is I'll run the analysis with the homeowner as well, run some numbers, go over comps and things like that, and then just negotiate with them. And that's why I wanted to catch up to speed on the numbers, just so you're aware, because these are numbers that are very transparent.
Oh, so without even, you don't even look at it?
Never do. I sit home in Palm Springs and I buy my houses everywhere. I have 2 in Georgia, 1 in Minnesota, 1 in Arizona.
Well, if you know anybody in San Jose who's looking for an investment property, give them my number and have them give me a call. Because I don't want to sell it without somebody looking at it. I mean, here's I work in a field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say the customer says, "Hey, we have a change order. We want you to do some work here," right?
Yeah.
And instead of doing material, they'll say we have to get a price, right? If you force me to give you a price before I dig into the project, I'm going to give you a price that's too high. I can't help it because I don't know what I'm dealing with, right?
Okay.
You don't know what you're dealing with. You have to give a price that's too low. There's no doubt about it. However, if you saw it, maybe I might increase that price $50,000 or $100,000, right? So if you
$15,000 to $100,
$50,000 to $100,000 perhaps, if you looked at it. So if you can't because you're too far away, if you know anybody in the San Jose area, I'm trying to call around and see if anybody in this area wants to buy a house. Let me check with someone who could look at it first, because they may look at it and say, it's not too bad. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Then I can get that extra $50,000, right?
Actually, I mean, even at a $50,000 spread, is selling the house to me, are you holding back on that, like trying to get the numbers just because I haven't seen it?
Yeah, I can't sell it unless someone takes a look at it, because I think I can get more. I mean, when I do a job and someone forces me to give a price instead of just time and material, I am going to give a price that's too high because I don't know what I'm getting into. You can't help it. It's the nature of the business. But if I look at the job first, then I can give a much more accurate price.
But that's in my scenario, right? If I go look at the house, I get you a higher or lower price. In your scenario, if I'm just giving you a price, couldn't you just tell me no if it doesn't work for you and what works for you? I'm not a hard guy. The cool thing is I buy lots of ways. I'm not a hard guy. I'm never gonna lowball you. I'm not gonna hassle you. If it doesn't work, fast, it's cool. I buy other ways as well. And I can come up to higher prices. It's just a different way. It's not all cash. And that's why I was just kind of curious. And here's another thing. I have my partners in town. So Edith and them, they live up there. I live in Southern California. They all live up north by you. So that could be arranged. That could definitely be arranged. That's not something that I'm not opposed to doing. We can have a walkthrough. That's totally fine. What I want to do is I want to know if we're even going to be able to be a fit for each other, so then we can even schedule something together. Because if I'm only 50 grand away from something that's priced higher over the 7 figures, and it really is a deal breaker for you if I'm only 50 grand off, and then we go and walk the property and figure out that my number is right or your number is right, and we can make that number work at your number, getting a walkthrough set up.
I'm not saying I need 50,000 more than you just told me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying no one can make it a good offer until they've seen the place at least, you know?
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I don't mind setting up an appointment. It sounds like that's the only thing that's gonna hold us back to solidify something here. Does that sound about right? Like I need to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what day works with you, I guess, this weekend or this upcoming week? Let me see, so I can set up with Edith and George Yuval, who live up there, and we can actually set up a walkthrough. What day works?
Maybe Wednesday of next week.
Okay. Are you more of an early kind of guy, or evening works with you? What's best, so I can kind of set something?
The best would be evening, like maybe say 6 o'clock on Wednesday.
Okay, maybe a little bit late, but let me just see what's available on the schedule of my guys, my partners up there, and we'll set something up. Do you, in the meantime too, if you can, I'll get on a phone call with my team and set something up for a walkthrough. I'll call you back and schedule it with you. In the meantime, if you need to do a little bit.
What other kind of purchasing situations we're talking about instead of just all cash? We're talking about other things.
So I buy a lot of home right now with the economy going down, and that's why I have to be so conservative. It's harder for me to be as bold as I used to be. And so when I buy cash, I look for properties actually like yours that need work so I can put money into it and flip it for a profit. In a scenario where I can't pay cash, the other way for me to come up a little bit more on the price is on a term base, meaning that kind of like when you go to the car dealership or the bank for like a mortgage, and they give you terms like, hey, this is how much money every month you need to pay us for X amount of months. Same thing here. It would be like, hey, I need some money down, Carlos, and I'll take the way it works for me to make money here is, since I can't make it on the front end, is you just got to let me cash flow. So I can come up closer to your price as long as you can work with me closer to my term, meaning that whatever payment I pay you has to be less than what I could rent this out for. So then I can actually cash flow. And I just need a term that's good enough to go past this recession that we're about to go through. So something like 2 or 3 years is too short for me, because in a scenario, let's say I pay you more than the number I just offered you cash, and let's say you only give me 2 years. So give you some money down, I make payments for 2 years, and now I'm supposed to balloon you, give you a one-time check for the remaining balance of what I owe. How I do that is I either do cash out refinance, I pull a HELOC, I sell it on the market for the equity, and that's how I'm able to come up with the additional funds, or I can get a private money lender, hard money, whatever works. But what will happen is in 2 years, the economy is not going to be at the price it is today. It's going to be down. So that's where we're headed. And so if I only get 2 or 3 years on that, it's going to be difficult for me to go and get an appraisal to appraise the price on it. So then I can get the amount that I need to clear the seller, which in this case is you. So I would just need to get a term that's most likely going to be 5+ years, so I can ride out this downfall in the economy. So after the 5th year,
What interest rate?
that's something we can work out. It's something that, is this home, do you still have a mortgage in there or no?
Yeah, I still
Okay, so with you owe around 500 grand, what's your payment to the principal, interest, tax, and insurance?
3,200.
Okay, so in a scenario like this where, let's just give, just solid numbers real quick to make it easy. Let's say you owe 500 grand, you pay 3,200. Let's just say, hey, we come to agreement at like $1 million, right? Now I owe you $500,000 in equity, and I still need to make a payment to that equity per month over the term. And then I still need to make money from there. So I have the cash flow. What do you think this property? Wait, no, the thing is the max you said was around like 3,500 or 3,800, right? That's a little tricky right there. I have to, it's hard, it's going to be hard to cash flow if you're paying 32. Wait, you were paying 32, but you were charging people 28?
Yeah.
So you were,
I don't know if you know how, are you really familiar with taxes?
no, I'm not the most like
I am.
whiz on them.
I am.
Okay, cool. Kind of school me a little bit how that works for you right here.
Well, first off, they're paying $1,000 a month off my principal. First off. Second off, with the work I do on it every year and the depreciation, which is about $12,800, 27, take the what it's worth divided by 27.5 years. All those things taken into account on paper, legally, I'm not even breaking the law. Legally, I'm not making anything, right?
Right.
I'm losing money on that deal, right? So then the depreciation recapture, you know what depreciation is, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually taking some courses on all that. Yeah.
Yeah, so when they recapture the depreciation, it will be offset by the amount of losses that I'm not allowed to take. At this stage, it's about $70,000. So $70,000 of losses that I couldn't take on paper, right? So I won't be paying taxes on that $70,000 when it comes to the money I make on the house if I do just decide to sell it, right? So all those things taken together, the fact of paying off $1,000 a month in my paying, plus I'm a nice guy, plus I make sure they know I'm a nice guy. Don't be a nice guy unless you tell everyone. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know that or not. Yeah. Well, you can do that.
No, but you sound like a smart guy. So you're really taking advantage of the tax incentives that this property's giving you to buy and hold in on it, which is great. I've talked to a few buyers that buy and hold similar to this, that they buy and hold for appreciation over time and depreciation on the incentives. Nice.
Remember, government is giving me a depreciation number on an appreciating asset, right?
Yeah.
So all in, I'm in $200,000 on this. When I bought it, I fixed it up. I put a little money into it. I'm losing money every month on paper. Add it all up, it's $200,000. I bought it for $725. Let's just say it's worth 12 or 1.25. That would be $500,000, right? That means I've already gained $300,000, and that doesn't account for the principal that's been paid off. So $300,000 I made, plus the last, since I've owned it for 6 years, and they're paying off $1,000 a month. So that's $72,000 there, right? So almost $400,000 I've made, right? Yeah, it's good. You know what I mean? Then I just refinance. Now it's even cheaper, so it's all good. So if I don't sell it, fine. But if I be great, I want to sell it. But anyway, so one thing I realized when I bought a house and started renting it, this is between you and me. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
The tax laws are written for rich people.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if you knew that or not. Maybe you didn't know that.
Philosophy of the wealthy. Yeah.
Bro,
I read this book called Tax-Free Wealth, and it explains a lot. It was like a Rich Dad Poor Dad. Comes from like Robert Kiyosaki's team. It's like Tom Will Wright. He talks about all this stuff, and so I'm familiar. I'm just not as I guess like specialized or my expertise isn't there where you know it. But yeah, I'm just getting into it, just learning it all and learning how to take advantage of it.
If I could just, I'm not saying. Let me tell you one thing, my friend. I'm gonna text you a picture of my business card, right? With the company called WealthWave, I have a life insurance license, like it's annuities, life insurance, right? That kind of thing, right?
Right.
Tax-free wealth is what that means is utilizing life insurance, right? Life insurance
really take your second your time. Life insurance isn't about you die and then somebody gets money. That's just part of it. It's tax free. Whatever money people who get taxed the life insurance, whatever money they get is tax free, right? So if you put in a bunch of money, say you had $30 million net worth and you wanted to give it to your kids, right? Get a big fat life insurance, and when you die, the money will go to your kids tax free. No inheritance tax, no state tax, no federal tax, right? So tax free wealth. I'll bet you if you dig deeper into that book, they're gonna talk about things like
They talk about they talked about life insurances and talked about sacred accounts.
Yeah, just talking about this all big fucking deal. And now I'm enjoying reading it. I got my life insurance license. I'm just hooking everybody up. People I know, working people. I'm just a regular working stiff. I make about 190 a year. You know what I mean?
Nice.
But man, is my money working for me, bro.
Yeah, you got it right. You actually got it completely correct. I'm actually learning what you already learned. I'm learning that right now with all my LLCs and how to structure to protect myself and how to basically manage my money and keep more of my money, make my money work for me, and how to multiply it.
Okay, on a side thing, I'm gonna send you my card, right? My business card.
Okay.
I'll text it to you. Hopefully this is your number. But just if you ever want to think about it, you can talk to my associate. Her name is Kathy Tam. She's kind of like runs the business, right? And this is Wealthwave, wealthwave.com. You can look at it, right? She kind of runs our part of it here in Silicon Valley, right? And she will just give you in 5 minutes. She'll just give you the little up and up about it, right? What's going on with it, and you could get a life insurance license. You take some studying, right? You'll take the test, and you got to pass the background check and all that kind of stuff. But because you can't do shit until you have a license. You know what I mean? This is highly regulated, right? Our industry is highly regulated by federal government, state government. One false move, you lose your license. You can't fuck around. There's no shenanigans, because one shenanigan, you're out. You know what I mean? So that's the beauty of it, is you're only dealing with straight people. You're only dealing with honest people, because you have to be honest. I'll send it to you. If you want to call her, I'll send you her number. Just call her for a minute, man. If you got a minute of free time one of these times, and she'll set you on this. And you could do this for yourself. You have to have a broker, of course. Hopefully you can pick us to be your broker, but you can have a broker, sell life insurance, sell these other techniques for people to maximize their money. Because it's not only how much money you gain, it's not only the return. They get the return 7%, 8%. Oh my God, 8% return. Taxes are a 40% destruction of your return, right? So people don't focus on taxes. They focus on return. They don't focus on taxes. And taxes are 40% right off the top. Thank you. Bye. You know what I mean? So look at this kind of stuff. Life insurance is part of it. People think, oh, I don't want to die. I have life insurance on my 17-year-old. I have a 17-year-old. Yeah, it'll fucking be horrible if you die. It's not about death. It's not about the money you get when I'm hooking him up. I'm putting a little bit of money in his thing. He's 17 years old. He's never going to fucking die. At least 70 years, right? Yeah. But by the time he's 37, he can start borrowing from his life insurance policy tax-free.
Oh, that's fire, man. I just been reading about it. It's cool that you do it. I'm definitely interested in listening and learning how to take advantage of it, because I already know that's a route that I'm headed anyways. So you're just speaking the language that I'm learning.
Yeah, of course you do. I can tell you are. If you're doing what you're doing, I don't know how old you are. I'm probably older than you. I know I'm older than you. But bro, if I fucking have known this stuff 3 years ago, oh fuck, I'm already gonna be rich, but I could have been rich sooner.
I feel you. I'm new to the game. I'm new to this game, but I'm seasoned. I got a lot of great mentors around me. People who know the stuff you know.
Mentors.
Yeah.
All about fucking mentors, bro.
That's all it is, man.
It's all about that, bro. All my mentors were smoking pot.
Yeah. Got my doctorate's degree in that. Got my doctorate's degree in that one.
When you're young and you don't know what you're doing yet, right? Not get up. Don't get me wrong. No, nothing against pot.
Yeah, no. Okay.
I don't do that anymore. But bro, I'm gonna send you a thing. Call me about the other thing. The house. Yes, you want to do that? Set up something. That'd be awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and send you my card. Give you her number too. Call her up. She's been doing this for 20 years. She's a badass. She will explain a little bit more to you about this. But I'm telling you, you're headed in the right direction. The sun is shiny. You're headed into the promised land. But anyways, let me know about there's someone who wants to walk through, but I don't want to put anybody out. So if it's somebody that has to come from Manteca to look through the house, my house, to get a better price, I feel guilty about that, right? So hopefully, people in Silicon Valley, you know what I mean?
Well, I know people
I don't want to put
in
anybody out.
yeah, I have people right there in Walnut Creek and Oakland and the Sacramento area. So not too far from San Jose, probably 45 minutes an hour. But yeah, they definitely can walk the property.
All right, right on, man. And I'm gonna do this thing, and if you feel like call her up. She will set me straight.
I'll definitely touch base with her and
We started all the education is only like $200. You
okay.
have to pass the test for the state. So we do all that. Why do we do all that? Because we know that once you get that license and you start selling things, you'll make a lot of money, and since we'll be the broker, we'll make a little something.
Right, there you go. It's genius. No, I totally understand it. But that's what I'll do. I'll jump on a call with her, and maybe we could touch base and see how we can move forward on some of that stuff. And then, do you know by chance if San Jose allows short-term rentals? No, but do you know if they allow the permits right there for Airbnb, VRBO, and stuff like that? Yeah, no, I'm sure we do. I was just curious if you knew if they already did that, because I'm going to look at your property as a short-term rental to see how much more cash flow I can bring in. Because no matter what, I'm going to do the cash offer, and if you don't like it, I know that I can make it work on my seller finance or my term option. And I just want to see how we're going to maximize, even though I know that we're going to hold it, we're going to gain appreciation over time on it. I also want to cash flow.
Yeah, we're not gonna the Airbnb thing is worth it. In fact, I was talking to someone today. What he does is he actually rents places and then does Airbnb on rental CPAs.
I do both. So I buy homes on terms. Yeah. So I have one in Yucca Valley like that I bought. I subleased it. That one's going to do 5 figures a month. And then I have one right now in the renovation stage right by Yosemite Park. That one's 4-bed, 4-bath. Yeah, it was worth $650,000. I bought it for $379, $10,000 down and they're carrying the note. And I'm actually paying them less per month than they owe. And I'm having them pay the remaining difference, which is $300 a month. And then I'm going to reimburse them that over our term. So over 24 months on that one, just on their equity, I'm going to then reimburse them each payment they gave me. Each payment they made for me with interest on top. So that one was pretty creative, but it's a home run. That one's going to do around 150, 160 a year on Airbnb.
Wow, no, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea in the right location. Right? We're in Silicon Valley. I'm not saying I'm right next to Apple, but I'm 15 minutes from Apple. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cool.
I am. I'm 15 minutes from the Apple campus. I'm 20 minutes from Google. I mean, all that.
Cool. Let's do this then. Go ahead and send me that information. I'm going to run some numbers on short-term rental, long-term. I'll get with my team, see what time we can go walk it, and we'll get you a solid confirmation on a date and time to walk it. Then, from there, we'll go forward on what we can offer you, cash and then creative.
All right. Thanks.
No,
thanks a lot, sir. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You guys have any questions? That guy was a genius, bro. I love that shit. That guy knew so much about the stuff I've been reading.
I got all kinds of questions after that call.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, guys. Opened up Q&A. What's up?
No, it's just that, like you were saying, it's a lot of shit that I've heard about, but it's like
he's doing it
level to where I'm like, okay, yeah.
You remember how I was earlier in a lot of Zooms I was talking about there are some creative buyers or there are some end buyers that buy just to buy and hold because they have money where they might not even cash flow at all. They'll take a negative so they can pick up the depreciation on the incentives. He just said, I'm losing fucking $400 basically. He's paying $3,200 and he's only bringing in 28. He's losing $400 a month on paper, but he's gaining $70,000 in tax incentives over the year. So in reality, the 400 times 12 months, he's losing $4,800 on paper, but he's gaining $65,000 that he can write off from his he's making 190 grand a year. So he automatically is paying probably 40% in taxes at the end of the year. So since he knows his taxes, he probably, that's how he has a kid on life insurance, probably under the trust, which is the business. So he gets to write off $12,500 for that kid in the year. You get me? So he's probably so versed that he's probably that type of guy that's paying like $0 in taxes.
For real.
So he just learned it. He learned it, but his energy just told me that he's on the way up. He even knows it. He goes, I'm about to be fucking rich. If I knew this shit earlier, I would have been really rich. I'm about to get rich.
Yeah.
He's a cool cat for sure. Any
Dustin,
questions on any
Dustin
questions
said
on the
he
actual?
knows some dudes.
What's up?
Dustin said he knows like IRA master.
Yeah. No, I know a whole lot of details about all that stuff. I got my insurance license just to know a little bit more on the deep side of that.
That's what's up.
But
And you
yeah.
hit us with that at now.
That's
you
fire,
can see
that's
in the
fire
chats,
information right there.
I broke it down for you guys a little bit in the chats, but yeah, there's a whole lot of utilization for that. Obviously, you already brought up the children. That's huge, because you could just throw that into a family management account and technically, whatever they're doing, you could even do it for an infant. People like doing business. I own a marketing agency, so people like doing business with a family man. So I just pay them.
I got 3
photography,
kids.
bro. I pay them for photography. I take pictures of them. I post on my social media, and that's how I market my business. I pay them for photos of photography. I pay them their amount. You don't need a certain age. You just need to get creative with it. And then you just throw that into like an index fund when they're younger, like age 0. You just start divvying all of that up. That $12,500 a year, that's a tax deduction that you're literally paying 0 on unless your state does some state taxes. Compounding using the rule of 7 over the course of the first 18 years, they're walking away with massive amounts. And they can take a loan against their money while their money still compounds because it's a loan, which is a debt, which is tax-free. But they can go out and they can buy their house. They could buy investment properties. They could pay for their college. They could do whatever the hell they want to it. And it just continues to compound. They don't ever have to pay that loan back either because it'll be rectified when they die.
And Dustin, isn't that called infinite banking?
Yeah. And then you've got, your IRA, and you got a lot of other stuff that you could do. You could actually redistribute, obviously, your IRA as an investment, which a lot of private money lenders do. And then the profit goes back into it and it continues to compound in all kinds of different ways. But it's, not one size fits all. It's definitely the agent that you speak with, because like they have to be written perfectly for how you want to utilize it. Unless you, and if it's not, you run into a whole bunch of problems. And it's, it's already in place. The fund is there, your money's in there, and all of a sudden you're dealing with a broken policy you're not able to actually utilize. So you got to have somebody that's, really good in it, but also not very predatory, because they do take their commissions out of your policy. So you got somebody that's greedy, they're going to take a shit ton. You got somebody that, actually wants to build it out for you and do that. And you can send some referrals, and, obviously it's going to compound because you're just throwing money away if you're walking in and somebody's going to take advantage of you. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff. I know some good guys, that are speaking on stages and have a large following and stuff that do specifically this and coaching on these things, actually specifically for real estate, and have their own real estate investment businesses and stuff too. I can bring in.
No, you're the connector, bro. That's honestly, that's the next step that's why you guys want to study and get involved in a lot of deals, get involved in as many deals as possible so you can get in a lot of conversations so you understand the game as much. Because the next step, that's just the entrance right here, entrance of learning sub 2. Now how we can perform at a further level past that is all the stuff Dustin's talking about, all the stuff that guy David was just talking about. That's how we manage the money. We multiply it behind the scenes. We keep it working for us on the long run. How on paperwork, how he's making so much money. And if I'm not mistaken, you can use a lot of tax incentives from one business to offset other businesses. Does that sound about right, Dustin?
Yeah, depending on, like, let's say if you were to loan against that business, or if it was under obviously one major holding company and you were actually, let's say, making payments upward to the parent, like S Corp that's managing those. I mean, realistically, you should only have like one S Corp and then a ton of LLCs that go under that, because you're not getting taxed mostly from those, because you're not taking, a steady paycheck or distributions. You're paying upward, and then you're paying yourself from this S Corp. So then you're only getting taxed by the small amount instead of the self-employment tax from the LLCs. You're paying yourself as like a consultant through those other businesses upward, and then you're paying yourself out. But you're also not paying yourself directly from the S Corp. You're paying yourself a comfortable wage and then some distributions, but you're paying it into the family management company, which then holds it, and you only distribute what's needed. So then your taxable income from that is low. So then your offset is super easy, because then what you can keep into the family management business, you can then keep as a business expense, and just merge more business expenses and benefits into your personal daily life. I mean,
Oh shit!
like
School
leasing
bus.
College.
leasing
Okay.
your own, let's say leasing your own car to your business. Now your business is paying you for your car and you're driving your car. Depending on how much you lease your car for your business above your own principal amount, you're making a profit on your own car while you drive your car for your business and all your gas and everything else.
I heard of that. I heard of people buying their cars under the names and leasing them to their business, or buying it under a business name and leasing it to the other business and making a profit on it.
Yeah.
Dope. Damn, dude, there's so much shit to learn in this fucking game.
If you can remember one thing, it is truly just, it's not about how much money you make. It's about how much money you keep.
Yeah.
Literally the
That's
same
it.
reason you got all these billionaires out here. They're not being taxed up the butt and they're not paying income taxes, but the average person doesn't understand taxes because they're just paying out the butt because they don't contribute anything. They don't provide employment. They don't grow the economy. They don't build houses. They don't enhance the community. They're a worker. That's why it's built for business owners, is because, you know, you're building something. So essentially, you know, what you want to take advantage of that, and, you know, keep the money that's in that, rotate it into your own personal life, and just make sure that you can just recirculate that in all areas. I've managed to offset, you know, I think the majority, pretty much about 40% of my house into the business as well. I mean, that's another thing people don't really know. You've got 3 feet by 3 feet from the front door to your office. People just think it's the square footage of your office. No, you have to travel to your office. That's part of the business. You have to walk from the front door to get to the office. 3 feet by 3 feet.
Love
Okay.
this guy. Love this guy right here.
Then you get to your office, square footage of your office. Awesome. An office has to have a bathroom, right? Okay, so there's a bathroom. Toilet paper, toiletries. Okay. Now you're writing off your friggin' poop paper. Now you've got
Who is this guy?
now you've got that. Okay, so what about this? Let's say you got a 2-story house, and on the second floor, on the other side of the stairs, you have another room that's going to be your studio. It's going to be your call room. Awesome. It's not big in square footage, but okay, whatever. Now that's your studio room, and both of those are dedicated to the business. Now, 3 feet by 3 feet up the stairs, all the way to the other side of the house. There you go. You've got like 30% to 40% of your entire house, including your taxes, everything of your personal bit, written off through the business.
Bro, genius, bro. You're well versed, man. Congratulations on putting all the hard work for learning all that, taking advantage of it and schooling us. And this is recorded, so this will be up tomorrow. So if you guys need to come back in here and listen to all of it, it's right here.
Yeah,
But
definitely. Reach out to me
a
if you guys
good
have
book.
any questions or something. Definitely.
We should definitely get one of your buddies in here whenever they're free. No rush to school a little bit of us.
Yeah. No,
I'm
we'll
gonna
make
pay it forward by bringing you another deal like I did before.
we'll make it a regular thing, definitely.
Yeah. We're now in motion now for the last like month and a half. For the last month, we've been consistent Monday through Friday on calls, recording it, underwriting every Friday. So we're now we're actually closing deals. Now we're doing a lot of live calls. We're doing a lot of verbal agreements. We're locking up deals live now. So we're now moving forward, feeling more of a versed mentorship as well as an accountability group. I think it's great being able to have Dustin with all the knowledge you have. You have enough knowledge to school us besides your buddies, and then your other guy, what's his name?
Matt,
who's going to be coming up for the 203K loan. I'm excited as shit just to learn what
I'm
the hell
so
203K
pumped for
was.
Matt.
Yeah. I'm excited for that,
Yeah.
man. So I really appreciate you, Dustin. You know a shitload of shit. Put your number on the chat right there, your name, your number, Instagram, social media. If you got YouTube, put it all there so people can follow you.
So yeah, I got I don't have my camera on right now, but I got my podcast. And one of the biggest hacks to just gaining information, knowledge from high level people that you ever wanted to understand is start a fucking podcast.
Start a podcast and
Okay.
invite them on.
I've never gotten a no. People are like, how do you get guests? Just freaking ask. Get in the DMs, bro.
In
I've
the
had
DMs.
Carlos Reyes. I've had Tony Robbins, stage speaking CPA that handles all of his business mastery. Freaking school me in taxes. I had Rondi Lambeth, who freaking does like everything credit repair and taxes. Kent Clothier,
What's
Carlos
your podcast?
Reyes.
I need to go listen to all these shits. What is your podcast? Put it down here.
Dedication to Excellence.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that.
Oh yeah, you had that background. didn't you?
Everybody's got a pin in their hand.
Everybody's like, yo, get this down right now. Podcast.
But I mean, Kent, he charges what, like $10,000 for personal mentorship for a couple hours or whatever. I got
Dude,
that shit for free.
Kent's a
I got
badass.
to ask him whatever the hell I wanted to ask him. I didn't pay a freaking penny.
What's Kent's last name?
Dude, that's how I feel about
McElroy.
your buddy Matt.
Ken
Yeah.
McElroy or no?
Kent Clothier.
Oh, Clothier. Yeah,
yeah.
Ken Clothier. Even
Yeah,
Ken
yeah.
McElroy, that motherfucker's a beast, bro.
Yeah.
The
I'll be in Fort
dedication.
I'll be in Fort Lauderdale out there for the Scale and Escape with everybody out there. A-Rod and everybody. But
Oh yeah, A-Rod's beast, bro.
well,
Never
last time I
would've
was in San
known.
Diego, I got confirmation for podcast. I have to schedule it for Billie Jean, Dan Fleischman. I already had Ryan Stewman
Damn.
on.
I love
Yeah,
Billie
Dan
Jean.
Fleischman,
Legend.
Cody
Legend.
Sperber.
My shit.
Cody Sperber too.
He got the
I was down there in
legendary
San
podcast
Diego.
coming up, bro.
My
Oh, you're
buddy,
legendary already.
my
Yeah.
buddy is he's his business partner. He has half of his new studio.
Oh,
Cole Hatter,
did well.
yeah, all those guys. So I gotta schedule them. I have never gotten a no for a podcast. So like I'm going out to Fort Lauderdale and A-Rod's gonna be there out there, Ed Milet and stuff. So I'm like, when am I gonna get my no? I was it better be one of those two guys because I want to get one of them.
Yeah, man. That's so cool, bro. Fuck yeah. Congratulations on all that hard work, bro, and just figuring out how simple it really was for you. Like how you said, just start a podcast and you found out a lot of people don't say no. Congratulations for just taking action and having all those people jump on your podcast.
Yeah, it's excellent networking, man. You want to be able to get like provide value to somebody. I provided an outlet for them to get their message out and a distribution channel. So
Do you need help with any of that? You need a filmer?
nah,
How can
I do it
provide
all virtually. My
Nice.
partner, my co-host is in San Francisco.
Put in the all your info again on the side, even the podcast, so we all have it down. So I'm gonna load it up.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
sure.
I did see somebody had asked a question about the book I brought up. It was called Tax Free Wealth by Tom Will Wright, which is part of the Rich Dad Poor Dad group. With
That
Robert
is
Kiyosaki.
the book any tax expert will tell you to go get.
That is the book, man. That shit, literally reading that one book. I mean, there are going to be some times you're going to be a little confused and you read it again. Read some of it again. That one book alone will put you on game for that one. I read that book one time, I think 2 years ago, before I even got into real estate. And I was able to relate to a lot of the shit this guy was saying because I remembered what the book told me. The book was genius. And now that I'm in real estate, I should reread it and not pay attention and take advantage of all the things that I'm just letting sit right here and just missing out on.
Yeah, get it's funny is the tax possibilities for like a traditional person, is donations, maybe some personal real estate or whatever that their own home or whatever, the incentives that they get for that, and then maybe a tax credit for their kids. But if I took a Colt 45 and I shot you point blank with the business tax code currently as it is, it would not hit you because it is so thick in things that we can use, and it's being very underutilized. And I think mainly like out of the amount of businesses that fail, it is because they fail to understand the benefits that are there for them. That is very, very important. That's important as business growth, because with you continue to grow, the tax man's going to want more. If you don't figure out how to cancel that out, then you're just walking into a wall. But there's all kinds of things. Even there's the Augusta rule. It was built for the vacationers from the Augusta golf tournament, which is essentially you can rent your house, your personal house, to your business. Was I think almost 2 days a month. I think it's like 14 or 16 days or whatever, 18 days a year, and you can do it for a good market of it. You can literally just look up like the per square footage, maybe $10 per square foot, or you could look up the Airbnbs for comparable properties around there and rent it out to yourself, paying yourself from your business tax free that amount of days. Literally just talking to you, yourself, and I about P&Ls or whatever. So there's another, how much is that? Like
You learn so much, bro. So much juice you have. That's so cool, man. Just
but
what we
add
already
that
have.
and kids, like that's already what, like $50,000 in potential deductions.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I
That's
know.
everybody
Not
right
even
now.
counting your
Literally
write-off
everybody right now
percentage?
who's listening to this, or you have kids in your house, you have your business and you have your own house and things like that. You literally just found free game on how to write off 50 grand.
When I start making money, I gotta start having kids.
Got 3 of them already. So
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna
even
need
that
the
though too.
exclusive.
Once you have them as employees,
Yeah.
Yeah, fair
No,
market
once-
wage.
That's great. I mean, well, I mean, as kids under 18, you can only pay them that amount, but
Yeah.
but they are a part of the business, which means if you were to take an annual retreat to, let's say, Bali, to Mexico or whatever, as a team builder, and talk P&Ls and do some business as a retreat and do some excursions, guess all of who is in the business? Exactly.
Children.
I knew having kids was a benefit.
Advantage.
So
You're
I got
Mexican, bro.
four of
You're
them,
Mexican.
bro.
You naturally have kids.
my buddies
You're
have
born to have kids, man.
my buddies have some big investment properties in Tulum that they just built, and yeah, we're just gonna go through a little mastermind up there, which is pretty much just a big party. And we're gonna
Bro,
go to
Tulum is nice. I was
Tulum.
there a few years ago. That place is dope. I was in
Yeah.
Cancun last year. Tulum was really dope.
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential, but just verse yourself in that and continue to become a student in that, and keep the tax man out of your pockets.
Hey, I gotta go. I have to go to Europe in October for like a little bit over 2 weeks. Can I write that off?
What's it for?
Business.
Business, yeah.
With quotation marks. Legitimately, what is it for?
It's basically just a vacation.
Okay, yeah. So generally, the rule of thumb is it has to be at least like the percentage of business that you're doing there is what would be write off. So let's say weekend and travel days are free. So if you're traveling and you get there, obviously you're on a plane, that is tax write off. Weekends, free, tax write off. So out of the week that you go there, if you go there for 1 week and you've got the weekends, and your travel technically is 4 days because you travel on a weekday, you come back on a weekday, you got the weekend, that's 4 days, and there's 3 days left in the week. If you do like 4 hours of work within the remaining 3 days and you don't utilize any personal things, I'm like just going out and trying to write that off as a tax, then yeah, you could probably do about 60-70% of the trip tax write-off.
Wow, shit.
So how would you?
As long as
prove
there's like
that
an
time that
intended
you
purpose
worked?
for you to go there. I mean, I'm sure if you network well, like I also have a marketing agency. So like they're everywhere. They're nomads. They're all over the freaking place. So I'm sure there is somebody in every single country in here, or some sort of event, some sort of networking group or whatever that could help grow my business, which is literally just the only definition of something that's a business expense.
What if my wife is trying to grow her social media account to sell like nutrition plans and she needed to go get pictures in Greece? Could that work?
I think that's a stretch. You've got to be able to have let's just say you got to have the profit in order to actually show that expense. So like if she's just getting started and you're trying to pay a couple $1,000 and you've got no profitability, that's a red flag. You always want to owe a little something in taxes. But if you got that and you try to write it all off and you're not making much revenue, then you're going to be like way back in the negative, and be auditors at your door.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thanks.
Just got my fucking lender to say yeah.
Little workshop. Yeah, let's get back into calls.
Bro, that was perfect. That was good education right there. It was good, needed. Good shit. Thank you so much for putting on some fucking key notes for everybody.
Yeah. I'll put all my stuff in the chat here in a minute.
Yeah, brother. All right, cool. Anybody have any questions for Dustin, questions for me? And if not, we'll roll that back into some calls, but just wanted to open it up to you guys.
Set up a 7-hour Zoom.
We've been on a 7-hour Zoom today. We were on this Zoom like what time, Josh? Probably like 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
Josh,
early.
I was running out a whole bunch of calls in the morning. Just Josh, Stan, and I, and Ben. We ran out a whole bunch of calls and scenarios. I was underwriting deals with them to see which ones I was going to buy today. Just forgot to tell everybody, I guess. Hey, we're starting early. this Zoom has been on since like 11.
So also introductory. So Trojan Chris right down there is one of my VAs.
Okay.
Have him come in here, listen, hang out, and listen to like obviously the tail end of maybe some of the leads that he's bringing in too, and kind of get a little understanding on that. So he'll be joining in from here to there.
Okay. Yeah, he's the guy that they originally called those leads that we touched up, right?
That's right.
Like David Washburn or Thomas Tueller
Mm-hmm.
or
Hi guys.
what's up,
Thank you for
Chris? How
having
are
me
you?
here. I'm all
What's up,
good. I'm
Chris?
good. I'm very eager to learn from you guys.
Dude, excited to have you here, man.
Thanks.
Are you a USC fan or you just like Trojan condoms or what's going on?
My father was just inspired with the history of Troy. With all
Oh,
that
Sidney,
stuff.
okay, there you go.
That's why he called me Trojan. Yeah.
Got you. I thought you were just trying to be extra protective, and use the raps. I got you.
It can be a double meaning, so we can
Yeah,
use
yeah.
both sides of the coin.
That was my high school mascot, Trojan.
That's cool. Yeah, I was a huge USC fan, man. Watched Reggie Bush, Matt Leonard,
Matt Leinart.
Leonard, bro. There's so many people. Ray Malaluga, so many Clay Matthews. There's so many great people at the times that I went and watched all the games. So many fun. Reggie Bush was the fierce one though at the time.
We said Clay Matthews. Woo.
Good shit. Well. Then we'll get. Let's see. Got 500 questions for Dustin. We'll get Dustin to get a Zoom on to school us. Maybe format something on Axis for us. Besides, or maybe you and one of your guys can put something together for us.
Let's see if I can get a hold of this person in Kingman, Arizona.
What's up, Shane? You got somebody you want to call?
Well, I'm about to see. He inside of the net migration pattern where it's 20 or more net migrants per 100 individuals.
Wait, what?
What the hell did you say to me?
Huh?
Sounds like you're smuggling.
Oh, did you not see the the
What are you
last
smoking?
time Pace was talking about migration patterns? He was like, look at areas that have more than like a 0.6 or some shit like that. And I'm like looking and it's like basically the more purple the area, the more people are like moving to that area.
Population growth, yeah.
Yeah, so like look at, but migration patterns. So they're like showing where people are growing, where people are going down.
I know you just said it like they're ducks.
Oh, yeah, because I said it's in a purple area with Las Vegas and like Kingman and Prescott, like that whole little area down there, like thick is showing like super purple, which is 20 or more net migrants per 100 individuals.
Is that like North Las Vegas, bro?
South.
Well,
all of damn near all the bottom of South Nevada is inside of that purple region. Let me see if I turn my camera.
basically Vegas in general. Vegas and Henderson.
That, like, if you can see this purple.
It's kind of blurry.
I know because I have that background thing on. But like all of this is like Southern Nevada. You got Las Vegas right here. And then like Kingman right here,
Henderson, North Las
Prescott.
Vegas. Yeah.
So it's like showing that
Boulder
those areas
City
are
even.
are showing super purple, which means that there's a high influx of most likely people needing somewhere to rent out there.
Right.
So I was
Honestly,
just
bro, I've
looking.
been looking in Pahrump too because eventually so I lived in Henderson for like 6 years. I lived in Vegas for 15 and I've seen the growth in Vegas.
Yeah, I only
And,
stayed
like,
out there for one.
Eventually, bro, everybody's gonna go to Pahrump because they're gonna make a main vein highway other than those 2 lanes. And once they open up like a highway, kind of like the 215 is, and they stretch it because you can go from Las Vegas to Pahrump over Blue Diamond and come into the backside. But as soon as they open a huge highway to Pahrump, bro, it's gonna. I think the commute is like 45 to 50 minutes.
They're gonna have to go over the water though, aren't they?
No, the water is over at Lake Mead.
Oh,
There
you're
ain't
right.
too
What
much
is
water
this?
out there. But
Oh,
you
yeah, that's
can
not
you
the
can
water
buy
side.
land out there for 5, 6, 7,000 for like an acre, half acre.
You're
If
right.
you get that
Pahrump
and
is
hold it-
inside of the super purple area.
Yeah, just hold it. Even you can buy. I mean, even single family, just buy just buy raw land and honestly just hold it for 5 years. You'll
Because a
probably
couple months ago, if you guys ever seen that guy in the free Facebook Pace Morby group, Derek Barton, I was sourcing things for him in Arizona, and I had found something in Kingman, and this was back in like April or like March, and he was like saying that that's not like really a good area, like people aren't buying out there. It's like desolate or something, like it's just not good. And I'm like, well, shit.
Where is it at? What
In
city?
Kingman,
like
Arizona.
Arizona. That's like Arizona.
That doesn't even matter because it depends on what your strategy is going to be. Like I bought in deals in markets that have 900 people. I bought in a deal in a market that had 79 people, and I'm still making a big spread on them.
Yeah.
What doesn't really work is seller finance and sub two, like as far as renting traditional tenants, it's harder to find somebody to commute. What's easier, thanks, babe. What's easier to do on properties like that would be wraps. Easier to find somebody out of the way to go and move into the home themselves. You wouldn't be gaining the appreciation over time or the tax incentives on depreciation on the property. But it's a lot. That's what I found out to work a lot. Reason why my mentor and my partner, Brad, on some of my deals, he's shown me the proof in it, and he does it everywhere. Anytime there's a deal that nobody wants to buy in a small market, he's like, send it my way. And he figures out how to net 50, 70 grand on little deals that cost 70 grand, 100 grand. There's a deal that we're buying for $65,000 in Georgia. My lender just texted me he's going to go ahead and fund the deal right now. Thank God. Ooh, hoorah right there.
Let's fucking get it.
But anyways, this $65,000 property, they got a good deal. This sub two student, I'm paying $5,000. It's seller finance, $400 monthly payments, 4% interest, $5,000 due at close. So I'm going to finance 65. I'm paying the sub two student 12 grand. It's about $20,000 total to fund the deal. And then the ARV is 130, but well, come here. Since I'm wrapping it, a wrap you can what? You can charge upwards 10, 15, 20, $25,000 more than the ARV. So it's worth 130 and I have it for 65 grand. And I can sell it for now 150, 155, 160. Right off the bat, there's about $85,000 spread in the deal. And I got a lender in place to get in there. Give me $20,000. We negotiated a 25% cash on cash return, $5,000 to them on top. Out of the 85, I'll still net 60 grand in the deal. Yes, with the partner in there, but it's a in and out type of situation. Our goal is to do it within 60 to 90 days, but I put 90 to 180 days is the projected time that I need the money. But in scenarios where you guys see deals like that, don't turn them away. You only know what you know so far. Bring them to me, bring them to other people who can do deals like that, and I'll show you how to maximize on little deals like that. Now I'm interested in buying wraps that are fucking 400 or 500 grand that have $100,000 to $200,000 spread in there because of the amount of money you can maximize on those things. Or you can buy and hold them. Like imagine this. I could buy this house at 65 grand at 4%. And I can hold the note at 150 grand at 10% if I wanted. And I'm making basically 80 grand in the deal, and I'm making 6% on 80 grand over as long as I want. I'm really going to make more than 80 grand. Love the wraps. You can do it very easily on properties that are like in outskirts. You just didn't know that. Now you know.
Well, if you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah. Let's see. Kingman for end buyer family. Kind of cool.
Who said?
Cool. Come on, man. I'm trying to buy this 7.
Kingman for
right
more
now.
for an end buyer family, not an investor. Wraps or
Oh,
mids.
thanks, Patrick. All right, we'll call this person up real quick. Calling the lead. So I call for a couple different people's businesses. So if you hear me say like a different, hey, I'm Carlos with Left Coast Buyers or Penny Investments, that's because I'm calling for somebody else's leads. Otherwise, it's just your boy Silos in the building. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ernie? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. How you doing, man? Left Coast Buyers? You had recently spoken with Edith about selling your property off of, what is it, 1468? Yeah, no problem. Do you want me to touch base with you tonight or is there another day? Okay, cool. I'll call you back around 7, okay? All right, bye. What I like working what I like working these deals with Left Coast Buyers is that they live in San Francisco area. So every deal I've been working is like 1 million plus, 1.4, 800 grand, $2 million. There's spreads in there. Got a close already, one for him. We have a whole bunch in the pipeline. Let me put notes on this real quick. Does anybody have any deals they want me to call for you guys while we're here? Because I'm going to be calling out for Left Coast and for Penny Bags. So I have active leads to continue calling for you, so you guys can hear the scenarios. But if you guys have any deals you guys want me to call, let me know. I'll call them up for you.
Dang, I saw Pace got rushed to the ER.
I saw that too.
Not good.
Was it him or Laura?
I think it was Laura.
Uh,
Whoever has a peanut allergy.
Yeah, she had the peanut allergy. I think she ate some peanuts on accident, and her throat started to close up on her.
Oh, not good.
EpiPen should be fine. You think she
Yeah.
would have some at home?
Yeah, I know. And it's very common. Probably was like in a salad or something she didn't know about. Probably one of those pre-made salads or something.
I gotta keep one of them. I'm allergic to shellfish. That's why my throat swells up. I get hives and shit. It's crazy.
Dude, I'm allergic to bullshit. Thank God there's nothing around here, so I'm not really like breaking out.
Nah, dude, you look good.
Thanks, man. There's nobody with bullshit around here. That's why. All right, sorry, I was just putting in some notes. Call this one back. Called and spoke with Carrie. She has the property locked up with Sundance. Oh yeah, fuck that one. On this number right now, and luckily they didn't answer because I called them yesterday and I accidentally pissed them off. And it says don't call them back, but I put call back in 2 weeks. I called right now, just a day later. Put that in there. Oh man,
Hell yeah.
you guys gonna hate me when I call them back. All right, let's see. Are you guys well versed in pre-foreclosures?
No.
I mean, just like how Dustin knew a lot of information, pre-foreclosure are like a specialty. There's a lot of additional shit you want to know when getting them. Maybe I can get somebody in here. There's a guy named John Carlo, he's like a Kiki Shrugs or like another guy who like excels in pre-foreclosures. It's what he does for his W-2. And that's what's going to happen here. And if you guys realize what's coming and stuff, a lot of pre-foreclosures are probably going to come up here over the next 12 to 24 months. And so it's best to learn how to help people. I worked one last night, or was it maybe this morning? Either or, it was last night or this morning. Yeah, the reason why I like working them is it's sad, but they're more distressed, so we have more of an opportunity of getting the term we want on them. But obviously they're not in good standing. They're usually in distress. So most times you can get properties for basically helping them clear up those arrears. You get the house for free, basically sub 2 or whatever they owe left on it. And I mean, there's some scenarios, sometimes they have a lot of money in arrears. And there's a series of questions, like a questionnaire that you'd like to have. So you can run through this scenario with them and get as much information as possible. So then you're gonna need like some type of pre-foreclosure guide on certain scenarios where they're pretty sticky to come in and help you. So it's good to know somebody And I actually have somebody that can bring them in. Just wanted to bring it up because I've worked a lot of pre-foreclosures this week and last week. And I've gotten all my information from that one guy, and he's like juiced me up basically. And I knew nothing about them. And it's just wanted to bring it up that we'll bring somebody in here to help you guys out on pre-foreclosures as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's gonna be ramping up huge here soon. I mean,
Mhm.
you look at the list of pre-foreclosures over the course of the last like 2 decades, when everything happened, then you got the moratorium, and you got forbearance, and you got all the additional time. They're all, the sand is running out for them, And a lot of these markets that saw big increases, if it was retail ready, a lot of these pre-foreclosures, these people in distressed properties just threw them on the market too, trying to see, but now they're stuck in a contract with a realtor. Everything's kind of coming back down. Yeah, there's a lot of distress coming. So that's gonna be awesome opportunity. I just sent you, figured since Chris is on the call, I sent you something Chris pulled up here recently. See if maybe he can hear you call.
This is Ann Alvarado. Okay, let me get the address real quick. Oh wait, here we go. Let me read this. This is from the Trojan Boy.
Yeah.
Trojan Boy. Express a timeline to sell within 30 days. Not in contract with the realtor, but planning on listing next week. 550. Open the payments. Okay, let's see what's up. Yes, how soon? ASAP. Cool. Let's go ahead and do this. (208-921-1563). Hey, my boy Trojan just called you. Hey, what's up, Ann? This is Carlos. You had just spoken with Chris about one of your properties that you have off of Albany Court.
Okay.
Just touching base with you. I typically am the person who underwrites the deals and writes the checks for the properties that we purchase. And I just wanted to touch base with you and still see if that's the case. Are you still looking to sell it? Okay. So I'm getting to my computer and bringing it up. While I'm doing that, I did have a little bit of notes. I read some of them, but can you kind of catch me up to speed? What's got you interested in selling this property?
We bought a new house. We've already moved.
Oh,
I mean, I should say we're in the process. We still have some things at the house you need to move over, but I'm already at the new house.
got you. Did you move far from this one or not too far?
No, just a mile away.
Okay, that's not bad. Okay. And so this was your primary residence? It wasn't a rental? You just happened to buy a new home and
we
move?
lived there.
Okay. And just to make sure I have the right information on this property, is this a 4-bedroom with 3 bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And the square footage is at around 1915?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So got that right, 1915. And so basically you just need a little bit of time to move out of it. Like what's the time frame you need if we were to come
I
to
think
view
we'll
it?
be out by Sunday.
Okay, so like a 30-day close is pretty good for you?
Oh yeah, it doesn't need to be any longer, that's for sure.
Cool. Okay, I brought it up on a couple websites and I'm taking a look at the photos.
So
Looks
what
nice.
you can't see is we put in a brand new gourmet kitchen. The kitchen that's in the pictures is not old, I mean, that was new too, but we had a leak. And so we ended up having to gut the kitchen again a second time.
Wow.
Which 4 years before that, we had just gutted the kitchen and put a brand new kitchen in. So the second time I did it, I made it even nicer and put in a wall oven and a wall microwave and a waterfall edge on the long island. Just a bunch of different things that were, grades up from the last one.
Yeah, because even the photos that I see just online, they're probably not that gourmet kitchen you're talking about, but they still look fairly nice.
It was a really nice kitchen. Yeah, and it, like I said, I chose the same colors and almost the same stone because I liked it so much. But there's just a lot more of it.
Got you. So this house, besides the kitchen, is the rest of the house basically in like the similar condition, basically new or renovated?
So I think we took those pictures after we'd taken a wall out downstairs. There was a front sitting room and then a family room behind it. And they were both really small, so we took the wall out.
Okay.
And made it one larger space so that the dining and the living are together now. We moved the dining out of the kitchen to get more space in the kitchen.
Got you. Yeah. House looks beautiful. Looks nice just in the photo. So I can imagine, you know, with the upgrade of that gourmet kitchen, because I love being in the kitchen. I love to cook, so I can imagine having a gourmet style kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even use the oven yet. That's how new it is. But another reason we moved is because this house has a pool and I really need the rehab for my back.
Got you.
So,
You got a little injury?
oh yeah. I'm having surgery next week. So
Oh, wow, man. Okay, so I'll let you know a little bit how I work, right? As an investor, I look to purchase properties first off cash. When I do it, work with cash, it's mainly to make a profit, right? So like a fix and flip or something, but yours doesn't need much work. There probably isn't going to be profit for me to buy it cash on a fix and flip. Let me ask you, you know, what type of number are you looking to get on this property?
when I talked with the agent, we were looking at like 50.
Okay. So yeah, that's basically more of a market price. And as an investor, when I buy cash, it wouldn't allow me to make money on the front end on it. I know that you said you would list it, and I think listing it would be your best case scenario to get a homeowner to move in there for that price. That would probably be your best bet for sure.
You know, it's not a 55%.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Have you ever considered you renting it out yourself and cash flowing on it?
You know, my husband wants to do that, and I know there's profit in it, but I'd like to get the cash out so that we can pay this house down a little bit and get a mortgage down.
Got you.
Because our mortgage is like, I mean, the other house is 1,400 because we had a lot of equity, and this house is 3,700. So
The new house is 37, or the one you're selling is 3,700?
no, this the new house.
Got you. So your principal
So it's,
interest.
2,300 more
Yeah.
than the last house.
Got
So
you.
I'd like to get it down so you don't have to pay as much every month.
Okay. And so what's your mortgage balance on the property that you're selling right here, since you're paying 1,400 bucks on it?
I don't know if it's, I think it's around 300. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe it's 270.
Got you. Okay. And the reason why I bring it up, right? Because I already know that I can't buy this cash. So typically while I'm on the phone, I speak to the seller and let them know, hey, there are a couple other ways you can sell it. Listing it's a good way. Your house is in good condition. So and since you don't live there anymore, it's not going to be an issue for others to walk in and out of the property. The only
Right.
difference is if you list it at 550, what are you looking to net in your pocket after you pay your commissions out and those little fees?
Right. I don't know how much the commission is.
But typically when you
6%.
yeah.
I don't know how much that is off the top of my head.
Or I got calculators. I'm always prepared. So 6% on the 550 is around $33,000. And so what I've noticed is this: when you typically like nationwide, because I also buy nationwide, typically when you sell your property, there's a couple of fees accumulated together. There's the commissions, and then there's typically closing costs and little title escrow fees. So it's up to nine.
Not that much though, because I looked at how much my sellers were paying. I'm like, that's all they're paying.
Yeah, so it's not too crazy. I know that it's like 2% more, 2 to 3% more than the 6% to the realtors.
It's not that much.
Yeah, it's
We're
not that
paying a
much.
couple thousand on this house, and it's worth way more than the other house. So
Well, I don't know if it's a couple thousand. I just know that closing cost is roughly 2%. So you just think 2% of 550, you think 1% is $5,000 or whatever. But what I was getting to is this, that so you're looking to walk away with something like 520 if you're giving away 30 grand. Okay. The reason why I bring that up is there's another way that I'm able to purchase properties besides cash. In a scenario where, let's say, you wanted to list it, you wanted to get 550 for it, you sold.
I get it. You know, no realtor's fees, you don't see the paperwork, right?
Right, but same thing, I wouldn't be able to buy it cash still because I wouldn't be able to fix and flip it. A way that I can do it this way for it to make sense for me to buy it at a higher price would be like buying it on terms from you. Is that something you and your husband might be open to?
What terms do you mean?
So kind of like, you know how your husband was interested in renting it out, being like a landlord? So right, I know you didn't, right? And what I was getting to is when you sell it to somebody like me on terms, it's kind of like being a landlord, like you're receiving payments on it, so like some money down, payments over time. But the only difference now is that I'll be owning it on payments, so you wouldn't actually have to deal with property improvements if the toilet messed up or tenants or whatever. You wouldn't deal with it. You would just be a lender on it.
What happens if you don't make your payment?
Perfect question. It's the number one question I always get after I bring up that offer. So in the worst case scenario where, right, like let's say I gave you some money down and then I made payments to you for 8 or 9 months, and I either get picked up by an alien, hit by a car, whatever the scenario is, whatever the scenario is, we sign a performance mortgage deed. It's a document that states that in a scenario where we default on payment, the property would be deeded back into your name. And at that moment, we already gave you a chunk of money down at the close, and we made payments each month. So in that scenario, it would be my worst case, your best case scenario, because you would just keep everything. It's kind of like the car business too. Like if you finance a car, you put your name on title and take care of the car. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, not that bad.
So what amount down would you do?
So luckily, your house is already ready to go. I don't have to put money into it. When I'm paying up to the market price, I try not to go past 10% money down because I'm able to come up. So something like that, it would be closer to.
That doesn't help me. Doesn't help me pay down my mortgage.
Right. What is a number that does work with you?
I was hoping to put down 150, at least on my mortgage. I mean, I'd have like 300 almost if I sold it. And I put that chunk down. I mean, there's nothing to do to this house, so I'd be able to put it all down. But I think if I got it down 150,000, it would be much more manageable.
Do you know how much the market rent is for a property like yours in your condition? Do you know what it would rent for?
You know, I haven't looked, but I'd be sure it's over 2,000 for sure.
Okay.
I mean, I think you can get apartments for that price at, with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms or something. So, I mean, you'd probably, I don't know, 2,500, 3,000. You'd have to look it up. But, this is not just a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. It's much nicer than the normal 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. And it's a really, really nice neighborhood.
You know they allow short-term rentals? Do they allow short-term rentals in that area?
Yes, because I know the house down the street from each other.
Okay. Yeah, so I look at it a couple ways. I look at it as long-term rental, and I also do short-term rentals, and there are times where I do like government assistance programs. So it just depends on trying to figure out a way how I can maximize and make it make sense. The way it works for me to pay market price, I just need to make money every month and have the right term. So I don't mind giving the right price as long as I get a term that makes sense for me, where I can make some money every month.
You'd probably want to get some, I'm not saying anything against government assistance, but you probably want someone that makes a little bit more, because if they start running things in that kitchen, that's not always good. Or in the house, it's got a really nice bathroom downstairs. There's a 1-bedroom bathroom downstairs, and then the other 3 are up, and the 2 bathrooms are up. And we redid the whole downstairs. So it's got a really nice bathroom downstairs. In fact, I'm gonna miss it because it's got a giant shower, which I'm really gonna miss. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it's up to you who you rent to, but
Right, right.
definitely want to get a decent price for it.
Is 150 the minimum you'll accept? The reason why I bring it up is when I go that high, I get allocated funds to perform on all my deals. So I use other people's money. So in a scenario where I give you that much money down, I'm also gonna have to make a payment to the lender. And so it's like paying $1,400 a month. It's just your principal, interest, tax, and insurance. And that's not even a payment to your equity yet. And then I'll have to pay them. The only way that I can see it doing that is there's only one way that I'm able to make it make sense when I give that much money down. And it's how I get it is I basically go and get a non-recourse loan. I get the property appraised, and if it appraises for 550, I get, you know, the lender to give me around 70% of that. And so 70% of 550 is closer to 385,000. And so that's one way I can give you more money. It would come to, I get that amount of money. You would carry the remaining 30% equity in the note. Now, the only thing is you're asking for 150. I won't be able to make a payment to you during the time we're on terms, just because I'm now pulling such a big loan out. But so instead of giving you 150, I'll give you more money than that. So then basically it's like me prepaying those payments. And you would be sitting in a like second position because the lender would want to be sitting in first.
What does that mean? You'll give me more money down, but less money each month?
No money each month. I'll give you more money. Yeah, because here's why. If I go and pull 380, 70% of 550, then I have a full payment on that 385. And if I have to make a payment. No, it actually might. It actually might, because if I'm giving you double the money, you're asking for 150. I'm offering you like 350. I'm giving you way more. So what I was saying was, if I was able to act like I'm prepaying all those payments, you give me a set term, maybe not 20 years, maybe 5, 7, 10 years. I'll prepay you, give you more money than you just asked for. I'm just trying to be like trying to brainstorm with you. This is the only way that I can bring that much money to the table, is I would have to give you more than you asked for, but you would have to work with me on the term, give me the right length.
So I'd have to wait at least 5 years to get my other 200 some back, or 200 back.
Correct. Yes. So and that's the only way that I can come up with that much money. Otherwise, I would have to.
How does that work for me when I can get it all if I ask to sell it?
That's exactly correct. Mine's more of a last case scenario. Remember, I'm just going over the way that
if I don't sell it in time.
Yeah. Remember, I was just going over the only way that I can justify paying you that much is what I was telling you. Yeah. Mine's more of a last case scenario for you.
Okay. Well, then why don't you call me in a month?
Okay, let's do that, because it's
what's going on.
Traditionally sellers, and even myself, when I sell, I'd rather get cash. And here's how I see it. I know that we're already, the market rates are high, harder for homeowners to afford it. Prices are slowly coming down. So in a scenario where you can get that number you're looking for, 550 or 520, with the agent, just think of me, and I'm able to come up with the numbers with you, and we'll analyze it. And if it's a way that you want to make more money, there's a way that we can do this, and I can give you some more money. Cool. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
I appreciate yours too. Give me a call in a month.
Yeah, and thank you so much. Bye.
What's that?
I said thank you so much, and you have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, I know, Dustin. I feel the same thing. You see how I don't ever argue with them, or how she's like, oh, well, I could do that. You're right. You're 100%. I literally just explained to you that the only way I could justify that number is if I went that route. And that's the truth, right? I don't have to, it's not the car business anymore. I don't have to sit here and try to justify why they should rather sell to me. It's not the game. It's just that if I can make it make sense to them. Hers, she needed money. She needed a large amount of money.
I feel like all the deals I'm working on are the Mormon method, but they all want so much money now. You guys have any questions on the
Yeah.
Mormon method, or why I just explained what I just explained to her?
No, it makes sense.
What's
Yeah.
up?
We just.
No, I said it makes sense.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think at least for the next 30, maybe 60 days in kind of like the hot markets, like where she's in, where I'm in, that were really, really hot. You'll see people really still trying to tag on to their supposed market value, lingering on to that and holding on to it, but reality will settle in.
Yeah. That's another thing, guys, is you want to get busy, so then you're also not in a rush, or you feel like this is the only deal you're working. I'm not in a rush. We can circle back to this in a month, and reality is 7 or 8%. That's the market rate right now. 7 or 8% on 550 grand is a shitload of money. And we'll take a look right now.
Yeah, I believe you're looking around 3,500.
Yeah. You're fast, bro. Good guy. Look at that. If they get 8%, they're $4,000 a month. It's crazy. All right. All right, let's put that in the loop, Dustin, so we can, and Chris, let's go ahead and just follow up with her in a month. We'll check in with her.
Mm-hmm.
How different is pre-foreclosure versus foreclosure conversation? It's just a step before and after. Nothing really different. They're both in a pickle. One's pre-foreclosure, meaning you're already at a late point where you're about to go into we're actually putting you in foreclosure because now we've given you the chance to catch up and you haven't. Then from foreclosure, the next step is auction. You want to try to help them before auction. You can push dates and everything, because when somebody goes into the auction, not only are you messing up your credit, like bankruptcy and things like that, no bank, no mortgage will loan you for 7 years once you hit the auction. So you can always bring that up as a tip to the seller, that, hey, you can save their credit this way, catch up their arrears, keep their credit going. Because if not, you mess up your credit. Most people too that are in the foreclosure state, they accept where they are. It's a pretty sad state for them. And a lot of them don't want to do things. They don't want to do the extra work or have to call. And they just, you ever meet somebody that it's super sad and depressed, maybe a seller that doesn't want to even do anything. You're asking them to do certain things and they don't want to do it. That's what happens when you work with a lot of the super distressed like that. Back to school night, gotta get ready, keep it tight. Shame. All right, cool. I'm gonna call some more people. Time's at 5:30. You guys want me to break down how I'm gonna make money on this one deal that I'm closing tomorrow in Valdosa, or you guys want to do some live calls? It's a wrap deal. I'm gonna exit the wrap and sell the note. I'll also explain how I get a lender and how I pay them out.
See Lewis, what's up?
What's up, G?
Hey man, I was listening to that last call. I was enjoying it. I just didn't get to hear the last bit. I was getting my daughter out of the pool. How did it end up at the very end?
What happened was that in the end, she would have rather just listed it like she's going to do. And so that's what's going to happen. She's going to go and attempt to get the number she's looking for. 550 after she pays commissions, probably like 515 to 520 is what she'll walk with. That's what she's going to try to go for. And I just brought up the only way that I can do it at that number, and then I broke down how. Then I figured out she wanted like 150 grand down. I then rolled into the Morby method, letting her know this is the only way that I can come up with that much money. I'd actually have to give you more money, but the two conditions is that you're now going to sit in second position and silently, meaning I'm not going to make a payment to you. She asked me, how does that benefit her? I said, well, what do you mean? You asked for 150. I'm giving you like 350. So right off the bat, I'm giving you more than you asked me for. But then she ended up saying, well, I mean, I could just sell this and get cash out the whole thing. I said, yeah, that is true. And that's why I told her, remember, I only told you the only way I can justify 550 is if I did it this way. So I just let her know that's the way that I can offer that much, but mine's a last case scenario since you already would rather list it. I just think it's going to be tough. I mean, there's probably some, if that's the market out there, like Dustin says, there's probably a lot of people that can afford those homes, if anything, in those areas. You know, the payment is like $3 or $4 grand though, for sure, on that price home interest.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I was just wondering, and I'm cool with some more live calls or whatever y'all want to do. I was just listening in and getting some value.
Yeah, cool. I love doing live calls. I know it helps you guys out a lot too, but I don't know how much you guys actually know the strategy. There's a difference of learning sub-2 seller finance and a wrap, just understanding it. And then there's a difference of overcoming those questions on phones compared to, do you know how to do the actual strategy? You know how to put it on paper, see how you're going to make money, how to get a lender in place, how to pay the lender per month, or are you going to balloon the lender? How are you going to clear them out even though your lender gave you 6 months, but your seller gave you 5 years on the term? All of that comes into place when you're really walking through it. And that's why I don't mind ever bringing up my deals anymore, because I want to put you guys on game, really. I know some of you guys are learning to overcome and getting all excited. The next step would be, what do I do? How do I perform? How does the strategy actually work? I understand the concept of seller finance to long-term rental, or to short-term rental, or hybrid to a wrap. I understand all those, but can you play out the numbers and see how you're going to make money on it on your own? That's why I wanted to know if you guys know how to do that, so I can start breaking down some of these deals that I have. But if not, I could easily just call.
I'm good with that. I'm totally cool with it.
What do you guys think? What do you guys prefer more right now? Would you like for me to do a couple more calls? I got a lot of calls I can do, but or would you guys like me to show you a wrap that I'm closing on tomorrow? I got a lender in there right now who's he's going to fund the deal tomorrow, so I can break down what I'm buying it, how much I'm paying for my entry fees, my lender, how I got him, how I negotiated how much on a return for him, how we're going to strategize, and how we're going to exit the strategy and pay the lender in profit. Wrap. One person said wrap. Let me know.
Yeah, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm in for the wrap.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Well, let me call your buddy Trojan Chris. Hey Trojan, help me wrap this up.
Pardon? What did you say?
Got you. Send them my way. All right. So here's my proposal on this deal. I'll show you guys real quick. Very simple. Use Microsoft Word. Not the most professional. Don't need to be. Hate being an integrator. This is the proposal that I have that I sent over to my lender, which I just found because thank God I don't know who tagged me. Could have been Ben, could have been Josh. Somebody tagged me though. Somebody had posted and create a finance page. I have $60,000. I own a few properties, but I have a full-time job looking to deploy this money with somebody. Somebody tagged me. We jumped on a phone call 2 days ago. Got on a phone call today and told them, oh, I have this deal that needs to get funded tomorrow. I broke down the strategy and he was like, I like that, man. Let's do it. So this is the property I have right here. Working this deal that I bought from a sub-2 student. Purchasing the property on seller finance. Purchase price is 70 grand. I'm giving the seller 5,000 at the close of escrow, which is tomorrow. I'm financing 65,000 at 4%, and our payment is $400. Money to seller. This is the entry fee that I need. right? Money to seller, 5,000. Assignment fee, 12,000. Closing costs, 1,300. Holding and maintenance costs, 1,700. I don't have any arrears, don't have any marketing costs, really no renovation costs. Total amount that I need, 20 grand. That's the loan amount right here. Projected months, 3 to 6 months with the balloon and option to extend 6 months. Want to be conservative. My actual goal is to do this within 2 to 3 months, but I want to be conservative and not have to renegotiate a lender with a lender a longer term. I don't want to look bad. So I'd rather give myself the conservability, give myself 3 to 6 months. Worst case scenario, extend 6 months. Worst case scenario is if I can't find a note buyer within 6 months, that I have another 6 months to find that out. And he was open to that. And I just told him, I was talking to him and his wife. I just told him I want to be conservative and not lie to you. I know that I could do this quicker, but in a scenario where I can't, I don't want to have to renegotiate and look bad. So it's cash on cash return, 25%, $5,000. Balloon, 20 plus 5, meaning I'm actually not going to make payments to him over the 6 months. I'm just going to balloon him 25 grand. So now I get to save. I get to make more money each month. Here's my exit strategy. Wrap, and I'm going to sell the note. Purchase price right here. 150,000. Money down. That's what we're asking for. Doesn't mean we have it yet. More or less, it's going to come up. I have a deal that I have right now marketed for 140,000. We have 8 people interested. We have people with $10,000 down, 3 people with 40 grand down, 1 person with $90,000 down. So it just depends on whoever's coming to the table with the money. Some people are going to give you more, so then they can have less financing. But this is how it's going to work. Purchase price is 150. The ARV is really 130, but since it's a wrap, remember I always tell you guys that you could charge more. We could probably even get a little bit more than this, but we're going to keep it at 150. $20,000 down. That's going to be profit to us, right? So we have a remaining balance of 130 grand. This is just a proposal, so then the lender can have a good idea of how we're making money, so they can do this. And the payment is now $900. Interest rate is 8.5%. Create the note, sell the note with remaining balance of 130. Pay off the balance of $65,000. That's the seller's note, the original person in first position. So here's my $130,000 that I have remaining minus the mortgage of 65. I meant to put equal 65. So this should have been equal 65,000. That's what should be left. Well, payoff balance to lenders 20,000 plus their entrance balance of 5. So it's 25 grand. So there's $40,000 profit plus $20,000 money down to wrap buyer. I made $60,000 and I was able to still get the lender back 25. There's actually $85,000 in this deal that I'm buying at 65 grand. And so my goal in and out in 3 months, seller, wrap, sell the property on a wrap, exit from the wrap by selling the note within 3 to 6 months to a note buyer and cash out, meaning I'm no longer going to own that property. Okay. That's the proposal. So I'll just play it out on a piece of paper. Let's see. So this is where we are. Where I'm buying this property, purchase price of $70,000. $5,000 down is what I'm paying them. $400 a month at 4%. Now that's the salary what they were willing to work with us on. I'm going to be borrowing $20,000 right here. 20,000 is going to cover the $5,000 to the seller, the $12,000 to the wholesaler, the $1,300 closing costs, and the $1,700 for maintenance and holding. So roughly $20,000. In a scenario, you lock up a deal on yourself, you don't have a wholesaler you got to pay. What do you think you can do? You can add yourself your own assignment fee in there, your own commission. They're not going to ask you what's the name of the wholesaler, what's the name of the sub-2 student that we're paying. They're not asking that stuff. They're just making sure that you're going to make enough money for yourself and to return their investment. So that's a way that you can make your own money on your own deals, guys. But in the scenario, I'm borrowing 20 grand, right? So here we are on the wrap. The ARV on this puppy is $130,000. There's a solid comp that sold a month ago right next door to it. for 129,000. A wrap, remember, you can sell 10, 20, 30 grand above the ARV. So we're at $150,000 at a market price. Now, we're gonna ask for $20,000 down. We're gonna get a whole bunch of people shooting us, hey, I have 10, hey, I have 15. People are gonna be offering us more, right? So that's how we're starting it off. Let's just go that we'll go with somebody giving us 20 grand. So we're marketing this at 150. We're asking for $20,000 down. We're charging $900 a month, and we're charging 8.5% interest. So right off the bat, we're making $80,000 on that front end of the deal. Now, there's $20,000 down. $900, we're making a $500 spread, and we're gaining 4.5% over time on the 80 grand, right? So let's see what that number is real quick. Let me pull it up right. Let me share my screen so you guys can see.
Let's see.
80,000,
1.5%.
30 years.
On 30 years.
Yeah. That's what you're gonna put, but you're gonna have like a 5. You're gonna whatever our balloon is on this one. It is 6 years. But I'm gonna exit it sooner.
End up close to 160,000.
Yeah. Look at that. On 80 grand, if he owes 30 years on just 80 grand at 8.5%, look at the amount of money that somebody makes. And this is what's going to happen because I'm not going to hold the note. I'm going to go and sell this note, and somebody's going to actually hold the whole note for the actual length that they're going to sell this to on a wrap. Typically, people are going to wrap deals and go 15 plus years or 10 plus years on wraps. So you got to think, even if we did it like, well, you can't do 10 years because it'll break down higher payments. But right here, you cop another 30 grand or so. We're doing it 10 years, right? So somebody's actually not gaining 80 grand. They're making like 110 grand on the deal on that end of. So I'll go back to this. So I bought it for 70. We're selling for 150. They wanted $5,000 down. We're getting $20,000 down. I'm paying 400. Somebody's paying 900. I'm paying 4%. Somebody's paying 8.5%. So I get $20,000 down at the close of escrow. I have a remaining balance of 130,000 that this new wrap buyer owes me. They're financing me 130. And now I can cash flow. I can keep this property and cash flow. But here's the thing that you have to ask yourself. I have a lender in place. I wasn't smart enough to have gotten this deal locked up on the first day and then put the photos up and started marketing it. So then by the close of escrow, I could have found an end buyer to then pay that $5,000 and the $12,000 to the sign. I could have found an end buyer to pay the whole 20 grand that I'm now going to use a lender on. Now I'm going to pay them a return on their investment. So if I was aware of all of that prior to this, I would have then not used a lender. I would have started marketing this puppy and found somebody to walk it, tell me yes, and then at the close of escrow, they were going to already transfer me 20 or 30, so that I can then wire that over to everybody I owe. So then I would wait for the first payment to go through, so the note is performing. Once that note performs on that first month, that 130, the reason why I'm going to sell the note is because I have 20 grand in this deal at the moment with a lender. How am I going to pay that lender if I have like a 6-year term on this? How am I supposed to pay that lender off if they're giving me 6 months? There's no way in hell I'm going to pay $25,000 in payments in 6 months, because that's not the net I'm going to be making in 6 months on this property. So that's a big question people forget. It's a big question I ask myself all the time. A lot of people forget. Let me see. I read his Insta wrong. It was Pace who had action. Okay. So in this scenario, the reason why I'm going to exit by selling the note is because I had to use a lender to fund the deal. And so this is where people get stuck. Oh, you know what? I can't exit the lender because I won't be able to cash out refinance in 6 months. Economy's going down. Won't be able to pull a HELOC. Whatever the scenario is, if you can't do that strategy, then you're kind of fucked with that lender. You're not going to be able to do that unless you have a private money lender that by chance has a lot of money and doesn't mind loaning you 20 grand for the same length as the term you were given. So in a scenario where instead of throwing away the deal, you find out this strategy right here is the juice strategy. And so what I do is I then now look for a note buyer, right? Just like cash buyers, just like creative buyers, there are people who buy notes, anyone that's indirectly investing in real estate, maybe somebody who's too invested in their current specialty at work, doctor, some type of financial advisor, banker, car salesman that have too much money, have too much time invested in their W-2, but they want to hold notes. What happens is somebody's going to buy them at 10 to 12% off. And let's just be conservative and let's just say 10, or let's use even numbers and make it real simple and let's do 10%, even though 12% is even as well. But 10% of $130,000 is 13 grand. So if I find a note buyer to buy this note at 10% off, which is $13,000 off this price, I have to then market this note, $130,000 face value note. I have to then market it for 117 grand. Let's say we find this note buyer. Note buyer then cashes me out for 117 grand on $130,000 face note value of the property. So now I have $117,000. With that $117,000, I owe $65,000 remaining on the purchase price after we gave $5,000 down from the 70. So I financed 65 is what I owe. I'm then going to subtract the 65 from 117. I have $52,000 left in the deal. Well, I have 25 that I owe the lender. 25. There's $27,000 left, but I just got $20,000 at the close of escrow. So now there's $47,000 profit for my partner and I, and we just coughed out 25,000. So the amount of profit in this deal was 47 plus 25,000. So we're making $72,000 on the deal. And that's after we gave a $13,000 discount on the note. So in reality, the amount of profit that was in the deal was $85,000 on a deal that we bought for 65 grand, basically. And that's how I'm exiting and getting that lender out with my goals within like 3 to 6 months. And that's the strategy. Was that hopefully I broke that down fairly simple for you guys, but were you guys able to understand and retain that information?
Yeah. I can't speak for everybody, but I did.
You would Gio, you a champ. Let's Pat, you got that? That's the juice right there. Boom, boom. Everybody else, you guys good? You guys have any questions on the strategy and why I do what I do?
Yeah, I like the wraps, bro. For some reason, I don't know if I'm distracted over here writing, but I just can't fully wrap my head around the wrap. I'm there. I know when it clicks, it clicks. That's just how I am. So I'm gonna keep listening to you with the wraps, and in about a couple days, probably 1 or 2 days, I'll be 100% there. I'm gonna watch some more videos on wraps tonight on YouTube. I feel like that's the only thing.
Take advantage of them. Your gross is your net. When you hold the wrap instead of selling it, you're not liable to the property, so you don't have to have a war chest right there. You keep all the money that's yours. Everything is yours right there. Because
Super intrigued with the wraps, bro. I feel like there's been over $1 million in deals just walk right away from me.
I'll tell you this, that once Brad introduced me deeply into wraps, because I was aware of them, but once he broke it down to me, it was like this, bro. Exactly what happened was like this. I went like this, dude. I've literally thrown away so many fucking deals. If I can bring deals to the table that you're able to see our deals, would you partner with me on deals? And would you be willing to walk me through things that I don't know? In return, you get 50% equity, but you don't have to do any work. I'll do all the work.
How about that Iowa deal, bro? You think that Iowa deal that I was working on as a wrap? I mean, I feel like we can get it for like $5K. We can get in. I don't know.
A
maybe-
wrap is this, is you have to have a spread from like the purchase price to the ARV price.
Uh-huh.
Are they asking for market?
No, no, he literally got, so he got the property for like 5K, it was back in taxes. But the property's worth about 130. It just needs some work. It does. I had a contractor go out that following day. I talked to you and he was like, dude, you're gonna lose your ass on this. It's gonna need 40 or 50. It's got a telephone pole cut in half and it's holding up the roof. And I'm like, okay. He didn't tell me that. You know, he says it was 80-90% complete. So I'm glad I had you go out there. He says it's gonna need, you know, a whole new subfloor, everything. But the land is a half acre and it's a nice piece of land. It's right across the street from every single house that is 4-bedroom, 3-bath is 300 to 400,000. On the opposite side of where his house is 120 to about 180, and he's got the shittiest house on the block. But I know damn well that there's some profit to be made. I don't know if I can structure that deal with him.
What's the purchase price?
Man, to be honest, he wanted 58. I told him I'd give him 50. And then when it came down to that, I'm like, dude, there's no way if it needs 40, 50K ARVs, 120, 130, you know, it's
You
not.
gotta ask yourself this. So here's the next step in asking yourself the question, right? It's like, well, if he's asking you 50 and you just stated we need 40 or 50, right? So now we're up to 100. We have 125. Cool. You're making 25,000 bucks. Here's the question to ask yourself. How are you going to exit the lender who's giving you 50 grand plus their commission on top?
Right.
That's where people forget. That's the next step for people, is when you're walking through that step into the wraps or into the deals, there's that one question that either.
I think you asked me that too. And I
Yeah.
thought that I was gonna like if I got it for 40 and this is when I was under the impression it was gonna take 30K, put 30K into it, ARV of 120, maybe 117, 120, and maybe cash
Well,
out.
a wrap, remember, a wrap can be 20 to 30 grand over.
Right. I think that was my only strategy, was thinking cash out refi, just get it appraised for 120, 117. So now I'm thinking that can't be the only way. That's almost the most dangerous route. Because you get in the house, you put this 20, 35K in it, and then it doesn't appraise for nothing close to what you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's one way that you got to think of it. That happens. I know that Ben was working a deal where somebody planned to refinance or pull a HELOC within like the first month or something. It didn't work, and now there's like some issue going on with the lender that's involved and stuff like that, and things happen. It's part of the game. It's part of fucking learning. Not the best, never the best to sit in that position, but shit, the people all involved in that deal are learning for sure.
Yeah, maybe this guy wants to sell the house for 15 now. Maybe, I don't know.
What, from 50 to 15?
Yeah, well, he was pressing. That's why he was surprised when I had the contractor come out there. He didn't show up. I had the contractor look at the window. And then when I told him, I'm like, dude, this thing's not worth not even half of what you're asking. Not even 50, not 40, not 30, maybe 15, maybe 10. That's why you got it for 5. It's behind in property tax by like 5,600. But yeah, he damn near have to give that house away.
That's it. Yeah, you damn near have to give it away.
Right.
Yeah. See, like with deals when they need a lot of work, I don't really want to have to deal with like mad amount of work on a wrap.
Yeah, you just kind of want like medium, maybe like 20K or something.
Yeah, that's it. Like lipstick, light renovation. I don't want to have to deal with like a actual full-on renovation repair, like to the structure and things like that.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, it gets messy, it gets deep. You never know.
Unless there's like, you have 100 grand spread in there, 150 grand spread in there, something like that, then cool. But other than that, I'm not really looking to buy wraps or deals that need like fix and flip type of work.
Yeah, true. Sweet. Shit canned it.
Yeah. Good shit, guys. Fucking loved it. Do some more.
Silas, one quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
Is that so? Like when you're looking at a wrap or considering a wrap, is that like something that you're actually looking for? Like you prefer like getting wraps? Like that's the strategy you would prefer to use, or is that just what you're like seeing come up the most right now?
No, so in reality, when you work a deal, as you're working it, you're bringing like the last call I was on. Or was it the last call, the call before? I was asking the guy who was schooling us about like taxes and everything. Were you on that call?
Dustin.
Yeah. I was here for Dustin.
Okay, so Dustin was schooling us right after we got off the phone call with the seller that was trying to school me and all that. Were you guys present to that?
Mhm.
You
I
saw
don't
how
think
I was trying to see how much I could do it long-term rental. It was 35, and I asked them, what about short-term? Do they have short-term? So at the moment, you're gonna have to strategize on the phone, because sometimes they're gonna either like him paying a price that's closer to the market rent. So I'm looking at it is, okay, well, if I can only get $300 more than what he's paying, and then I have to, if I'm owning the property and renting it to a tenant, I have to then put 10-20% of that away for a rainy day, so that I don't really net that $300. But if I go and wrap the deal, I can now charge $200 more than the market rent, so I can turn it to $500 a month, and then I can actually net the whole 500 since I'm not liable to the house anymore, and that would make a much sweeter deal for me on a wrap. So I actually prefer wraps now. So these are my goals, is to be able to buy and hold properties. One a week, I want to be able to buy and hold, actually keep it to hold one. It doesn't matter if it's going to be a wrap and I hold the note, or it's going to be an Airbnb and I still hold that property. That's one a week I want to buy. But then again, one a week I want to buy with the intentions of doing the strategy I just explained to you guys, wrapping it and then exiting by selling the note. Because you got to think, if I can do that once a week, buy one of those with the intentions of doing an exit of a note and pay out those chunks of money that I was showing you, it's almost like a fix and flip. In 3 to 6 months, when they all start coming to that point where I found note buyers on all of them, every week I'm going to be getting one of those large checks, 10, 20 grand, 10, 20 grand, 15, sometimes 30 grand, depending on our spreads, right? And then that's how I get my capital flow, because I'm getting ready to shift into a different business now. My mentor is now taking me into the oil game. And so we actually strategized that. I created this exact plan so that I can fund a lot of my own business in the oil game when I get into it. My mentor's a badass, man. He just came out on a huge stage and he gave a lot of game on oil, like how the game works. And for you to be at that event, it was a $10,000 minimum buy-in, $60,000 cap. And he was the keynote speaker, and that's who my actual mentor is on a day-to-day basis. I talk to him. And so I'm now looking to get into oil. Now I'm understanding this game. So I have a few other things I want to get into. I want to learn some of the things Dustin has so I can keep more of my money, and then move into multifamily by like January, like full-time multifamily, still pick up single family from others like yourselves who are bringing me deals to purchase. But I really want to move on to the next step now. Like, as far as, cool, let's manage and save more of our money, keep it working for us. And then we get into another business that's just as lucrative, which is oil. Because I'm always, remember, I tell a lot of you guys, I'm a businessman first and a salesman first over real estate. And that's the truth. Real estate isn't my end game. It's a way that it is going to get me financially free. But I love business and I love cash flow. And I can make way more money month in and month out on a business than I can on one piece of real estate. Even if you can make crazy amounts of money on big properties, but there are a lot of businesses that you can make more money each month than a piece of real estate can make you. There are a lot of advantages to having real estate with depreciation. There's good and bad scenarios and everything, pros and cons. But I'm not looking to get into the oil game, multifamily. I mean, if I got to learn some life insurance stuff to be able to take advantage of it, believe I'm coming into the game. I got other things too. I like bars. I like breweries, restaurants, clubs. It was all the scene I was around. I want to own my own and where I live. All these scenarios, you have to park your business in real estate, don't you? That's why real estate's great. Greatest business, greatest sales. Still love other sales and business, but all those sales and business jobs, you got to park them inside of real estate. So then you can run your business out of that place. Love this game, bro. This game's awesome. All right, we'll call up some more people real quick. Take it easy. Josh, you got those little midgets in the background still smoking, huh?
Oh, yeah, you know it. Sorry, I thought I was muted.
Little Oompa Loompas back there. Little Oompa Loompa in the background.
Freaking hotbox in my fucking room.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. What's this? Sam, I am. Sam. Hey, dude. Oh, it's no deal, right? Fuck it. Not a deal on that one. Let's see. Alright. Who the hell is June? Look at this deal right here. Called June, has non-paying tenant since 2020. This guy has a non-paying 20 tenant since 2020. This motherfucker didn't want to sell me the house on terms. I was like, bro, you're like literally paying every month out of your pocket. You're offering me too low. Bro, you lost like 30 grand in income. You're just paying for these people to take advantage of you. It was like a long conversation. Oh man, this guy's funny. Let me call him up. Hey, what's up, June? It's Carlos with Left Coast Buyers.
Yeah, please don't call me again, okay?
Why not? I thought you told me to call you back.
No,
You
your
were
partner called me,
okay.
so I mean, I'm not gonna sell this house to you, okay?
Oh, okay. I thought you had told me that after you hung out with your daughter that you wanted to talk to me about buying it on terms. Do you remember that call?
Several days ago, your partner called me, and then I was expecting you just offer some price, but I mean, that was not the case. I mean, a lot of people calling me just beat around the bush and don't. I just want to cut to the chase, okay?
Yeah. I remember you telling me that last time. And I think I gave you a number cash, and then I gave you a number closer to the number that was like market, I think.
You never gave me any number.
No. We did. I actually have a recording. I can bring it up. It was the first day I called you. First day I talked to you. You at first were a little bit aggravated, and I told you this was my first time talking to you. And then I explained the cash offer. You didn't like it. You know, look at people. Notes. Not interested in working. That guy was pretty rude, huh?
You called him back tomorrow?
Not that guy. That's another guy that I accidentally pissed off yesterday. This guy sounded like he was the guy though. I had to relook at his name. I'm like, fuck, this the guy? And then I'm like, wait. My last time I called him, I left him a voicemail. There's no way. I even called him like a week ago. Missed our window. Oops, missed that info. See, like I talked to him 10 days ago. That was it. So somebody must have called him in my place and pissed him off.
Call him back on.
Oh yeah, give him a follow up. Look him up. I mean, look at the deal. He has a non-paying tenant since 2020. Oh, okay, it's home is free and clear. That's what's good about that. Wants to do a 1031 exchange. Willing to find a subject property to invest in. Yeah, I talked about his tenant and the situation. If it'll get any better, most likely no. But he still doesn't want to sell it to me, and he'd rather have a non-paying tenant in there. People are crazy, bro. People are crazy. Maybe the phone Apple was pissed at us. Oh my gosh. Okay, Latasha. Who's Latasha? Let's see. So, all right. 510-941.
Please leave your message for Please leave your message for
Hey, what's up, Latasha? This is Carlos with Left Coast Buyers. Just touching base about your property. We spoke last week about it, the 3121 Magnolia Street. When you have a chance, just shoot me a call back or a text, 925-966-1271. Thank you.
please leave your message for 6.
Double call.
Please leave your message for 65027140002.
Hey, what's up, Haciel? This is Carlos Reese with Left Coast Buyers. Just touching base. I know that we spoke a little over a week ago. Just wanted to get you on the phone and see if we can chat. When you have a chance, call me back, 925-966-1271. Thank you.
No deal. We can do 1.1. Is so high.
Hello, sorry I missed your call. I'm either on the other line or in a meeting. Please leave me your name, phone number, and a brief.
Oh, it's a realtor? Ah, okay. Dad passed away, son wants to sell. The owner passed away with his 2 sons that live there. They would need 3-week rent back in order to move out after the sale. Called and he forwarded the call, sent me a text saying we'll call him back. How's everybody feeling? Guys got a lot of action-packed day today or what? Who's all here? What's cracking, everybody? Stan, Sam, Pat.
Chill, what's up?
How's everything? How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm good. I've been working on getting my license in Alabama all day.
Realtor license?
Realtor license, yeah.
Is that where you're from, Alabama? What part?
Yeah, Birmingham.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How far is Birmingham from Little Rock?
From
Wait,
Limra?
that's Arkansas, right? Yeah. Yeah, Birmingham is like was that the capital or is that a bigger city there?
No, Montgomery's the capital. And it's like Birmingham's really like bigger, but Huntsville's like really coming up right now. It's like north.
Oh, Alabama.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about Alabama.
I'm trying to get out.
Where you trying to go?
Florida or Texas or one of the Carolinas. Haven't decided. Gotta make some money first, you know.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I know.
I'm trying to get the fuck out of Ohio too, kind of. But I'm about to do this 203K thing, so I might be stuck here for a year.
What's the 203K thing?
It's like a loan that you can get, like low entry fee, like a 3.5% down payment on a place. It can be 4 doors or less, and they'll give you money towards the house and repairs on the house. But you have to live there for a year. It has to be your residency for a year. And then there's some other things.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. That's
with it.
hard to pass up.
Yeah, well, there's a guy that's going to be teaching me how to do it all that Dustin is friends with and introduced me to, Matt. So, you know, we should all be able to fucking get educated off of it. This dude seems like he knows. He's like the guru of it. So,
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds like another Zoom.
I only heard him talk for a second there, but he was lighting it up when I heard him.
oh, Dustin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, Matt's a master. That's his thing. But I'm locking in a time for Saturday. I'll let you guys know. We're gonna do some promo.
Okay.
Get some attendance. So if you're also speaking to anybody else that's in the group that doesn't usually pop into these or whatever, or actually interact, they kind of lurk, just bring them in.
Okay.
Anybody else that you know, let them know. Because yeah, I mean, he's the expert on that. There's not really anybody else doing anything specifically, 203K or some of the other more government available things like entry points that people can get into something like that. So it'll definitely be valuable. So
Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the house tomorrow and take like a little promo video, like walking around it and stuff, like talking about like what I'm gonna do and how I'm trying to take it down. Just a little promo thing too.
yeah, definitely.
I'll share that with you guys if you are doing the media stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
Cool.
we'll put it around everywhere. But I mean, the great thing about that too is it's like anybody that even doesn't want to be like a large scale real estate investor, like, I mean, anybody that knows something will tell you that that's probably the first thing you should do instead of going to buy like a home or whatever. Like, just utilize programs like this, have somebody else pay your rent, and then you just cash flow immediately on your first home, live there for a year, then you have cash flowing property.
And
You
you
can
get
go,
and you get equity instantly too.
yeah, instant equity. And you could literally just walk out of freaking high school with a couple of years work or whatever into 203, end up with a threeplex, fourplex, or even a duplex where you're living on a big end, the other side's paying for your rent, you're living for free, you get to work and cash flow, segment money, put away money for retirement, start a business, do all kinds of shit. So yeah.
And if you have not very good credit as well.
Yeah, definitely. So even the traditional people that just aren't even interested in, yet, and it's the bug that bites, man. It just like as soon as it gets you, you're stuck. So
You need to
yeah,
get that good debt.
for sure.
I'm just sending an email out real quick to a closing attorney and my lender.
Nope.
Nice. If I didn't have an infant, a wife, and another toddler, yeah, I'd probably do something like that too. But I need something. I need something bigger. I can't force us to live in something like, small, unless it was like a really large duplex or just like a McMansion that's like, broken down a little bit. So it's still pretty big or something. But I don't know.
See, I got no kids and just became single. I'm a perfect candidate.
Right. As Jeremy Davis, he's kind of a leader in the sub too as well. But he's in boardroom with me, one of my buddies. But he just bought a creative finance house that's a very large house with a second property in the back. He was going to Airbnb with his family, but he's got a kid on the way, and then leave the large house with a whole lot in to Airbnb it out and just cash flow and live for free in the back.
Yeah.
He has to live there as a under contingency as a primary. He was going to take the back, but he switched it up. He's going to take the massive house now.
Yeah.
Like, all right. The wife, she's like, this is too small, I guess. But yeah.
Well, it's nice that he's got options though.
Yeah. I mean, who was it? Was it Mama? No. Somebody else that's doing the exact same thing, living for free, and cash flowing off of property. Pretty easy.
House hacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Out of expense, rent and shit. I mean, I write off a good amount of mine and everything, but
yeah, that's like literally the two birds with one stone.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same idea of kind of like leasing your car to your business and having to pay you and cash flowing, but like it's your living, Same thing with, I mean, if you buy a house and investment property under, your holding company or whatever, and you rent it back to yourself.
Right. I was thinking about that. Yeah.
I mean, then you can write off all the improvements and repairs. You got the roof, you got yourself as a landlord, which is, write it in that for your property, your business, and the property management company is liable for repairs. So then anything that needs to be done with like appliances or improvements or failures is all write off through the business in your own living.
That's one thing I was thinking about that with the 203, like, so that would have to go in my name. It couldn't go like in my LLC's name.
I'm not the right person to ask that, but I would say probably since you have to live in it as a primary residence for the
It
first.
probably has to be in
year.
mine.
Yeah, but I don't know that obviously we're gonna cover that Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe after
Good
first
question
year,
to
you,
ask.
you pop it into the LLC. Or maybe there's just certain contingencies that you need if it is under the LLC, you know, or you're segmented in.
Yeah, or maybe I could just do it down the road or.
Yeah. But I mean, it is gonna be, it is a segmented building with multiple living quarters, so, you know, obviously you don't wanna just run it off of like personal tax deductions, not under an
Right.
LLC where you're not actually protected, so I think under that protection, either as a sole proprietor and an LLC, you should still be able to at least take advantage of certain things like that, since you are going to be providing living quarters for other people, which technically is a business, so. I mean, I don't think that they would have that loan if they didn't expect you to actually utilize the other 3 for other people. Like otherwise, it would just be a normal.
single family.
Yeah, it would just be a single family. So yeah, there's definitely we'll learn that on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it.
Yeah,
You said this Saturday?
that's the plan. He's got LASIK surgery on Monday, so he's like,
Oh.
yeah, that's probably gonna be the best bet. He's checking with the wifey, make sure. He likes to make sure that weekends are kind of segmented into families, so we're carving out some of that time, so we gotta make sure that we got, you know, 10x attendance, and we can prep some people with another opportunity for investment or getting their first deal or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what I was talking to a sub 2, a lady from sub 2. I think she works, you know, for Pace or whatever. And she was asking me what I was doing, and I was telling her about the 203K and all that. And she's like, so are you just going to focus on doing those? Or I'm like, no, it's just a tool to put in my tool belt. Like, it's, you know, I want to be able to help, you know, I want to be, when I go to a seller, I want to be able to have all the options that I can, you know, to present them with, to be able to help them in their situation and help other people too. So I love it.
Yep. That's right.
Where are you in Ohio, Josh?
Little further south, little south of Canton.
New
So,
Philadelphia.
New Philadelphia, yes.
I got you.
Nothing too wild. But I've lived all over Ohio, all the big cities and everything. Just moved all around Ohio my whole life, so everything's about 2 hours away.
I was privileged enough to go to Ohio a couple times.
Yeah. What was the privilege for?
In the photo education.
Nice.
I went to Mateos Park in Dayton, close to Cincinnati. Was it
Yeah.
Cincinnati? I think it was, yeah.
Nice.
Whatever they had, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's in Canton.
Canton.
Or Cleveland.
So that's where I was. Where I went there as well. It's been quite a few years.
I've been to Cleveland, Ohio before. Found out you guys are racist. You guys are racist sons of bitches out there. I'll tell you straight up. Second, you guys are diehard fucking fans for the Browns.
All the sports teams, yeah.
And
the worst team.
the Cavs, right? You guys are the Cavs.
Yeah, Cavs
So
too.
I went out there, I think in 2019, when LeBron just came over to the Lakers. And I remember I was wearing, I think, like Golden State gear. I went out there. Went out to drink by myself after closing some deals and showing some, because I went out there as a director of sales for DirecTV, and I was showing an office out there how to increase their sales. And I remember I went to have some drinks that night. I'm talking about it was like gang life out there. I got hit up on and shit for wearing Golden
Oh,
State
yeah.
gear.
They
People were
were
banging
burn-
on me, trying to
they're
get down
burning
with me,
LeBron
talking
jerseys
shit,
in the
calling me
street.
Mexican. I mean, at that time too, I was drunk and aggressive, so I was hollering back at them. But then I found out I'm by myself, and there's a whole bunch of these people coming out the bar. Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Not a good scenario to be in.
Not a good scenario, man. I did that again in Colorado when I was doing the same thing. I was out there helping an office increase their sales, and I got fucking smashed, hammered. Man, I was a wreck back then. I found the video of myself out there. I was so drunk, and I was just like, yeah, it wasn't the best me. You know, just let you know that I had some old ways in the past, and it was a horrible video. Deleted the crap out of it.
I found some of those the other day, some old ones of me, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
It's funny because
how did I even make it?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed having fun, getting fucked up. But what I didn't see was how bad of a person I was. I was pretty bad. There's a lot of videos of me being a piece of shit to people, like being a bully, I guess. And I guess I was bullied growing up. I just returned the favor to nobody who bullied me. So I should have bullied the bullies, but didn't happen. I like that. Can't hurt a fly anymore. But cool guys. I'm gonna finish up some food. I gotta do a couple emails. I'm gonna hang up the calls for tonight. Tomorrow, I might get on early calls because tomorrow we're gonna be underwriting, I think, a property in Vegas, or I forgot where we have it at. But we're gonna be doing multifamily tomorrow, 3 o'clock to 4:35. Yeah, with Stan. And then so I might be able to do I might be able to do live calls for like an hour and a half or 2 hours before that. Sounds good, guys?
Yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, sounds good.
Yes, thank you, Silas.
You guys have a good one, okay? Good night, everybody.
Hey, Carlos, real quick, you know the status? You find out anything?
This is where we are. Let me pull up the email. Oh no, they haven't even gotten back to me. That was a different email for a different property. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll call them up in the morning and I'll just text you over. I'll put that on my notes right now. So then when I set up my calendar for tomorrow, I know to prioritize calling them first, and then I'll either text you or call you, leave you a voicemail.
All right, sounds great. Yeah, 'cause, you know, 2 days before 30.
Say it again?
So we're 2 days before 30.
Yeah, I know. Okay, cool. So tomorrow, let me get to it in the morning, okay?
All right, sounds great.
Thank you, Gio. Take it easy, man. Good night.
Good night,
guys.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, good night.
That's all tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye.